I've never been a huge believer in fate or destiny, that people's lives follow a predetermined path that they're forced to go down. I've never really subscribed to that belief until recently. I think there are people out there that are just born to be losers. Just like a joke of a person that follows this trajectory of the most pathetic path possible. I'm talking specifically about one man that I've made multiple videos on now, named Billy Mitchell, the self-proclaimed video game player of the century, a lame-ass title that he pretty much gave himself because he had some high scores in some old video games, most notably his King of Kong score, the high score in Donkey Kong, which he cheated for. I know that's a dangerous word to be talking about in the same sentence as Billy because he is so litigious. He sues everyone who accuses him of cheating or even makes fun of him in relation to cheating. He even tried to sue Cartoon Network because his feelings got hurt when there was a villain in the regular show that bears a resemblance to him who blows up when he loses his high score in a video game. And he got so offended, this sensitive nematode got so fucking upset about it that he tried suing Cartoon Network and subsequently got laughed out of court for it. So not only is he so pitiful that he fakes his video game high scores, but he also is an insufferable douchebag who legally comes after anyone that makes jokes about him or talks about him in a bad light. And he fails to realize that the person that does the most damage to his reputation is himself for these absolute childish tantrums that he throws. He is a known cheater. There are mountains upon mountains of evidence against him. There is more evidence to confirm Billy Mitchell has cheated than there is evidence to confirm the sun is hot. He is a fucking cheater. But even if you want to disregard all of the evidence that currently exists, Carl Jobst recently made an amazing breakdown of new evidence that just surfaced that 100% confirms that he has cheated his scores. The video is amazing. Carl Jobst, I recently made a video on about Billy Mitchell because he is being sued by Billy not once but twice. One of them because he used a meme that insinuated Billy as a cheater. It's beyond comical at this point, but now all of that seems like it's going to be completely washed. You can just wipe your ass with a lawsuit at this point with the new evidence that surfaced that Carl Jobst highlights here. And I'd like to go over the whole situation here with you and show you some highlights from it. I'm also going to put a link to Carl's video in the description so you can check it out in its entirety. Overall, I'm just super excited about this and extremely happy to see where it goes from here because this should 100% put the absolute kibosh on all of his lawsuits since the truth is now known. No matter, like, if you disregard all of the other evidence, this one is completely irrefutable, I think, and that's great. Billy Mitchell, man, he just can't stop collecting these L's. Just to quickly bring everyone up to speed here, Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century, also punching bag for the regular show, where he even tried to sue them for making fun of him in an episode, has come after many people legally for all kinds of defamation cases, and the core of it boils down to people accusing him of being a cheater. And I'm going to go a step further. They're not just accusing him like, allegations of cheating. They have caught him being a cheater, but he has always maintained his innocence. And that's where it all stems from. He still claims he's never cheated, and anyone that makes fun of him or says otherwise gets a nice fat lawsuit from Billy Mitchell. Cooked up in the deepest pits of his basement, I guess. I'm pretty sure he writes them himself, and he takes it as far as it can go. Have you been sued? Billy Mitchell has still not sued me, and I have made fun of him fucking 50 times by now. I don't know why. I actually feel left out. I feel like I'm not part of the cool kids lunch table here because Billy Mitchell won't sue me. He is suing Carl because Carl used a meme of Billy that made fun of him and insinuated he was a cheater. Carl used a meme. I have point blank called this absolutely disheveled, drunk-looking man a cheater a million times. Point blank. And he won't come after me? Asshole. I'm gonna sue him for refusing to sue me.
that? How is it possible that he performed them at a live event in front of hundreds of people if he faked it and actually played on an emulator? The videotapes must be fake, or are not his actual gameplay, or should just be ignored, because he has real people that say he really did it, and they saw it happen, so it must be legit. As Billy said in his lawsuit, if everyone is lying, it must be a conspiracy akin to that of the Kennedy assassination. But here's the...
Wait, what? I mean, pardon? What was that? Thus, Twin Galaxies' case essentially rests on a conspiracy nearly as broad and untenable as the Kennedy assassination. Like I said, I'm pretty sure he writes these himself. What self-respecting lawyer is going to sit down and put that in text? Who would do that? Like, I'm surprised he doesn't go into, like, the Zapruder film. What they faked here is akin to the Zapruder film. And in fact, the moon landing too, while we're at it.
The videotapes were the only tangible evidence these scores ever happened, so that's all anyone had to go off. Aside from the tapes, it was just people saying that it happened, which really doesn't cut it. There was no footage of Billy actually playing. There was nothing to indicate that he was even there, or...
I'm sorry to keep pausing so frequently, it's just such a wacky case. He still believes that he shouldn't be accused of being a cheater, because even if those tapes are faked or whatever, people saw him do it live and have said, verbally said, he did it. That's fucking useless. I could get people together and say that I grew 5 inches, but then if you see me on camera and I'm 5'6", I can't just be like, no, that doesn't make sense. That's as untenable as the Kennedy assassination. This is all fabricated. It's fraudulent. Look at all these people that said that I grew 5 inches. It's fucking worthless. It's a fucking worthless statement, and I don't know if Billy's too stupid to realize that, or if he truly does believe it. Because why would anyone take you at your word? I could say I got the high score on Donkey Kong. I got a 15 billion. And then I could have everyone in chat say, yeah, Charlie got a 15 billion. Should Twin Galaxies put that on their website and make me the world record holder? I don't have any video evidence of it, but I have a ton of people that said I did it. The answer should be a resounding no. It's so silly. It's so silly.
That he played at all. That is, until now. For the first time in 15 years, photos of Billy Mitchell at one of these events where he claims to have achieved one of his world records have surfaced. And I'm not going to beat around the bush. These photos absolutely destroy Billy's case. He is done. There is no more doubt Billy will lose his lawsuit. These photos...
This is already so fucking good. So these photos destroy the lawsuit. Why? The referee who looks really sad to be there? Did he let the cat out of the bag? Man, that tie is mean though. Look at Billy Mitchell's tie. Holy shit, Captain America over here.
These photos do more damage than anything that has come before them, and I'm not exaggerating. Even if you disregard all of the videotape evidence, Billy's world records would still be disqualified, and he would still be banned for lying just because of these photos. So how is that even possible? Let's find out. I really hope you enjoy.
Man, this would be worse than if his sex tape leaked,
Now,
I guess.
Legends, I am super excited because the second is a 1.05 million point score Billy achieved in 2007, which is known as the mortgage broker's score. This is because he supposedly achieved it at a mortgage broker's convention. The videotapes for both of these scores show footage that isn't legitimate. This is a fact, and it's why he was banned. But aside from...
Oh, let me read that one more time. It's been a while since I've seen this. It is inarguable that he was cheating, by the way. It's not allegations. It is legitimately inarguable. I can't remember. Did we go over the entire evidence package on stream at some point, or am I having a fake memory right now? Maybe we did it on the podcast. Because I do remember going through at least a good chunk of it. Quite a while back. Number 3 is just a single sentence. During the event, Billy played in a very large convention room and interacted with and performed in front of thousands of people, myself included. And? It's... Oh, this is all one person's statement. Oh, I thought this was 5 or 6 different statements from different people. I was like, what the fuck? There's nothing more there. This is one person's account. Okay. This is part of the whole thing from her statement. I was like, Jesus, come on. I don't know if I feel like going through the whole thing. But I guess a written testimonial claiming that they saw it, that's all you need. Surely there's no such thing as lying. and many of the members I worked with are still active members now. All this information is very available, very public, and quite memorable. Sheila, why are you writing that with so much attitude? You're not the one on trial for cheating or anything. That was a very aggressive sign-off.
This leaves 3 witnesses that say they directly saw him get the world record. The first is from a guy called Richard Mallion. He says he watched Billy's score reach beyond 1 million points and that he saw him achieve his targeted score. Richard is actually a childhood friend of Billy's. In fact, he appeared opposite Billy in the school yearbook. But let's not hold that against him. While it is common for friends to lie for each other, let's not assume that's what happened. He has a nice suit, and he has a nice watch.
Very
no
trustworthy.
one who dresses this well could lie. So I'm going to put that into the yes column. For the no column, there isn't much I found out about Richard that really concerns me, except for this super tiny detail of him pleading guilty to conspiracy, securities fraud, money laundering, and criminal contempt in 19...
Could have happened to anyone, and in fact, I'm going to tell you what happened. He was set up by twin galaxies. They knew there was a connection between the Duck and Billy Mitchell, the King of Kong, and they tried to attack everyone in Billy's circle. Complete misunderstanding. Very fabricated, not real.
1996, after an FBI sting
I wouldn't
operation.
hold it against him.
I mean, it's probably nothing, but it would be remiss of me if I didn't include it. Maybe this is being too judgmental, but I'm gonna go ahead and add to the fact that he was charged again with fraud in 2019 by the SEC, and had to pay back $750,000.
Once again, Carl, this was a setup. My man, this was twin galaxies trying to take out the witnesses. You know, no different than Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, where Scott had to go through all the ex-boyfriends and shit. This is twin galaxies going through all of the witnesses right now. You can't hold it against Richard here. He did nothing wrong.
In 2021, Richard was unfortunately arrested for conspiracy to commit fraud. Look, he has just not been lucky when it comes to fraud. He keeps getting caught. I, for one...
This picture here, now I know it was a frame job, and I know it's all false, because they're doing my man Richard so dirty with this mugshot here. Like, it looks like he's fucking skydiving, like all the skin's being pushed towards the back of his skull here. It's like he's fucking melting. Where does the neck start and the chin end? Oh, man. Is he laying down and they took this picture? What is going on here?
Keeps getting caught. I, for one, do not hold this against him. When I look at this table, I see 3-3. It's pretty
That's
easy.
tough. That's
Personally,
a toss-up.
I'm leaning towards trusting the guy, but you let me know in the comments what you think. Okay, so Billy's first witness is a bit sketch. Who's number 2? Billy's second witness that says he saw him
Oh
get
God,
it
it's
is
Todd Rogers.
Oh boy, this is not going well. Okay, hit me with number 3. Surely we're going to get a winner.
He's probably not going to touch on Todd Rogers. Todd Rogers is another notorious cheater of these old game high scores. He has a whole saga of his own. I don't even think I could do it justice trying to summarize it here. But that is so poetic that one of the other witnesses is fucking Todd Rogers. That's amazing. This is like a team of Avengers that he has for witnesses.
The third witness that says they saw Billy get the score is Kim Mahoney, who is also Todd Rogers' girlfriend. I'm going to be completely honest here.
Coincidence.
I'm getting the impression that Billy's witnesses may not be entirely trustworthy. There's Billy and Todd posing with a couple of people. There's a camera that was recording Billy play, even though that footage doesn't seem to exist for some reason.
They left the
Billy
lens
and Todd
on.
posing
Lens
again
cap.
with the thumbs up. Maybe this is just after Billy got the world record. I have to admit, everything here looks pretty legit, and oh my god, what is that?
I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm not knowledgeable enough. What is it? Is it a copyright 2023 on there?
That joystick is not an original Donkey Kong joystick. This arcade machine does not have original, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade hardware.
Oh,
This
jeepers.
is an original Donkey Kong stick. It's got a big black ball and a short column. The stick on
wow.
Billy's arcade is a tall stick with a smaller ball, and it's obviously red, so the stick has been changed to something else.
Easily explainable. This machine was considered so legit that they had to change out the stick. Otherwise, because people were fighting each other to compete for high scores on it because it was so fucking real. So the stick just got worn out from overusage, but the machine, that's the only thing that's been changed. That much I'm sure of. Or, you know what, that's a good point. This could have been a special edition cabinet that was sent to Billy Mitchell by Nintendo themselves. They were so happy that the King of Kong wanted to use an arcade cabinet that they made that they gave him a special red stick. You know, for the red, white, and blue, because he's such a patriot, obviously. Easily explainable.
On top of that, it appears to be an 8-way stick. Now, the original Donkey Kong stick is 4-way, which means it can only go up, down, left, and right. The game can be played. If you want to steer barrels while on a ladder, you have to stop and hold left or right, because you can't go up and to the side at the same time. But with an 8-way stick, you can continue to climb ladders while steering barrels by using the diagonals. With an 8-way stick, you can do things you can't do on an original arcade, which is...
I'm actually just even shocked that he played the game. I thought this was going to prove that Billy Mitchell's never even touched Donkey Kong in his life. So honestly, at this point, I have a little more respect for Billy knowing that he just used a cheating device in order to have a better score, like to play better. I thought for sure it was going to come out that he just doesn't even know what Donkey Kong is. He's never touched the fucking thing in his life.
Which is why they are banned. So not only is the stick not original, which was totally banned, it looks like an 8-way stick, which is extra banned. His entire lawsuit against Twin Galaxies is based on the premise that he played on unmodified original arcade hardware, which is categorically not true. Not only
very
from
wrong.
The videotapes, but now from the photos as well. And his lawsuit is full of lies where Billy claims the hardware was unmodified. Everyone just got caught out, big time. And it gets...
How did they even let this happen? Surely they would have recognized the stick, right? This man dedicated his entire life to Donkey Kong and his high score. He did one thing that isn't even that cool, getting a high score in Donkey Kong, and he let it define his entire fucking life for the last 24 years. And he wouldn't recognize that the stick isn't original? Surely he would have done everything in his power to keep these photos buried. Fucking burn the photos, for God's sakes. He would have had to know that people would be able to easily see that it's not an original stick. He didn't release it. I get he wasn't the one that released it. What I'm saying is, I'm sure he would have done everything in his power to stop it from ever coming out. Like, legitimately burn these photos. But maybe that was just beyond his control at this point. Like, who released it? Well, maybe Carl will mention it here in a moment. I'm just shocked he wouldn't go immediately to the event. He knew the photos were being taken. He was literally giving thumbs up with Todd Rogers in front of the cabinet. So he knew there were photos. And he would have known that people would have recognized that as a not legitimate, unmodified stick. So why would even A, let photos be taken, and B, not go to the event and like fucking scrub those archives?
You may be wondering why Billy would lie about something that can so obviously be disproven.
That's what I was just talking about.
And the answer is that Billy didn't know these photos existed. In fact, the entire Donkey Kong community didn't know these photos existed. They were only made public recently, and not by Billy Mitchell. These photos were never made public, and they were only retrieved now by directly contacting the organizers of the convention.
That blows my mind. He literally gave a thumbs up multiple times with Todd Rogers in front of that machine. Who was he giving the thumbs up for? He knew pictures were being taken. What did he think happened to that? What? Wait, what? This is a cool angle of Billy, though, I will say. His hair looks even more like a Lego block in this angle. But I still just can't believe that he wouldn't remember photos being taken because he posed multiple times for him. I'm also surprised that it took this long for someone to contact the event staff from the mortgage thing. I feel like a lot of people would have thought to do that a long time ago, but maybe just now they finally found the photos.
I cannot wait until this goes to trial, and you best believe that when it does, I'm going to cover it. I'm excited, and I think you should be too, because this is going to be a lot of fun. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
This is also great news for Carl. This is a big Carl W as well, because he is currently getting sued by this goofball, this goober. And as everyone knows, the #1 defense against defamation, which is what Billy Mitchell is coming after him for, is the absolute truth. And now, it seems, it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt he cheated. Thus, the case against Carl is fucking kaput. It really just goes to show you, sometimes the simplest means and like the simplest explanations are the most effective. Hey, so you got this at a mortgage convention, what year? And where was it? Why don't I just give them a call? Maybe they have photos. Hey, you guys have any photos? Oh, we do. Yeah, you want them? Yes, please. Bang. And now it's all over for Billy Mitchell's case. Aren't frivolous lawsuits illegal? Yeah, but it feels like a lot of people get away with doing that. He's made like an entire fucking career off of frivolous lawsuits. Has he actually won any lawsuits? My man, I don't think he's even had one of his lawsuits make it to a trial. They get thrown out so quick. But it's still expensive for the people he sues. It's still a headache. It's such an absurd thing to ruin your life over. Alright, let's not get carried away. Billy Mitchell didn't ruin his life over this. He's not gonna go to jail. He just has a legacy of being a fucking joke of a person and an insufferable asshole for all the frivolous lawsuits he tosses at people that make fun of him or point out that he's cheated. He hasn't ruined his life. The man has a fucking hot sauce deal, for God's sakes. None of which I think he earned, by the way. He has one accolade, and it's high scores at Donkey Kong, that he fucking cheated. So in fact, he got dealt a really lucky hand. He got one thing that he's never let go, and he's somehow found success from it. Might want to tone it back before he sues you. He can't anymore. He literally can't. Because the truth is now abundantly clear. Even if you set aside all of the inarguable evidence of him cheating, now these pictures that have come out confirm it even more beyond a shadow of a doubt. He legitimately can no longer sue anymore. Why do these confirm he's cheating? Oh, if you weren't here, I'll give you the quick explanation. So the whole claim is that he got the high scores on an unmodified original hardware. However, now that these pictures are out, you can see it's not. So the original hardware did not have this stick. It had a small black stick. So it had a black ball on top and the stick. Not this. So immediately that disqualifies all of his records because it is not unmodified hardware. He's lied about it. It is clearly modified. Oh yeah, and it's an 8-way stick apparently. Which is another banned device because it gives you an advantage. You're able to cheat the game a bit more by being able to go in the other 4 angles here diagonally. So this stick right here just throws out everything he's ever claimed. That's just the stick cover. Well, it wouldn't matter. You know what? Let's play ball with you. Let's assume that is a stick cover and the original stick is still under there. That is A, still not allowed, and B, impossible, because here's what the original stick looks like. It's a tiny little goofy, like almost doorknob. Not that long, stretched one. So it can't even just be a cover. It is a completely different stick. Chode versus grower. Yeah, I guess kinda. The OG's more chody. Not only that, I bet there was an emulator built into the arcade box. We're setting aside all of the massive amounts of evidence talking about it being on emulator, not original hardware. We're setting all that aside and just going by what we can physically see from the photos of the event, where it is clearly modified. You don't even need to touch all of the deep analysis, which also confirm that it's illegitimate. You can just look at the photos from the event and still get the correct answer that it's fake. I'm curious to see how he decides to fight this. You know he will not admit it. So, I'll make a prediction, and right now I'm on fire with my predictions. I think the way Billy Mitchell tackles this is the exact way that any fucking geriatric person would. It's all fake Photoshop, AI, fabricated. He's going to claim that these photos are fabricated, they're AI generated or AI enhanced, something like that. The photos are fake. They've done something with the knob. This was an original knob, but they've edited it all out. He's going to... Have you ever stopped to think how embarrassing it is being born? The first thing a human being does when it's birthed is cry. And crying is cringe. So we literally enter this world as a little cringe specimen, and it's up to us to spend the rest of our lives trying to transcend the first cringe and be something more. But what happens when you spend your entire lives as nothing but a clown? Someone who just embarrasses themselves at every step of their journey. Well, then you end up like Billy Mitchell. I'm just describing Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell is the self-proclaimed video game player of the century. He was the former world record holder for Donkey Kong, and he has spent the better part of the last 4 or 5 years just ruining his own reputation by frivolously suing everyone that even so much as makes fun of him or makes a light joke about him. And the reason for this lashing out is because it was revealed through tons and tons and tons of evidence that Billy Mitchell most likely cheated for his records, is most likely a fraud. Allegedly. So since that doomsday, Billy's just been an insufferable asshole who sues everyone who makes a joke about it or talks about it, and he tries to scare people with massive lawsuits. It's just a big piece of shit. So he's already sued a YouTuber whom I'm a big fan of. His name's Carl. I'm sure a lot of you have watched his content before. He's suing Carl, and it's a very expensive lawsuit so far. It's been like $180,000 according to Carl. But he wasn't done there. Just 2 weeks ago, Billy Mitchell came back out of the shadows to sue Carl again. Even though the previous lawsuit is still ongoing, he is suing Carl again, but this time for an even more outrageous reason that I'm not going to spoil right now. I'll let Carl go ahead and give you the surprise, because what a special treat it is. This is one of the most baffling reasons for a lawsuit I think I've probably ever heard in general. Now, as I understand it, the second lawsuit hasn't been fully filed yet. Right now, it is still in the letter of intent stage, where they are intending to sue Carl and have sent him the documents to indicate such, but it looks like it is going to be sent in the coming days. In response to this, Carl made another video going over just how silly it all is, but also how expensive everything is, and he set up a GoFundMe because he's right now getting dual hand jobs here from Billy Mitchell with the double lawsuit coming in. So he does have a GoFundMe, which I'm going to link below. Please feel free to support him if you'd like to help Carl against an absolutely ruthless villain here. I think Billy Mitchell is unhinged, and this kind of behavior is completely unacceptable and complete fucking bullshit. And hopefully it results in Billy Mitchell himself getting countersued. Good news is he currently is in another lawsuit with a company called Twin Galaxies, and it's looking like he will most likely lose that. So there's some good news there, and I have full confidence that Carl will also be able to beat Billy Mitchell, because Billy has a history of these awful fucking lawsuits that just don't work because they're so fucking dumb. Now, I'd like to share some of Carl's video with you and go into even more detail on Billy Mitchell. So I want to talk about this. I don't know how many of you saw this today. So Carl is again being sued by Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell, as I'll bring you up to speed on the lore, disgraced best gamer of all time. What did he call himself? The gamer of the century? Can't quite recall. Donkey Kong world record holder, outed as a fraud, in denial for the rest of his life, allegedly a fraud. Otherwise, I'm going to get sued for saying that. And he just goes on like a legal rampage to try and scare people into silence. So he throws his meat around to get people on edge so they don't talk about him or they remove anything that's, hypercritical of him. Carl has once again found himself in the crosshairs of old Billy Mitchell here. So he's now posted this video talking about it, and this one is a little scarier than the last one. Billy Mitchell's got the fangs out, so he's coming out locked and loaded, and it's just a really fucking sad situation that Billy Mitchell continues to do this. He's what they call a serial suer. He just files all kinds of these frivolous lawsuits knowing full well they won't make it to court, but is still expensive on the people he files them against most of the time. It's a fucking disgrace. And he's absolutely shit at games.
As many of you know, last year I was officially sued by Billy Mitchell. In September of 2021, Mitchell filed a $450,000 lawsuit against me over my video titled "The Biggest Con Man in Video Game History."
Great video, too.
In that video,
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with Billy Mitchell, but you've seen the regular show, Billy Mitchell was so upset that they used his image in... Here, I'll bring it up, actually. I don't even know why I'm going to try and paint it with words when I can just look it up. They used this as like an antagonist when it was about like a high score episode. Billy Mitchell got pissed. He got so fucking mad. And this is honestly the best Billy Mitchell's ever looked. I actually think regular show did him a great service. Usually he's dressed like he's running for student class president. But here, they made him look cool. I can't remember if he sued them, though. Oh, no, he did. He did and lost. Which sounds par for the course in the life of Billy Mitchell. Judge declares Mitchell is not a giant floating head. Cool ruling. Though I do understand why Billy might be a little upset because they portrayed him as like this ferociously unhinged maniac, which he is. So that's just a big old get fucked Billy. Unlucky. I actually haven't read the quotes from the ruling. The television character does not match the plaintiff in appearance. GBF, character in the show, appears as a non-human creature, a giant floating head with no body from outer space, while plaintiff is a human being. And when GBF loses his title, the character literally explodes, unlike plaintiff. One could argue Billy Mitchell also explodes, but it's far more embarrassing. His explosions just usually end up with shittily written lawsuits and as well as just verbal tantrums and salt.
Billy Mitchell's compulsive need to threaten and sue people that talk about him has reached all-time highs, and you will not believe what he has recently done to try to silence me.
Yeah.
But before that, my legal defense has cost $180,000.
Yep.
Yes, you heard correctly, $180,000.
That's why it's so disgraceful when someone takes this absolute garbage route. There's a lot of people that have done this online. You guys might remember BitBoy Crypto tried something similar against Atozy, where Atozy called him out on some of the shit he was talking about, and BitBoy Crypto threatened this big lawsuit, defamation, I can't sleep, I can't eat because he called me a dirtbag, that kind of shit. It is always such a financial burden to fight that shit, even though it doesn't win the case. The whole point is to bleed you of money. It's so fucked up. Does it not cost Billy Mitchell money to file these? I don't know. I'm not well versed enough to know for sure. A lot of times the frivolous lawsuits, in order to file them, it's not super expensive or anything. You can do it relatively cheap, at least compared to fighting it. Because once you file it, the onus is really on the person you're going after to defend themselves against you. So that's where a lot of the money comes from. So yes, it does cost something for them to do it, but it doesn't cost nearly as much for them to file it as it does to fight it.
Because you see, Billy Mitchell isn't satisfied just suing me once. Oh no, he is going to sue me
Double
again.
dipping.
In
The old
April of
double
this
fist.
year, I released a video called Disgraced Gamer Billy Mitchell Accused of Extortion, where I factually and objectively reported on accusations made against Mitchell by the current Donkey Kong World Record holder, Robbie Lakeman.
Well, then that's where you made a mistake, Carl. I gotta tell you, when it comes to Billy Mitchell, there's no such things as facts, only feelings. And you poke the sleeping bear. Billy was content with just one frivolous lawsuit, but now he's going in full throttle.
As in my humble opinion, he has absolutely no case, and this is just an attempt to scare me, but it still gets even worse.
Yeah, it's an expensive scare tactic, though. And I have to say, I love the nuts on Carl. So, usually in these things, they make a request, take down the video or else. A lot of times, because of how expensive this is and how scary the big numbers are, people fold, take it down. Hope that's the end of it. Carl sticks to his guns, and I always appreciate that. I always think that's great. Just say, okay, you want to dance? Mama's putting on the dancing shoes then. Let's hit the tango. And then duke it out from there. Because going forward, while it's cheaper to file it than it is to fight it, it is still going to cost Billy Mitchell money should this continue. He's going to lose money as well. And it's not like he's like super wealthy. He does have a decent chunk of change to his name from what I understand. But it's not like he's made out of money. He can't fight this thing forever.
In May of this year, I released a video called I Cheated in a Speedrun and I Need to Come Clean, which was a parody video where I jokingly made fun of myself for submitting a few cheated scores to a gaming magazine over 20 years ago when I was a kid. Anyone who's watched that video might be wondering what this has to do with Billy Mitchell.
It was
as
brought
the
up in the
video
lawsuit.
wasn't about him, nor did I even talk about him. While it is true that I didn't mention or talk about Billy Mitchell, I did show this clip.
You're familiar with Billy Mitchell, world champion? He could probably do it. So I gotta find a way to harness his power, and I think I found a way.
That's right, we're gonna cheat.
This is a meme that was made back in 2020, which has over 4 million views
Fire
on YouTube
meme.
and millions of views on Twitter. That's right, in the entire video, I literally did not mention Billy Mitchell
He
at
should
all
sue
or
Angry
talk about
Video
him.
Game
I
Nerd.
simply randomly threw in this meme of someone else talking as a joke, and Billy Mitchell wants to sue me for this.
I didn't remember this. Peter Dinklage plays a Billy Mitchell stand-in who's always bested Adam Sandler's character when they were kids. It's revealed the reason he was so good was because he cheated. Fucking hype. I'm assuming Billy Mitchell tried a lawsuit there. He must have consented to that then. Maybe that was too big of an opportunity for him to get upset about. They had the creator of Pac-Man get eaten by Pac-Man in the movie. That's a little different though. Billy Mitchell is always adamant that he's never cheated. It's all legit. He is... What does he call himself? Is it the Gamer of the Century? Like, he calls himself fucking Gamer of the Century or something. Oh, Video Game Player of the Century. Not even... Jesus, Gamer of the Century would have been better. Why Video Game Player? You just call yourself Gamer and you get one word for the price of 3. Mm-hmm.
Billy Mitchell is guilty of fraudulently hoodwinking so as to obtain unfair advantage when competing in video games.
Yeah. That is what the meme is saying. I don't know how you really sue for the meme, though. Especially when Carl didn't even make the meme. He should go after the meme maker. In fact, he should just go after anyone that says anything about him on Twitter or Reddit. Like, just really put your tentacles all the way out there.
Section 10A of the Defamation Act
Including
at
you?
the time of your...
I'm actually shocked Billy Mitchell hasn't come after me yet. Not only have I made fun of this man extensively for years now, talked about him on the podcast quite a bit, I keep up with Billy Mitchell and the enjoyable tragedy that is his public reputation and how he just wipes his ass with it constantly. I'm super finger on the pulse when it comes to Billy Mitchell. I am shocked he hasn't tried. I suppose he's welcome to if he wants. I would absolutely fight that shit tooth and nail. I'd request that it be live streamed as well so that way there's fucking content flowing from it. I think it'd be great. Billy Mitchell strikes me as the type of guy that would represent himself in court too. Even though none of his lawsuits have ever made it that far because they're such dog shit, I feel like if they did, he would represent himself. It would be just a content factory.
Oh my lord. Billy Mitchell is a joke. He has become a parody of himself.
True.
This letter is nothing short of hilarious.
Not defamatory.
And I would otherwise
Truth.
be laughing if not for the fact that this is a real letter written by a real lawyer that my lawyers really had to respond to. So not only does he want to sue me over a meme that someone else made, but he wants to sue me over a meme that someone else made that's true. And what's ironic is that there are
Huge.
hundreds of comments underneath the
that.
YouTube video of this clip of people making fun of Billy, joking, saying that he's going to sue them for posting it. And then he actually...
Yeah, how can you, as Billy Mitchell, they even quoted the YouTube comments in the lawsuit, so how can you as Billy Mitchell see these comments, them laughing at you knowing you're going to sue him, and then still do it? You make yourself an even bigger joke. It is actually just impressive. Billy Mitchell is like a human snowball, like just tumbling down a mountain, getting bigger and bigger and bigger as more and more failures compound, and then eventually just having this comedic explosion at the bottom that everyone points and laughs at. What a remarkable legacy.
So I have set up a GoFundMe
Probably.
to help with my fight against Billy Mitchell, and any help would be immensely appreciated.
Absolutely.
This GoFundMe is set to cover the rest of my existing lawsuit, plus the new lawsuit that Billy Mitchell says he will be filing, plus having to deal with all of the other bullshit threats that come my way. This is in Australian dollars, so it's not as large as it seems, but it's still a very significant amount of money that it's
I think
going
it's
to take to
150K
defeat
USD.
Mitchell. There is light at the end of the tunnel, though. In Australian court, generally the loser has to pay a lot of the legal fees of the winning party. So
How's the GoFundMe going? I hope it's going well. I haven't checked. Fuck yeah. Hey, that's a good day one right there. I'll be donating to it. I really think when Carl wins, I don't see a world where Billy somehow squeaks out a dub here. I think when Carl wins, Carl needs to countersue. And I will do whatever it takes to make that possible. I want to put Billy Mitchell against the ropes. I want Carl and Billy to duke it out in court. And I just want to be there with the popcorn to spectate. Because you can countersue for frivolous lawsuits. Knowingly filing bogus lawsuits isn't necessarily allowed. You can come back against that, for sure. So I really think once this is all settled, the dust settles, I think a countersuit is the right play.
The next 12 months will not be good for Billy Mitchell. He has his trial against Twin Galaxies coming up, and in my opinion,
oh,
and in
yeah.
the opinion of anyone who knows the details of Mitchell's cheating, he has absolutely no chance of winning.
I completely fucking forgot. Billy Mitchell is actually being sued right now. So in the middle of him getting sued, he is still sending out lawsuits. This man is unstoppable. I forgot Twin Galaxies is suing him.
But as soon as he loses one of these lawsuits, which is inevitable, he will be absolutely destroyed and everything will come crumbling down. So, this has been an update to what I've been dealing with.
So one thing Carl says that I think is a little wrong is everything crumbling down for Billy Mitchell. That makes it sound like Billy Mitchell has like a prospering career. He doesn't. Billy Mitchell is like the definition of washed up has-been. Everything will come crumbling down should all of these lawsuits not go in his favor, which I highly doubt they will. But it's not like he's in a good spot right now in general. People talk about him as the butt of jokes. He's not necessarily a celebrity. He's not looked at as a video game icon or champion or anything. He doesn't have like a big empire. He's just a big asshole who has ruined his own legacy and refuses to accept any level of responsibility. No one gives a fuck about Billy Mitchell aside from laughing at him for every frivolous lawsuit. You might get sued. I'm not saying anything defamatory. I'm just saying the truth of where he's at right now. He may or may not have cheated. There's a lot of evidence to suggest he did, but it's all alleged, of course. I'm just talking about him being a joke of a person. That's not defamatory. I find you sad. That's not defamatory. Watching you makes me laugh and feel sadness.
Again, if you have the means, I would appreciate any help, so please consider donating to my GoFundMe, or consider sharing this video. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Love you, Carl. I have full faith Carl slam dunks this. Yeah, please support Carl.
As a Z-list celebrity, I get asked to do a lot of stupid shit a lot of times, and sometimes I accept. The Rock does excel at a lot of things. Being super big, commitment to being super big, getting bigger, eating like a big person, and being big. I do like a lot of The Rock's movies. I do like CIA was one of my favorite movies from The Rock. Jumanji, that was very cool. That was very cool. He's laid out a couple stinkers. He's laid out some stinkers, but I have faith in the man, and it seems there's no exception for Dwayne "My Rock" Johnson. Mr. Johnson has decided to release what I would believe is something that he didn't know he was releasing, and somebody just kind of told him, show up for a photo shoot, we'll get you set, and that's pretty much all you need to know. Ladies and gentlemen, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is coming out with a hair product. You heard it right. The bald guy is coming out with a hair product. It's called Papa Tui. Now, here's the thing. I actually heard it's not bad. It hasn't really been locked down on what kind of hair it's for. But look, I'm guessing there's going to be different formulas. There's going to be, different situations for different... I'm not sure. I'm really trying to give this a fighting chance. I just want the bald man to explain what's happening here. One thing you have to think about. We like to hold people to a certain... No, we don't. You know what? I don't want to lie to you guys. We're bad at this. We're bad at this. This shit is gonna hit. It's gonna hit. You're gonna buy it. I'm gonna try it. Everybody's gonna see what it is. Nobody's gonna look at it and be like, well, look how many people bought Goop. The backlash and the complete shit he's getting on Twitter is It's about as much as you would expect. Ever since Twitter turned into X, it's pretty much just a place where shit grows and where you just go to get shit on. It's a downtrodden place. His hair is getting posted about like an old ex-girlfriend, and he misses it so much. But that's just something that we can never bring back, and I don't think we ever should. Do you remember what it looked like? What I'm not okay with is him parading in ads for it like he's used it. Now, look, I don't know if he grows the stubble, washes that up, get a good lather going or something like that, and then, comes out and whisks it around or something like that. But I gotta tell you, if he's in an ad, like, washing it off of his head, like, look how well this works. We don't have a reference, Rock. There's nothing there for us to reference. What changed? Now you're just gonna get ashy. Now we're just sitting here looking at you get. But there is aftercare. There's aftercare in the kit as well. So who knows? I would love to see a review from a person with hair and a bald person, because we can't trust The Rock. He's selling it. So there's a lot of people not taking it serious also. They think it's a joke. They think it's a troll. They think it's a ploy for a movie or something else that's coming up. And I can tell you here and now, it is not. It is not. This is a real thing. This will never be a joke to him. He wants you to buy it. He wants you to believe that he's been washing his hair with it. Who knows? For all we know, the man has a full mountain mound downstairs. Who knows? We've never seen Rock's bottom half. You never know. Maybe he has a real polyfro down there. That's possible. Could be possible with Papa Tui. What a great name also. Papa Tui. Whoo! That's almost like sock it to me. It's just easy to say. It just rolls off the fucking tongue. Could be a pube thing. That's not something we're ready to find out. He's trying to let everybody find out on their own. You wash your hair with it, soap runs down, and you go, oh man, that worked out. That was great. But look, Papa Tui is the Rock's care line for men, backed with science and formula that performs well. It helps men develop a skincare routine without being teased or mocked by other men. Now, on hair care products, his Papa Tui nourishing shampoo and conditioner works not only for guys with full-on hair on their heads, but also for bald men because of its scalp-friendly formulation. Not only that, but it will keep your hair and scalp hydrated and healthy. So that's what it is. As much as we want to shit on it all day, the man knows what he needs for his bald head, and he knows what he would want if he had hair. I think this is a win-win for everybody. We're not going to not buy it. There's going to be reviews all over the place. We're shitting on it now because we don't know that it's the best product of all time, and he's been holding this down in his secret lab under his $43 billion house that I'm sure he has because he's fucking Moana. No, he's not Moana. Oh my God, he's not Moana. Oh no, they're getting sued. I can't say that. Okay, don't say anything about them getting sued. He's not Moana though. He's Maui. Jesus Christ. I like how they're saying it's science backed. Like, all right, we can't check that. You know what I mean? I'm not smart enough to check that. That's not something I could go and actually, I guess I can ask ChatGPT. Yeah. Well, look, I'm not smart enough to fact check the science on this thing. I don't know what ingredients would make it safe or not, or for bald heads or for scalps and hair. And what am I going to do? What am I going to do? You want to check? Take the Papa Tui to a scientist and say, hey, can you tell me if this is good for hair or not? What does it say on the back? Yeah, this is good. That's fine. I'm not spending money on checking this. I'm sure there is going to be somebody that checks this that thoroughly because people just want to prove The Rock wrong. He's done great in his life. This may be one of those hiccups that he's going to have to get over, much like the DC movie to not be named. Let's keep that out of this. But I think this is going to be one of those hurdles, Rock. Good job. But good news is, man never skips leg day. So jump away, my friend. The Rock has a hair product. You guys, tell me what you think. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I kind of already know what you think.
Wait, Will Smith punched Chris Rock in the face. Wait, am I being lied to? Is this just like one of those things like Joe Rogan just died? Will Smith confronts Chris Rock on Oscars stage after comedian makes jokes about Will Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith. Oh my, wait, just a patty flippin' moment here, Krusty Krab fans. This is actually Oh! Bro, I was expecting like a little love tap. This man just full hogged him. Bro, that was like a cold clock. That looked like some shit out of Slap Fight Championship. Hold on, let me bring this on screen. What the fuck? That looked huge.
Oh, wow! Wow!
I don't know, that doesn't...
Smack the shit out of me.
That doesn't look planned. That does not look planned.
Wow, dude! It was a G.I. Jane joke.
G.I. Jane のジョークだったんです。
I'm going to.
Holy
okay?
shit.
Okay. That was a...
Is CTE setting in? God damn. Just fucking concussed them. That was huge.
最高の場面でしょうか。
So we are here to give a documentary out, to give an Oscar out.
Wow. Wow. Was that a bit? That doesn't look like a bit. I don't know, man. I've seen a lot of slaps. That doesn't look fake. Bro, I'm like the resident slap expert. Chris Rock eats it. There is no sign of flinching, and Will Smith doesn't advertise this slap at all. That really looks real. Yeah, that 100% connects. So if it was planned, Chris Rock has got an iron chin for going through with this. Because that's fucking huge. That was a real slap. Horrible stepping from Will Smith. True, this would be a penalty in the Slap Fight Championship ring. He did step. In Slap Fight Championship, you're supposed to say planted. But I think he was just throwing the rules to the wind there. Oh my god.
Oh, wow! Wow!
That would also probably be a clubbing penalty too. That was more like an open palm monk strike. And Chris Rock took it like a champ.
Oh, wow! Wow!
What really makes me feel like it's real, because maybe they're just really good actors, right? But what makes me think it's real is Will Smith's reaction. Will Smith is a good actor, but he's not this good.
Wow, dude! It was a G.I. Jane joke.
G.I. Jane のジョークだったんです。
That's real fucking anger. That is real. You can like hear and see how angry he is. Yeah, his eyes are going glossy, like he's seeing red. What was the joke that he told? That had to be something intense. His wife has a condition where she loses her hair, and did he make a joke about it? But making fun of bald men is fine? wait, what is this whataboutism? I didn't say anything like that. I just said it's still fucked up. What are you talking about? Jesus, man. God, that is like an actual Twitter moment right there. What is the popular screenshot? Twitter will take anything and change it around. Like, I could say I love pancakes and someone will reply, so you hate waffles? Something like that. I'm sure I butchered it, but goddamn, that was like a real Twitter moment. Damn, I can't believe this shit just happened. Man, the one time I don't watch the Oscars and it's actually entertaining. Just absolutely full on. I've seen thousands of slaps by now. Polish slaps, American slaps. I even saw the Tattoo Enthusiast slap tournament, like in the very beginning. I've seen them all. That is not scripted. And if it is, Chris Rock that man's a superhuman, and he should be immediately admitted to like the Slap Fight Championship League. Replay it again? Yeah, here you go. One more on the Jumbotron.
どうなんでしょうか。
Now, if it was scripted, I really feel like there would have been a tell. Because Chris Rock doesn't flinch or anything. He is just ready. He is even extending. And Will Smith doesn't advertise this slap at all. That shit came out of nowhere. That was a surprise Amazon delivery. That was 5 fingers to the face express. Will Smith wasn't even supposed to go up, he just did. Oh shit, so he wasn't even supposed to be on stage. Oh, I thought he was like going up to get like an award or an announcement or something and just surprised him with it. This man came the whole way like he was charging the pitcher's mound in slow motion. Imagine he wins the best actor now. Oh my god, yeah. I wish he was nominated for the category Chris Rock was presenting for best documentary. Then he goes up again and gets him with the left hand. He literally laughed at the joke. I don't know the whole clip, but this would be my guess. We've all been there, where someone says a joke that fucking hurts. Your immediate response is to go along with it so you don't look like a bitch. So you don't look weak or you don't look bothered, because you never want to feel like that or look like that. So you just nervous laugh along with it. But then that shit must have festered for a minute and he's like, you know what? Fuck it. So then he went up and blasted him. Chris Rock tried to play it off. I mean, what's he supposed to do? Just cry? Bro, that shit hurt. And he was just being as professional as he could about it. He was a little rattled, though. He started fumbling his words a bit. A little stunned. Isn't that assault? It is, but only if the person assaulted presses charges. It's not like the police are going to storm the building and take Will Smith away in handcuffs unless Chris Rock himself presses those charges. How many of you have never been in a fight? I mean, I haven't been, like, the main participant in a fight, but I've helped break them up before. It's not like once a punch is thrown, all of a sudden you hear sirens in the distance. Like, that is something that you have to pursue. Oh my god, that picture. Hungrybox just posted this. Damn. Look at this shot here. I'll go full cam. I'm not going to pull it up on here again because of the Council of Cock. It's like a boogeyman of Twitter. Look at that fucking slap, though. Man, I told you that shit was not fake. Look at that technique. Will's even got like his other hand up ready to like block a counterattack. And you can see the mark on his face where his fingers connected. Damn, that is textbook. Bro, did Vasily Kamatsky train Will? Like, good lord. In the full clip, Will had to walk so far. That stage is huge. He came in there like he was like a WWE wrestler entering the Royal Rumble. I was expecting like pyrotechnics like halfway through this walk. God damn. That's a huge stage. How sensitive can you be? My man got pissed. Like, he just got real mad. Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of a weird joke to make right to someone's face about an autoimmune disorder that causes them to lose hair. I mean, that's kind of bold. I don't even know if they're friends. Bro, I bet the Oscars right now is looking like a One Direction concert back in the day. Everyone's got their phones out recording, trying to get every angle of what happened next. Let me see. What I mean is it's going to divide them on whether or not Will was in the right or wrong. It's not like it's... Chris Rock made a joke. So it's going to be one of the things of, it's just a joke, maybe tasteless, but does it deserve the slapping? So I'm curious where most people are going to fall, where that pendulum's going to go. I imagine people are going to be like, you have to defend your wife, and by defending your wife, you're defending yourself. It was an insult on both him and his wife's honor, and Will did the right thing, an old-fashioned slapping. And then other people saying, Will's a pussy and he's insecure and this was too far. I think those are going to be the two sides. Chris Rock is probably like, damn. I wish Chris Rock had fought back. I would have loved to see like an actual scuffle, like, he just takes the slap and he's like, alright, bet. And then they just go at it. God, it would have been fucking cool. Like some actual schoolyard shit. I know everyone likes to call into question the authenticity of everything. This is one of those things that I do not think was fake under any circumstances. I've watched so many slaps. I am literally on the forefront of slapping tournaments, man. I've seen millions of fucking slaps. That was a true textbook slap. And if that was planned, then Chris Rock is an absolute menace. Man is a fiend. If he wanted to get physical, why on national television? Bro, if I was to ever throw a punch at someone, I would want that shit televised. Like, if I was ever to go just hog wild, I would want it on the biggest stage possible. For sure. Yeah, that part, I wouldn't, yeah. So I'd want my slap to be televised, but I'd really like if they turned the cameras off when I was crying. True, good point. Yeah, it's kind of unlucky that someone filmed him crying too. So maybe we just cut it off right before the tears. Well, Will Smith literally got his start as a comedian and a rapper. He made fun of people's appearances and never had limits. Yeah. He just really didn't like that one. He thought that one was a super stinker. And to be fair, Will Smith has been having a real weird go of things recently with his wife talking about like how she cheated on him to his face on her show. Like, I will say, Chris Rock comes out of this looking like an actual Terminator though. The way he ate that slap makes me think that his chin could stop a bullet. Good thing he didn't joke about Jada fucking other guys. I thought that's what it was. So when I first heard the reason he did this is because of a joke Chris Rock told about his wife, I thought for sure it was about being like a cuck or something. Or about like the infamous podcast clip where Will is very upset and his wife just keeps going about how she cheated on him and like she needed to cheat on him. I thought for sure that's what it was. If he had done that, Will would have really beat his ass. I don't think so, man. I think, because Will's really, like, come to terms with that, it seems. Like, he was sitting right there as his wife was going over these things, and then they even did, like, a high five at the end and said, bad marriage for life. So I really feel like if Chris Rock was joking about that, it wouldn't have gone anywhere. Will Smith actually won? Will Smith won? Please tell me Chris Rock is presenting the award in, like, a cast. So he just won Best Actor? Oh my god, I hope he gives a speech. Maybe he calls Chris Rock out to a boxing match? Will Smith with a steel chair. Yeah, it gets real WWE and he brings up the chair and a kendo stick and just starts beating his ass. So what's he saying? You usually give like some words when you win. What's he saying? Come on, guy. Fucking keep me up to date. I don't have it pulled up on like a TV or anything. Come on. Where's my fucking real-time intel? He just sucked Chris off. Why am I asking Twitch chat for information on what's happening? Oh my god. What kind of sick madman puts a speech as a GIF? There's no audio on it. What is wrong with you? He's talking about having people disrespecting him and protecting people. I don't know about all that, but I will say after all this, if there's someone here that I think could protect someone, it's Chris Rock. That man is like an actual human riot shield with the way he took that slap. I'm so happy this happened during stream. I got to be on the cutting edge of it as it was unfolding. We watched this tweet go from 5,000 likes to 177,000. So, we were here. We dug our feet in. Do you think Amy Schumer will make a joke about Will slapping her vagina? Is Amy Schumer at the Oscars? What's she nominated for? I also love the people that tagged me after the slap went live immediately on Twitter saying a new slap champion has entered the arena. Yeah, it's crazy the public perception of Will Smith over the years, man. I remember growing up, he was one of the most beloved actors of all time. And then over the last maybe like 6 or 7 years, I'd say, it's gone real south. You know what it was? I can pinpoint the exact moment. YouTube Rewind. The second he did YouTube Rewind, shit went tits up. He did YouTube Rewind the year after his wife is talking about how she cheated on him right to his face, and then it's like it just keeps getting weirder and weirder for him. The Oscars is going fucking wild tonight. For Best Picture, they might just actually have a fucking SWAT unit repel in or something. I think this is a really unique opportunity for the Oscars. I remember before the Oscars were going up tonight, like before they started, everyone was like, yeah, no one gives a fuck about the Oscars anymore. It's such a worthless, egotistical waste. It's dead. Oscars ratings have been tanking for years. And now look at it. They can really pivot and maybe turn Oscars into like a combat thing. Like you fight for the award physically. So that way the fittest one, like the most like war-hardened veteran will win the award. That would actually get people to watch again. Yeah, apparently there was a nip slip too, but I don't give a shit about that. I've seen billions of nipples thanks to the internet. I don't give a fuck there. But you can't find high-quality slaps like that often. Where's his speech at? So he just keeps talking about protecting. I mean, I will say, if Chris fought back, I wonder who would have won. Because Chris ate that. Like, let's play out a scenario. Let's play out like a real Detroit urban survival training fitness course scenario. Chris Rock has jumped into Will's house. He's a burglar. And Will Smith has just tried to defend his wife with the slap. Chris ate that. Now what? Like, I don't know if it would have really, like, protected him, right? Because Chris was looking like a fucking tank. But maybe he just doesn't. Maybe he put all his points into defense and he doesn't have, like, good striking capabilities. This is a really sweet speech. It would have had a lot of impact if he didn't just slap a man before it. Could you take a punch from Will Smith? Man, fuck no. I couldn't take a punch from anyone over the age of 12. That's why I wouldn't get into like a YouTuber boxing fight. I would get absolutely blasted. The only people I'd fight is like children's toy review channels if I had to. This isn't about me. He didn't apologize to Chris, he apologized to his fellow nominees. Nice. And I want to give a real sincere apology. I did something real silly a minute ago. And it's to all my nominees. I'm sorry. Fuck you, Chris. He said, I hope the Academy takes me back. Man, fuck the Academy. They run like the Sith Order. Like, man, they're weird. If the Academy doesn't bring Will Smith back just for the sake of perhaps another slap, then they've truly lost their mind. Because now I know I'll probably watch the next Oscars, even though I had no interest in this one, just because maybe Will Smith slaps somebody else. Maybe he just goes across the entire stadium just fucking slapping everyone. Like, now anything's on the table. It's unpredictable. Maybe he'll keep this energy up past the Oscars too. Like, maybe now that he's got a taste of blood, he'll be ready for a fight at the drop of a hat at any awards show. Like the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award. Like, you better fucking watch your ass if Will Smith is nominated, because shit might just pop off. Man, I'm so tired of all the people saying it's staged. You have to be really young or really dumb to think that. This is absolutely one of those very rare, real moments that happens on TV. I have analyzed thousands of slap matches. Literally thousands. That slap fully connected. It wasn't telegraphed. If it was scripted, he would have absolutely had some kind of tell, like moving his shoulder or something. He literally hit it till the last second and blasted Chris, who didn't flinch or anything. He never saw it coming. And in the actual picture, you can see where his fingers hit his face. It left an imprint. And then the way that he gets this angry afterwards, keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth, that's real rage. His eyes are glossed over. Like, he is genuinely mad. Dude, they're actors, so maybe. Exactly, they're actors, not fighters. Chris wouldn't sign up to get actually, attacked. Bro, half of these actors won't even do, like, the simplest stunts of, like, jumping off a curb into a superhero pose or something. You think they're gonna take a slap to the face? No chance. What an infuriating and sad day. I guess all the baby oil paid off for P. Diddy because he was too slippery for the justice system. I cannot believe it. They have now reached a verdict on all the charges, and he has been acquitted of the most serious ones. The Lord of Lube wiggles his way out of it somehow. Despite overwhelming evidence to support the allegations against P. Diddy about the decades worth of evil, criminal activities and actions he has done, terrorizing the music industry and so many individuals, it seems like the Dawn of Dildos is about to get away with a slap on the wrist. And maybe not even that much. He has been found guilty on 2 of the lesser charges, which could carry a maximum of 20 years in prison. But I've completely lost faith in the system here. I have to imagine this is all just now horseradish and barnacles. I think he will probably just get away with like 6 months probation or some shit.
5 counts. We have a mixed verdict here. Again, count 1 as it relates to racketeering, not guilty. Count 2 as it relates to sex trafficking, not guilty. Count 3, guilty. Count 4, not guilty. Count 5, guilty.
Those 2 counts he was found guilty on, that was like Weenie Hut Jr. level charges compared to the rest, and it's something the defense, I imagine, was extremely pleased to have been found guilty on versus the rest. They were so happy, in fact, that reportedly P. Diddy even stood up and started clapping. Literally like a Tumblr fanfic. He stood up, started clapping, and then, like, his friends and family erupted into applause. Now the judge is considering what bail should be, and we move on to the next stage, which will be the sentencing for these two charges, which carry a maximum of 10 years each. He's not going to be seeing the maximum. He probably won't even be seeing the minimum. They might just let him walk away with being forced to play League of Legends solo queue for like 2 months or something, and that'll be his punishment. It is such a fucking joke what just happened here. I actually still can't believe it. It is sickening. So I truly wouldn't be surprised if he just fully walks free from this, and I guess we can expect the grand reopening of Puffy Flavor Camp. Everyone out there, sleep in fear. Make sure you're sleeping on your back, because if you sleep on your stomach, P. Diddy might just break into your house in the middle of the night and shove a dildo up your ass. It is still just so fucking unbelievable to me. I thought this was dead to rights. Not only because of the overwhelming evidence, but also his team wasn't exactly a cohesive unit. Like, not that long ago, one of his big lawyers quit, saying he could no longer, under any circumstances, represent him, serve as a member of his council. And somehow, they were still able to squeak a win out from between P. Diddy's greased butt cheeks here. I don't know, did they promise, like, freak-off invitations to the jury? I have no clue. I don't get it. I really, truly do not understand how this just happened.
It's a mixed verdict, but it is a stunning victory for the defense. The Mann Act, these charges, these were the easiest for prosecutors to prove, the lowest hanging fruit, merely required showing that state lines were crossed for the purpose to engage in prostitution. We saw a lot of evidence on these charges, did not have that element, Laura, of force, fraud, or coercion. And this carries the lightest sentence of these charges. It is a maximum of 10 years. And keep in mind, when you're talking about maximums aren't the rule, they are the exception. They're for the most exceptional and severe cases. So now you're talking about a sentence that's potentially in the lower range with time served because he's been behind bars.
Yeah, again, he's definitely not seeing the maximum penalty for those charges. I would be surprised if he even saw the minimum. My guess would be, and of course I haven't passed the bar, so this is just fucking Neanderthal spitballing. My guess would be they'll weigh the time served behind bars throughout this case as like you've learned your lesson, and wiggle their finger, don't do it again, and give him some really light punishment. Very, very light sentencing. And then when he's out on bail or full-blown walks free, I imagine baby oil will go extinct. And I predict that there will be a freak-off the likes of which the cosmos has never seen. It'll be filled with so much degeneracy that it will give birth to Slanesh in the warp. In real life. It's going to be a Warhammer 40k event. It's just so fucking despicable, man. It really is.
The fact that these sex trafficking charges, specifically with respect to Cassie Ventura, means that the jury was convinced by the defense, at least with respect to reasonable doubt, that the commercial sex, i.e. the freak-offs, were not connected to some of this violence, that there was not that force, fraud, or coercion element. That is, by far, from a penalty perspective, the most serious. It carried a 15-year minimum. So that is a huge distinction.
Really feels like if you've got enough money, somehow a lot of those very serious, very well-documented things just never really seem to stick in court for some reason. It's so weird how that works. It's so odd how we see that happen so many times. I don't know. Something seems a bit fishy there. From everything I've seen from a couple of lawyers discussing it, the big thing here seems that the RICO charges weren't conveyed well enough for the jury to understand, and that it could have been, like, difficult in the first place as a potential overcharging on P. Diddy, so that was like an uphill battle. Obviously, I don't understand all the nuance to how that shit works in court, like how it all shakes down the fucking Rube Goldberg machine that is arguing RICO charges. I'm not Saul Goodman. But outside of that, the lawyers also expressed how stunned they were that he was found not guilty on the sex trafficking by force and coercion. It seems like, at least from the lawyers that I've read and watched from, they were also very surprised that somehow the jury wasn't convinced on those. That one really did seem like a pretty big slam dunk in the case. Like, at least most sane human beings would think so, but somehow it didn't stick. Somehow it didn't didn't shake out that way. To be found not guilty on those is baffling. Actually baffling. And I went to a live stream where some lawyers were talking, and reading the chat, it will make you lose all possible faith that there's real people online. There are so many people that are elated, celebrating that P. Diddy is free, and saying he should go as far as suing the government for the charges they brought against him. Unironically, I saw someone donate saying, does P. Diddy have a case against the government to sue them for this? Holy shit. What? I don't know how so many people have been poisoned by stupidity. Like there must be some kind of hole in the ozone layer that's letting pure concentrated stupid come through, and it is just destroying neurons at an alarming rate. Such an unfortunate outcome. There's a lot of people that are now going to need to be looking over their shoulder here with this P. Diddy verdict. One of them being a bodyguard who said if P. Diddy walks, he's going to need to go into hiding. I think that's not an exaggeration. He most likely will, in order to stay alive. This is a dangerous man with an extremely well-recorded history of horrible shit he has done, who is now getting let off very easily here. Now, if you're a sane, sensible person, you're probably pretty angered by the outcome, but we don't live in a world where everyone's sane and sensible. There is a not small group of people, the Free Diddy drones, that are very, very pleased. They're very excited that P. Diddy is going to be most likely getting let off super, super easily. They are elated right now, these fucking weirdos. They're acting like they're part of the crew, part of the ship, like they'll get the invite to the next freak-off. And they are so happy. Fucking weirdos out there. It's crazy how anyone can view this as anything other than a disaster. A fucking travesty where the justice system just failed so many people. Yeah, I'm running out of words to express my disbelief in how the Jeffrey Epstein case is being handled by the government. Like, I'm having to make up words to try and encapsulate my feelings. We're all being mahoujanized here by, like, these elites in power that are so desperate to bury the Epstein conversation. To briefly bring you up to speed, if you're a little lost, previously on Dragon Ball Z, the FBI and DOJ had concluded their investigation and determined that there was no Epstein client list, there was no blackmail, and Epstein did indeed take his own life. This runs counter to everything the government has said for years in the previous administration and in the current administration. Even infamously Pam Bondi saying she's got the files, everything's on her desk, and it set so many deadlines for its release. And one of the big talking points for a lot of people running for positions of power was how they were going to be the ones to declassify the Epstein Files and release the Epstein Files. But then the DOJ and FBI pulled a reflafitation job here and just retconned all the lore, sent out some new talking points to the puppets, that there is no client list, there is no blackmail, and he killed himself. So that's what all these ghoulish vermin, these zombies in suits, have been spouting. Until last night, where Trump made a post that said there are files, but they are made by Obama, Crooked Hillary, the Democrats, and everyone. Which goes against what the DOJ and FBI was just trying to say about the outright existence of those kind of things not being in the fucking corporeal realm. But now Trump is saying, no, they're there, but they're like really fraudulent because Obama and Hillary and everyone, they like made them. It was so absurd, in fact, that he got ratioed on his own platform by his most loyal of enthusiasts. It is such a bad job at covering this up, everyone is seeing through it. And I want to go over it here, because this is like a full-blown reflafitation that we're witnessing. Like, that's not even a word, and yet that word still elicits some kind of emotion. Like, it still feels like it fucking means something. I don't have words to express how bad all of this has become. It's unreal. What's going on with my boys, and in some cases, gals? An excellent intro right there. That would be an A+ on the summer book report. My God, what a way of starting a post. They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it, all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with the Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more? He literally right there says that there's files, which is the exact opposite of what the DOJ and FBI have been saying, that there are no files, there are no client lists, there is nothing there. But now he's saying it is there, but you can't trust it because Obama and Hillary and all these other people worked on it. Like, what the fuck? He continues, why didn't the radical left lunatics release the Epstein Files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? Fucking exactly! If this was written by Obama and crooked Hillary, why wouldn't they have used this against you when they had power? Fucking Biden was president for 4 years. If they had already orchestrated this fraudulent Epstein list, don't you think they would have dropped it as a weapon against you? You are contradicting your own statement here. The reason these files haven't been released is because it implicates so many people from all sides of the political spectrum, so both sides are fucking fearful of these ever seeing the light of day. If this really was written by Obama and the crew here, surely that would have dropped at some point. No doubt. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward to the end here because the little nugget at the end is unreal. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. One of the biggest pedophiles in history, with clientele that includes some of the most powerful people in the world. And now all of a sudden nobody cares about Jeffrey Epstein? What? What are you trying to even say? You yourself even made the promise that you would declassify the Epstein Files if you were elected. If you were elected, you were going to make a big song and dance about this transparency and the Epstein Files coming out. So many people around you also made the same claims, and now all of a sudden, nobody cares about Jeffrey Epstein? Nobody? Nobody out there at all? Huh, that's so odd. That's so weird how that just fucking flip-flopped. That's really weird. This desperation from the people in power to bury this conversation should be extraordinarily alarming to anyone that is using any amount of neurons in their noodle. Like, just think for a moment. Why are they trying to pretend that this is nothing? They're trying to, like, hypnotize or brainwash people into just writing this off as no big deal. They were talking about children being raped by so many people in power. In what universe is that not a huge issue that everyone should care about? You are paying taxes to and are being controlled by people that were raping children. And they are not facing justice, even though justice is what was promised by this administration and had been repeated so many times to the American public of how they were going to be pursuing justice come hell or high water. Everyone that Epstein ever associated with, everyone incriminated in these files is going to face the piper. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, criminals. And now they're just saying, no, it's not real, it doesn't exist, there's no evidence of that, we're not doing anything. And not only are they not doing anything, they're actively lying to the public about all of it and now trying to convince the public that it's stupid to make a big deal out of it, and that you're wrong for making a big deal out of it. Again, keep in mind, a lot of people that are currently in power use the Jeffrey Epstein talking point as a huge piece, because the previous administration completely fucking failed in delivering anything of substance in regards to that investigation. So, this next cycle, a ton of people were using it as a way of trying to win over a lot of people about how transparent they're going to be and how justice is going to be a priority. And now that they're in a position to actually deliver on that justice, they're just burying it, outright just denying its existence, and making sure all of those that were implicated get away with it. I don't know how any sane human being with a functioning frontal lobe could look at this as anything other than a complete betrayal and a lie in using their power to protect these elite pedophiles on the Jeffrey Epstein list. It should be something everyone cares about, but they're trying to tell you to reject what you know to be true and just mindlessly follow their every single word. Words that change every single day. There's no one story. They are constantly flip-flopping. They're not even in agreement with their own stories at all, but you just need to swallow all the shit they feed you. They were already telling you how important Jeffrey Epstein and everything in regards to that case was. Now they're telling you it's not important and it's not real, so get over it. You need to not let that actually take hold in your psyche. This is the most blatant, bad cover-up ever. This is the worst cover-up job in history, yet somehow it is actually still working for some people. there are people that are now just like writing it off as no big deal. Like, guys, can we get on to the next thing now? This is stupid. We're so hung up on this Epstein thing. I've never even heard of Epstein. Epstein? I don't even know how to say his name. I have no idea what any of this is about. All I know is there's no big deal. Like fucking goofball Stephen A. Smith recently had this to say about it.
It's really, really surprising that this matters. Of course, I think there's a list, but I don't know. I suspect, but I have no knowledge, nor do I care. It's Friday night. I'm getting ready to go out and enjoy myself. I'm getting ready to have a nice weekend. I could give a damn about the client list, the Epstein client list. This has no effect on me whatsoever. I have a life. I don't understand for the life of me why this matters so much to these. I'm talking about people losing it. They're crying on camera. They're talking about resignations. They're pissed off about everything. I'm like, really?
That's a fascinating perspective there, Stephen. I see you put on your stupid cap for this. That's very interesting. So it's no big deal to you that children were being raped by Epstein and all of his associates, many of those associates being very powerful political figures? That you don't understand why that would be like a big deal or something that people care about? Oh, but you're going out on Friday night to go eat fucking shrimp or something, so you're having like a great time. It doesn't affect you. What is even the point you're trying to make here? You're just implying that because you're about to go have like a nice Friday night, you have a life, thus you can't be bothered to care about these absolutely heinous crimes that other people seem to care about that you don't understand why. Good news, everyone. Stephen A. Smith is not directly affected by the unthinkable crimes committed by Epstein and all of his associates, so the case is closed. There is no point in even pursuing justice against all of the criminals that were involved. There's certainly no point in talking about it any further. In fact, he is criticizing people that are talking about it still. He doesn't think it's that big of a deal because he's busy. He's a busy guy. He's a very social guy. He's got a function on a Friday night where he can go enjoy some hors d'oeuvres. He doesn't really seem to care all that much about this whole Epstein thing and all the victims there, I suppose. That's what he's implying. So move on. Is it like that's the message he's delivering here? It's crazy. He is directly implying that it doesn't affect him. He doesn't seem to care and doesn't think anyone is justified in caring. It doesn't make sense to him why people care so much about these heinous, evil crimes. That is crazy that he is just confidently saying that with his whole chest. He's unafraid to just say how little it matters to him with how evil this shit is. You can see the talking points have now actually hit the desks. So there's a lot of people that are now trying to regurgitate this vomit about like it's just not a big deal. It's so surprising anyone cares. And you can see that his cohort here is giggling. His handlers went and programmed some laughter into his protocol so that way they could try and like turn this into a joke. Which is like the administration has done that before. Remember when they teased the Epstein Files release and what they actually did was drop a Rickroll on Twitter for it? It's crazy. They have taken one of the biggest pedophiles in history that has the most evil shit ever in it and have made it into this, a joke, and trying to parade it around like it's no big deal and that you're wrong for caring about it.
With all the stuff going on in this country, with all the power that you possess because of the cash and the influence you have because of your connection to this administration. That's why you upset at Trump. I didn't blame Trump one bit for looking at them and saying, really? That really matters to you? That's really that important? Now, maybe he had a different reason for saying it, trying to be evasive or whatever. I don't know. But I do know this. In the grand scheme of things, it ain't going to affect the lives of over 200 to 300 million Americans. I think we'll be just fine without knowing whether or not there was really a client list. I think we'll be okay. It's unbelievable that this is a big deal to me. It really is.
Holy shit, Steven. You're like Superman. No, you're like an anime protagonist. What a hero with this take. It's unbelievable to Steven that anyone cares about children being raped and being upset that the people responsible aren't being thrown in jail for it. They're not facing any repercussions and they remain in power. He can't process why anyone would care about that. What an interesting perspective, Steven. That is very special stuff. Fascinating. This is fucking unhinged. He is just proudly, confidently saying that people need to just like move on and grow up, that this isn't some like big deal, and he can't wrap his head around why anyone's caring about it. Because he's not directly affected by it because he's going to go eat dinner. Like, what? What? Like, I'm actually having like a fucking Scatman level meltdown right here at a loss for words. How people can actually have that mentality. Everyone is affected by this, by the way, because it now proves that there are people that are above the law. And those people are people you directly pay taxes to in a lot of cases, Stephen, Everyone is affected here, you fucking goober. He's not the only one. This has become like a common talking point. I guess the talking point emails went out, maybe with a little bit of money under the table for it as well, that this is now what they're trying to regurgitate. They're trying to plant this idea in everyone's head that it's been blown way out of proportion and that you shouldn't care about it. They are trying to convince you not to care about this level of evil and that they will lie directly to your face. Like, you can go to their own words over the last year or so, and you can hear them talk about it very differently, about how important the Jeffrey Epstein investigation is, and the client list, and the blackmail, all those files. Like, that had become a crucial talking point for these same people that are now saying, no big deal, doesn't exist, move on. Ask yourself why. Why? Just please, I'm begging you, do not let someone like Stephen A. Smith convince you that it's not something you should care about. You should. It's extremely important. And it is crazy that it continues to get even more insane with the handling of the entire Epstein conversation. It should be painfully obvious to anyone that's been following all of this that it is clear the government thinks that you are an idiot. They think you are a drooling, stupid Cro-Magnon that will just happily swallow anything they put into your mouth and not think anything more of it, so they don't even need to try when it comes to the cover-up of the Jeffrey Epstein case. There is now a desperate push from Trump and a lot of paid shills to convince the public that the Jeffrey Epstein thing is no big deal and that it's all now a hoax. It has now been officially labeled by Trump and people on the payroll here as a hoax. And they are legitimately laughing at you and actually giggling. They cannot help but have like an actual Santa Claus ho 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 belly laugh at this play here, this fucking play that John Madden's playbook wouldn't even have in it, about how they're just going to tell you that all of it's not real a week ago, and now they're telling you it is real, but it's actually like a big fake hoax from Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the Democrats. And for some people, that's enough. He hit the big buzzwords, so it must be true. So now a lot of people are running with that, like, we gotta move on from this Epstein thing. It's all fraudulent. He said so. Even though Trump literally campaigned as one of his promises to deliver this Epstein information, the client list. Now he is calling it a hoax. Now I want to mention something up top here that I'm very curious to see how it plays out. Yesterday I covered the amendment that was put forth that got fucking smacked down at the Royal Rumble, where there was an amendment put forth that would try and force the DOJ to release the Epstein client list and all that shit. And it got voted against unanimously by the Republicans voting to block it. Democrats voted unanimously to not have it be blocked, so that way they could at least have a debate about the Epstein Files and the handling of it. It didn't go to the next step. It got stopped there. And there was a lot of like citing of confusion and how like, well, actually, no, that's not what the vote was for, because it was attached to the Genius Act, which is a different cryptocurrency legislation. So they were voting to not do that, and then this was slapped on top of it, so they had to vote no, or else it'd give the floor to the Democrats or something. But ultimately, the end result was the same. It got blocked. Well, today, there's a new proposal that's getting put forth that is aiming to do something similar in a different way, that has support from all the Democrats and 7 Republicans as of now, but apparently even more will be co-signing it, about releasing the Jeffrey Epstein client list and that kind of shit. So I'm very curious to see how that unfolds. I'll go ahead and play you a little bit here where they interviewed.
And tomorrow. And this is this is a discharge petition, right? It's going to force this bill onto the floor of the House, and then what does it say?
So it's both the discharge petition and the bill. It's the discharge petition is to force it on the House. The way it works is Thomas Massey and I introduced it yesterday. It takes 7 legislative days before you can actually go through the discharge petition. We're likely going to be in August recess. So the reality is it probably will come up for a vote after the August recess. And the bill says to release all evidence for the Epstein file, but it makes it clear that does not include any of the victim information. It does not include any child pornography. It gives the DOJ the ability to protect the victims, but to release all the other evidence and files.
So here.
Now, I'm not the most knowledgeable person. I'm a fucking Neanderthal when it comes to most things, but from the sound of things here, it seems like this is a step in the right direction to maybe finally getting justice for the victims here of Epstein and all of his clients, instead of what's currently happening, where the current administration is just trying to bury it and being very clear that they're not even fucking pursuing any kind of action against all of the people they have all this evidence on and not releasing any of the client list information. This seems like it's trying to force that to come forward and maybe eventually, hopefully, get those criminals thrown in jail for all of the crimes they've committed. I guess we'll see how it all shakes down, but I wanted to mention this up top because it seems like it is finally getting to a point where there is some kind of legislation being drafted to try and push this issue more forward. Now, let's talk about how Trump continues to handle this. He is like full-blown melting down about the whole thing and fully lashing out at his own base now. He is attacking even his most adamant supporters over the Epstein case. He's even saying with his whole floppy chest that you are a bad person if you care about the Epstein stuff, saying that it's boring and nobody should care, even criticizing his own base, calling out his most loyal MAGA supporters, all the enthusiasts, calling them weaklings if they care about this and how they're falling for a big scam, hook, line, and sinker into a Democrat galaxy brain chess maneuver here. And actually, like, I wasn't exaggerating, they are literally laughing about it.
It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
So there you hear it. Now, to some of you, the copium's going to set in. You're going to say, hey, he said the credible information, we can release it. We should release it, and we'll talk about that. But they also say in the same interview, we already released the credible information.
And the credible information's been given.
So if it's already been given, they're not going to give you more stuff.
CoffeeZilla recently just covered this section here beautifully. I'm just going to show you a couple of clips here from it where that guy next to Trump actually couldn't contain his laughter. He was howling like someone went over there and started tickling him because of Trump's statement here about Epstein, calling people bad people if they care about this. Literally one of the biggest pedophiles in history. Now all of a sudden it's boring, nobody should care, and actually you're a weakling, coward, weirdo, loser, bad person if you do care. So he's trying to get people to like attack others who give a shit about this, which is crazy. Because imagine being this brain-dead fucking bumbling homunculi on Twitter that is now attacking people that are calling attention to this. When keep in mind, Trump himself actually had a crucial component of his campaign talk about the Epstein client list and all of that information and how he was going to be so transparent and release it to the public because of how important it is. Not just Trump, other people in the administration as well made same promises that are now flip-flopping on it. This is pure concentrated lunacy. It is unhinged. And I cannot believe that he is just saying this. Like, not even like tiptoeing around it. He is just full-on saying it. Fucking wet spot in his goddamn diaper here. Just saying it in front of the cameras multiple times now. Like, this is an element you won't find on the periodic table, the element of surprise, because I am shocked by this and how people are actually okay with the statement. He is saying that you are a piece of shit if you are trying to get answers about the biggest child predator of all time and all of the evil associates that are getting away with the unthinkable crimes they committed. There have still been no arrest or anything even close to it, and he is now calling even people in his most tight-knit groups of enthusiasts that sing his praises and suck farts out of his butt all fucking day, calling them weaklings if they care about this. It's unbelievable. Oh, also, there's a little interesting tidbit of lore about the guy who was laughing next to Trump.
The guy next to Trump looking on and laughing as Trump says this is a big nothing burger. The only people who would deal in this kind of talk are fake news. That is Epstein's neighbor. That is Howard Lutnick, who has a house that was next to Epstein's place. You can see him laughing here.
Isn't that fascinating? If this was a TV show, people would criticize this for bad writing, being like too in your face. I mean this legitimately. The government thinks you are a fucking imbecile. They think you are a buffoon that can't think for themselves at all, can't rationally, sensibly think about anything, so they can just piss in your face and tell you it's raining, and you'll smile about it and nod and say, thanks, you're right. I mean, and I guess they're actually kind of right here because there are so many people that are just buying into this and moving on from it.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein Files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen of that?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And
does he just actually think everyone in this country is Drew Barrymore from 51st States that just forgets everything after a few seconds? Goober, you literally made the promise multiple times that you would release the Epstein information and all of that shit. People around you made the same promises, and now it's just crickets and just falling in line with your delusional attempt here to convince people that it's all some kind of hoax. Nobody is buying that. Nobody that's not on payroll, that is buying that. It is absurd. If this was constructed by the Democrats, surely they would have used it as a weapon against you for the last 4 fucking years that you just mentioned. They would have definitely dropped this information as a means of attacking you. Literally anybody could tell you the same thing. The immediate question that gets raised in people's heads when you keep spreading this stupid fucking lie about it being some kind of engineered hoax is, well, why are you just now saying that when you campaigned on releasing this information? It was a part of your campaign. If it's all just a big hoax. And not even just part of the, like, in his first couple months in the office, he also made a big song and dance about the Epstein Files and how they're coming. He even had fucking the file folders distributed to a bunch of fucking drones, a bunch of androids that were parading it around and taking prom pictures with the Epstein Files Phase 1, who also are now being called weaklings by Trump because they cared about the Epstein Files. So he was actually calling those people that he gave those files to fucking weaklings, and says, he did say he doesn't want that kind of support anymore for anyone that cares about Epstein. So he is actually also calling those people weaklings as well. Not that I think they give a shit. They probably enjoy the humiliation here from him. I have no idea. But, like, it's crazy because he has also made a big deal of it, and now all of a sudden, it's nothing. No one cares about it. It's all just a big act. It's a hoax, actually. None of it's real. It's all fraudulent from the fucking Democrats or something.
it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net, and so they try and do the Democrats' work. It's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements we've had.
He's not being shy about it. Like, he's not being timid. He's not over here, like, under his breath saying these things. He is actually just full-blown multiple times saying how stupid people are if they care about Epstein case and all of the evil people that have gotten away with it that are actively being covered for by this administration. Also, the previous administration as well. Anyone that's ever cared about the Epstein case apparently is stupid in Trump's eyes and has been deceived by an elaborate Democrat hoax, which they never actually used for some fucking reason. I guess, because that makes sense. It's demented. He has latched onto this titty hard and is trying to suck all the milk it can possibly get from this narrative that nobody is believing. No real people, that is. He is so desperately on his hands and knees, crawling, groveling, begging people to move on from it, trying to even give it like a title. Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And then again calling out his supporters, saying that they bought into the bullshit and that they haven't learned their lesson, never will. And it's just crazy. Like, he's actually even attacking his own base now. He says, let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think of talking of our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore. You can literally hear him crossing his arms in that statement. Well, I don't want their support anymore anyway. Like a child mad at their parents because they didn't get a cookie after dinner or something. It's so pathetic. I really don't understand how just a normal person could see all of this and still just write it off as no big deal and be supportive of the way he is handling this shit and the administration, the way they're handling it. It's incomprehensible to me. Now, I understand people who are pretending to be okay with it because they're getting some doubloons under the table for it, no doubt. But this, like, any sensible person would see this and immediately smell the shit. It's just so fucking nuts how blatant this is. And I just can't help but keep talking about it. I can't stop. I'm about to have a conniption. I'm sure all of you have seen this by now, but I have to yap about it. It is infuriating. New information just dropped from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, if you want to call it that. I don't think that nomenclature applies to this circus that's being performed here with all of this. It's a clown show. It's about as much of an investigation as Bozo investigating a pie that was thrown in his face. It's a fucking joke. Read this headline and tell me it doesn't make you fail the try not to fume challenge. This shit has got me steaming. They are trying to, with a straight face, say that Jeffrey Epstein never had a client list and did commit suicide. There was no foul play, no fishy business there. That was no horseradish, no flag on the play, just a classical suicide. Also, no client list, no blackmail, no evidence of either of those two things. How peculiar, considering it wasn't that long ago that they were flaunting that the client list was coming out, the Epstein Files were releasing. They even gave the Phase 1 files to a bunch of influencers online for some photo ops, and they were posing like fucking prom pictures. They made a big hoopla that those were the Epstein Files in their paws right there. And they'll eventually release to us plebeians out here. Well, if there's no client list, what the fuck is in those folders? What Pokemon card binder? Like, what did you give them? Yeah, apparently there's no client list, so what did you hand them? Just an empty file? An empty folder? And not only that, Pam Bondi herself here, she has made so many statements about, like, how the Epstein client list is on her desk right now. You know, it's over there gathering dust. She'll eventually brush it all off and drip feed us the information as it comes, and everyone that's on that list is gonna face justice. She was cutting WWE promos about the Jeffrey Epstein client list. She'd even set hard dates on when it's gonna drop like it was a new album. Mark your calendar, sports fans. The Epstein Files dropping on this date. And then the date rolls around and it's just nothing. Like, actually nothing Burger Central. Like, shit got more delayed than Half-Life 3. It just never showed up, even though she would set dates, and then all of a sudden she's got excuses for why it's not there. But now, apparently there was no client list in the first place, so what the fuck was sitting on your desk, Pam? How could the client list be sitting on your desk when the DOJ and FBI say that there is no client list? What an interesting pickle. That's quite a conundrum. She says that she had the client list, like a physical copy on her desk. She constantly has referenced the client list, spoken directly about the client list. But now all of a sudden, DOJ and FBI said it's not a real thing. I have no idea how she's even going to begin to tackle that plot hole there. It is crazy how stupid they treat the rest of humanity. Like, all of the people on the planet are lobotomites, and they can be fed any information whatsoever, and they'll accept it with a smile on their face and think nothing of it. And in some cases, that does happen. But in something like this, there should be 0 people on the planet that are happy with this and believe this, because this is the most blatant, fraudulent lie since Wes Watson lying about being 6 feet tall. This is absurd. This is just ridiculous. It is downright diabolical to be doing a cover-up job like this. It's literally fart investigated poop and found no shit. They have talked about it themselves for so long, about having this client list and all of this blackmail evidence and everything, about how all of them are going to face justice. Pam Bondi talked about tens of thousands of videos that they recovered as well. Like, how are you going to just wipe your ass with that and expect people to believe it? If anyone believes this, you need serious psychiatric help. If you actually swallow this shit they fed you with this information, that it's, you know, a case of suicide, no client list, and no blackmail, you really need to take a hard look in the mirror. Because you are just not like a thinker. Like, you don't have a thinking cap on at all. Because this is just absurd. There should be no one on the planet that is fooled by this. This should make you mad. It absolutely should make you very upset. Because this is blatantly covering up for corrupt, evil people in high positions of power. I saw this said as a joke, but I actually think we're pretty close to them just denying Jeffrey Epstein ever even existed in the first place. I really think the next step here is they're going to start talking about, like, evidence to confirm that Jeffrey Epstein was never real. It was a code name for like a shadow operative that never actually existed. There was no island. There were no victims. I think we are not far away from them trying that play, because they are using every weird tactic in the book to try and bury anything even remotely related to Jeffrey Epstein, while trying to put on a strong face about how everyone's going to face justice. Well, where's that? That hasn't happened. And it hasn't happened for years. So what is up with all of this lying? They just keep kicking the can down the road. They have still not released the Epstein Files, and now they've put the kibosh on it, saying the Epstein Files aren't even real in the first place. It was all just made up, a fucking illusion. So now it is 100% ensuring everyone that was associated with all of that evil gets away with it. And they're just proudly doing it in front of the entire American public's face, spitting in everyone's mouth by trying to say that doesn't exist, it's not real. No client list, no blackmail, nothing like that, and he did kill himself. And apparently they're releasing some surveillance camera footage, like a lot of hours worth of that, to show that no one entered his cell during any of that time. Obviously just doing everything in their power to put the conversation of Jeffrey Epstein and everything around the topic to rest. So now you have the three-letter organizations all working together, the DOJ, the FBI, the DVD, the VCR, the BBL, all of them working together, now trying to sell this horseradish about there being no client list and no blackmail. Like, I cannot believe that they are just trying to just say that, even though it's been something they've supposedly acted on and investigated for years and made huge progress on, and want to get the information out to the American people because of these dangerous individuals that need to be held accountable and face justice for the crimes that they engaged in on Jeffrey Epstein's island. It was even used as a political talking point for some individuals to gain positions of power, using it as part of their platform about how they're going to fight for justice and release these Jeffrey Epstein files that have been, clogged up for so long and not, the information not out and available to the public. They were going to be the ones to break that dam. They were going to pursue this, come hell or high water, fighting night and day for it. And now those people have been elected only to flip-flop, and now they're totally fine burying the Jeffrey Epstein subject entirely. You should be asking yourself, why? I'll stop ranting on it, but it is just mind-boggling how dumb the government thinks everybody is. And I hope they're not right, because under no circumstances should this be something that people just let go of. Like, oh, this is a bit of a blemish right now, but people forget it in a little while. It's not that big of a deal. It's a huge deal. And there should be nobody out there downplaying it. This is preposterous. And I just had to yap about it. I just said I'd stop ranting about it, but now I'm once again. Today, a Kickstarter project was launched, as well as a trailer dropping about the final years of Stan Lee's life and the elder abuse he was allegedly victim of. It's a subject I've talked about from time to time on the channel. A few years ago, I even made a video covering the exploitation of his legacy for the sake of shilling NFTs. That one was particularly evil, basically saying, you gotta put all your money into these NFTs. It's what Stan Lee would have wanted. Excelsior, am I right? You don't want to disappoint Stan Lee. Get our NFTs. It's shameful. And there were allegations of elder abuse in the later life of Stan Lee for a long time. And now today, this documentary has popped up from someone named John Bolerjack, who is a former assistant to Stan Lee, who's claiming he's had tons and tons of video evidence and footage of numerous times Stan Lee was taken advantage of, and now he's putting it all together for this documentary called Stan Lee: The Final Chapter, and he's launched a Kickstarter campaign looking for $300,000 to finish it. I'm going to go ahead and give you my thoughts right off rip before we even get into the trailer, as well as like a clip that dropped from it. To me, that feels really exploitative as well. You're telling me you've had this footage for years, incriminating evidence of Stan Lee being taken advantage of, and instead of releasing it throughout the years to spread the word about the injustice he faced or giving it to authorities about potential elder abuse, you've instead just sat on it, keegling it until now, compiling it into this documentary that you're now looking for $300,000 to finish, to pay for things like casting, wardrobe, hair and makeup, music composition, a soundstage space, visual effects, like, what the fuck? If the goal is justice for Stan Lee, this feels highly unnecessary. I don't think you need a visual effects department on standby to cook up some CGI for it, you know? Like, you don't need Blur Animation Studio on the horn to do some kind of 3D render of like a reenactment scene or something. If you've got all of this incriminating evidence, it feels a little weird to be asking $300,000 from people to crowdfund a pretty bow to put on all of this and like elevate it to like a Hollywood production where they want a set constructor, like they want to build a set, like I don't know if they want to like recreate Stan Lee's home 1-to-1 or something, or you know, as well as like a sound stage, like what, you refuse to release the footage unless everything, like all the testimonials can be filmed on like a Blackmagic Pro 45K camera or something. Like, I don't really understand it. To me, feels like it's also capitalizing off of Stan Lee's name, but this time from a different angle where it's highlighting all of the other people who also exploited Stan Lee in a different way. I'll show you the trailer, and you can obviously form your own fucking thoughts on it, but there's a couple things I want to talk about as well as showing you that clip that dropped.
My name is John Bolerjack, and for the last 4 years of Stan Lee's life, I was his assistant, his confidant, but most importantly, his friend. I traveled the world with him, witnessing firsthand the incredible highs of his legendary career, but also the heartbreaking lows.
John Bolerjack was someone that was close to Stan Lee, and he has filmed a ton of things around him and the people around him as well. So a lot of the footage is basically showcasing how people interacted with Stan Lee, those closest to him, and how they viewed him as kind of like a tool to make money off of. I'll play the rest of the trailer in a moment, but I want to show you this clip because I think this clip is a really interesting look at not only John, but a lot of what Stan Lee was subjected to.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now, are you ready to give a riveting speech? You're going to change lives.
I thought I was finished with that. What do I have to do now?
It's never over.
I'm not on the crazy pills, right? Like, I'm not boofing stupid potion, right? That's John Bolerjack that's saying that to him. You can see his hair, his voice is the same. That's John. And he's the one telling him that it's never over. Like, John, I'm assuming he was trying to be, like, sarcastic there, but John, even at the time, was privy to Stan Lee being taken advantage of, but just sat by and let it continue and let all of those people around him continue to exploit him. To me, it feels really weird. You've got all of this footage, you are aware of these things happening where he's being taken advantage of, and instead of sharing that footage at the time or contacting someone to try and help, he just lets it persist and then holds on to this footage for years after his death. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right to me. Like, it feels off. And he also has something else that I found pretty mean-spirited to say to Stan at the end of this clip.
You what?
I said I thought I was finished, but apparently I'm not.
No. Once we're done, we'll get out of here.
Now, what do I do here?
Same thing, talk about you. We'll make some new questions.
But I don't have the...
Yes, you will. Yes.
Yeah. You not want to have the mic on? How do I turn on and off? I can control that.
You get your money's worth out of me.
Every single penny.
Penny, like 5 pennies.
So this guy telling Stan Lee what he's going to do, even without Stan Lee really knowing and really wanting to, he is still pushing Stan Lee to do it. And then Stan Lee says, you get your money's worth out of me. And he says, every penny. And then John Bolerjack comes in and says, pennies, like 5 pennies. That's just kind of mean. Like, I don't know what the joke was supposed to be there. I don't know why he would come in at the end and say that on the back of that after we just watched Stan Lee get pushed to do something he wasn't aware of and not wanting to do by somebody who's basically controlling his appearance here. It just rubs me the wrong way.
Stan spent his final years enduring mistreatment, manipulation, and betrayal at the hands of a few very bad actors.
Is there any way to get us out of that
San Francisco thing. Or do you feel we gotta do it?
Gotta do it. At the time, I didn't have the power to stop it, but I did have a camera and I filmed everything.
Whoa, watch out!
It's extremely sad watching this. Elder abuse is a fucking horrid thing. And John claims that at the time he didn't have the power to stop it, but he had a camera, so he filmed everything. Well, you were compiling evidence. You could have submitted that evidence to authorities, and there's a very real chance nothing would have come from it. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of really evil people that would have been able to squeak their way out of it, but you still would have tried. You did have the ability to have this footage come to light. You could have released this footage yourself online. There were a ton of options with this footage outside of just now bringing it to the public's attention while asking for money to finish a movie around that footage. I understand there have been many cases where a documentary has been instrumental in justice for whatever case it's been covering, but I just can't understand why during all of the discussions around is Stan Lee being abused by the people closest to him, there was even a lawsuit about elder abuse and Stan Lee, during all of this, and it did get a ton of attention, why John Bolerjack with his footage wouldn't have come forward to contribute to that discussion with evidence that, yes, Stan Lee is being taken advantage of. Yes, there are people close to Stan Lee doing things that he doesn't want to do or know that he's doing. I don't understand why back then, with all of the footage he had, he wouldn't have spoke up during those times. It just feels weird that he's had it for so long and is now just bringing it to the public during a Kickstarter pitch.
Now I'm asking for your help to finish the film and finally get justice for Stan. This documentary includes first-hand accounts from key witnesses, including comic book legends like Rob Liefeld and Roy Thomas, as well as many others who saw the chaos and unethical acts. This isn't speculation, it's all on camera. Undeniable.
This is old Stan Lee coming at you. No, you're not old.
Irrefutable.
I thought I was finished, but apparently I'm not.
No ambiguity.
I think it's pretty clear from industry veterans that have talked about it to the footage that already exists outside of this documentary, since this hasn't released, so we don't know all the footage in it, that we can say with a pretty high level of confidence Stan Lee was taken advantage of in the later years of his life by tons of people around him. I think that much is pretty clear, in my opinion, and I have no doubt that whatever footage John has here will be really helpful in holding a lot of those evil assholes that were exploiting him accountable. I'm hoping that there will be a lot of good that comes from it. But this approach of just squatting on the footage for many years and then only bringing it out if enough money is given to finish the film is very off-putting. And looking at the Kickstarter rewards feels really weird too. Let me just hold your hand through what $50 gets you in the project. A stunning photo comic capturing rare, candid moments of Stan Lee like you've never seen before. Shot by filmmaker Jonathan Bolerjack, this collection offers an intimate look at the legend's life beyond the spotlight. Featuring 11 different covers, each showcasing a hand-picked image curated by its respective sponsor. Every book comes signed by Bolerjack, making it a must-have for true fans of Stan and his legacy. What? So each copy is signed by John, which means it's a must-have if you love Stan Lee. Where have we heard that nomenclature before? Spoiler alert, it's the NFTs that were shilled on Stan Lee's Twitter page a few years back. There are so many reward tiers here, more than I've ever seen in a Kickstarter project. I shit you not, I think there's close to 40 or 50 different reward tiers. It's crazy. Here's one for $500 where you get basically a CGC slabbed Stan Lee image. It seems like the reward system is all about incentivizing collectors. Every reward tier has some kind of element that hypes up the collecting appeal of the reward tier for the Kickstarter. It's very, again, weird. Here's another option for $500 tier, where you can get a tour through Los Angeles with John, where you'll visit places where bribes were offered, schemes were plotted, and millions went missing, stories that have never been told till now. What? So he'll take you on a tour of places where Stan Lee was exploited for $500. He'll take you on the Los Angeles tour of Stan Lee being taken advantage of. I just don't know how that can be perceived as anything other than slimy. It's basically reducing the elder abuse Stan Lee suffered to a tour for you to go on for $500 with this guy who's treating it like it's some kind of like attraction. It's just so not okay, I feel. For $8,000, you get an invite to the Emmys and the governor's ball. All right. It goes on and on. I'm not kidding. 40 different reward tiers is an understatement. I think there's probably closer to 60 or 70 different tiers of Kickstarter rewards here.
With your help, we can finish the film, expose the truth, and give Stan the justice he deserves.
As I mentioned, this footage that he has most likely will showcase a lot of the horrible things people have done to Stan Lee, and many times he was taken advantage of. But I don't feel like the goal of this film is to get justice for Stan Lee. It looks very different when you actually go through the page, all the rewards, all of the things that the money is going towards, and also when you remember the fact that he's had this footage for so long and is now just bringing it out for a Kickstarter pitch. Yep, much to the chagrin of a lot of people in power, the conversation around Jeffrey Epstein doesn't seem to be fizzling out anytime soon, which is great. Hopefully, it will keep this steam and will never peter out, because it is of the utmost importance that this gets corrected, that they stop trying to perpetuate these lies that they're attempting to shove down the American public's throat about Jeffrey Epstein not having a list, not indulging in blackmail, and then trying to drop what has now been revealed as modified footage of Jeffrey Epstein's cell area to prove that he took his own life and no one came in there. There was no fishy business. The Baba Yaga didn't pay him a visit or anything. And they try and proclaim that footage was the raw, real deal, organic, sourced footage here. But what we're talking about today, it turns out that was once again another fucking lie. CoffeeZilla just made a video talking about it as well, so I'm going to play a few clips from that because he is significantly more intelligent than I am. And buckle your seatbelt because it is a wild ride.
The raw Epstein footage was modified according to its metadata, despite Dan Bongino previously saying that they would release the original footage so you wouldn't think there were shenanigans.
There's video. We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
Well, unfortunately, that's not what we got.
To briefly explain for those that don't know, when the DOJ and FBI came out and said that Epstein did not have a list, did not indulge in blackmail, and did in fact commit suicide, they then dropped some footage that was supposed to corroborate that there really was no one else that entered his area and killed him or anything. So they dropped a lot of footage. And it was supposed to be the raw feed of it. Turns out that doesn't seem to be the case. It was very likely modified, and you're about to see the metadata that indicates that it most likely was, as well as a forensic expert that weighs in that also thinks that it was not done properly here.
And basically they pulled the metadata and showed that the footage appears to be assembled from at least 2 source clips, saved multiple times, exported, and then uploaded to the DOJ's website, where it was presented as raw footage, which technically it is not. Now, I pulled the EXIF data myself. This is what it looks like. You can see that there's these ingredients file path here, where you can see 4 different files. 2 of them are just identical. So 2 unique files here that have been basically stitched together is the most charitable interpretation.
So they went into Adobe Premiere and edited the footage, saving it multiple times. I cannot believe that they would even leave the metadata intact. You would think that these 3-letter organizations would be better at hiding their dirty work. Now, maybe if they were using the superior editing program, Sony Vegas, they would have been able to, get away with it more effectively, because Sony Vegas probably doesn't even have metadata. It's so fucking archaic. But they went into Adobe Premiere, spliced this together, and then sent it as raw when it is not raw. It is edited. That is legitimately, by all possible definitions, a lie. Even though Bongino said, no, you're going to get the raw, so there's no shenanigans. but all we get is shenanigans.
Yes, maybe you didn't do anything with it, but it kind of ruins the whole chain of evidence. Wired actually quotes a professor of UC Berkeley whose research focuses on digital forensics. He has testified in numerous court cases, and he says, if a lawyer brought me this file and asks if it was suitable for court, I'd say no, go back to the source, do it right. Do a direct export from the original system, no monkey business.
It's actually scary just how blatant this corruption is. For years, they have talked about the Epstein list and the blackmail. It is something that everybody knows exists. Like, there is endless amounts of evidence to suggest its legitimacy. Yet now, all of a sudden, they're like, nah, it's not real. No, that's just fictitious. That's like fucking Santa Claus's list right there. That's not real. No naughty and nice list. No Jeffrey Epstein list. There's no such thing. Jeffrey Epstein's not even a real person. That's just a made-up fairy tale. Like, they haven't gone that far with that claim, but like I said last time, I feel like we're not far off from them just trying to deny Jeffrey Epstein ever even existed, trying to scrub him from the history books here. But, like, they are actively just not even trying to make this believable. They are so confident that they will not be held accountable that they don't even bother to do even the slightest amount of elbow grease to convince anyone to believe them. And they're right, like nothing's happening to them. They are covering up for one of the biggest pedophiles in history that implicates some of the most powerful people across the globe. And they are sweeping it under the rug. There have been no arrests made, and it doesn't seem like they're pursuing it at all. Caroline even just recently said that they're not, like, releasing anything in regards to it because of, like, how graphic and gross all of it is.
What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable, and they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Oh, they provided the results of that? How many people went to jail, Caroline? I must have missed that update. Were there a lot of bad guys that got locked up here? Oh man, that's huge. I feel like more people should know that. Can you share who all got arrested from all of the Epstein investigations? This vile worm tries to say that nothing's going to get released, and I guess nothing's going to happen to anyone that was incriminated here because a lot of it was not fit for public consumption. Fucking weirdo, no one's asking you to, like, share the videos or anything like that. But you are saying that you have this evidence and you're doing nothing with it. And we know there is a list of clients and a lot of people that engaged with it. Fucking arrest them! What the public deserves is that you will follow through with your duty of arresting these evil people that you have unbelievable amounts of evidence on. Which is not happening. This is the furthest thing from transparency, unless she's trying to argue that this cover-up is so blatant, obvious, and terrible that everyone can see through it, so you can immediately know how guilty some of the most powerful people are, then I guess that makes sense, because this is such a poorly done attempt at burying this that everyone can see through it. Is that the point she was trying to make? Perhaps, I guess. Every step of the way here, they are lying and trying to cover up everything related to Jeffrey Epstein, including this footage that was supposed to be raw footage.
The video aspect ratio suddenly shifts as the tape changes over, or whatever they claim. You can see that right here. There's like a sudden shift in the video. I have not changed this video in any way. I have it in the Premiere Pro timeline, which I guess they had as well. So this is as intended. So there's this just weird shifts in the footage. I mean, this was done in actually a very sloppy way after they explicitly talked about needing to do it in the right way so the American public could rely on it.
Now, as CoffeeZilla says, it could be all just incompetence, like actually just fucking troglodytes here in charge of all of this. So even though they called attention to needing to do it the right way, they're just so fucking brain dead, like actual lobotomites, and just couldn't even do it the right way, so then they just farted this out. Like, it could be, like, no manipulation here. Like, this is just how it's done. Like, for some reason, it dumps a minute, like, as it's switching over. And they had to put it into editing software and fuck up the aspect ratio. I guess it could be incompetence. But I would not be that charitable with this. They are doing so much lying. Again, we already know about the list existing, and we know about the blackmail. That is all real stuff, and now they're denying it. And now they're doing this modifying of footage while trying to fight back against the conspiracy that Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. It's just insanity. They are so confident that the public will do nothing about it. They'll get upset, but they'll just swallow it and be done with it and move on. And some people are, but I'm happy that most aren't. They are desperately doing everything in their power to try and bury this whole conversation about Jeffrey Epstein. Like a couple days ago where Trump interrupted a question about it in order to try and shift to something else. Like, are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, that creep? How can you be talking about him when there's floods going on in Texas? It's such a bad look.
Why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the native set?
Yeah, sure. If I
Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas.
Yeah, people are still talking about Epstein. It's one of the biggest, most in-your-face cover-ups most people have ever seen. This is one of the biggest pedophiles in history that implicates so many extremely powerful people. Yeah, people are still talking about it, understandably, because the people deserve answers, and there needs to be justice for all of the people that engaged in this. This desperation from those in power to move on from the Jeffrey Epstein conversation is extremely scary, and they are doing it with reckless abandon, feeling completely immune to consequences for all of this. And so far they're right. Like, there's not anything that's coming from it. There's still no arrest being made. There's still no new information coming out. The only information we get is more information about how they are lying, like modifying the footage and shit. It's craziness. I just wanted to give you a little update here with everything that's unfolding in the Jeffrey. Billy Mitchell has become one of the internet's favorite punching bags, as most people continue to cheer for his continued downfall and root for his unending failure. He finds new ways of embarrassing himself. Billy Mitchell's a name you've probably heard a couple of times. He's the self-proclaimed video game player of the century because of his high score in Donkey Kong, featured prominently in the King of Kong documentary as well as in movies like Pixel, or, most entertainingly, The Regular Show, where he was so upset with his portrayal in The Regular Show that he tried to sue them, and he got absolutely catastrophically cum dumpstered by the judge, who just did not take any of what he was saying seriously. And that's kind of Billy Mitchell's whole legacy now. He's no longer known for any of his achievements in gaming. He's known for these frivolous, pathetic lawsuits and temper tantrums he throws. Over the years, his achievements in gaming have been heavily scrutinized, and it is pretty much confirmed that he cheated on all of it. And over the years, he's made a habit out of suing anybody who even so much as mentions him and cheating in the same sentence. Meanwhile, for the last few years, I have directly called him a cheater, and I've received nothing. Billy, where is my present from Santa Claus? Where is your little fresh fucking pitiful lawsuit? I don't know why he refuses to engage in a legal battle with me when he is so happy to do it with everybody else. Carl has been documenting all of Billy Mitchell's legal struggles that he brings upon himself. So Billy Mitchell is engaged in lawsuits pretty much 24/7 and has been for years, but now he's in some very high profile ones where he is getting his ass cheeks held to the fire, and it's not looking good. It is extremely entertaining to watch all of the updates Carl provides on the Billy Mitchell case, so I highly recommend checking these out. But what I want to talk about today is how desperate he seems to be becoming because of probably the financial burden all of this is causing him. He has turned to making a cameo to try and get an influx of cash. And man, does his cameo fucking stink. You see Billy Mitchell made a cameo? Yeah. He's really getting desperate for a little lawsuit compensation, it seems. So you can get Billy Mitchell to say something for a cool $60, I think it was, right? Oh no, $5. Book a personal video for $48. Okay. So this is just like a text message that no shot he actually sends.
Mitchell, video game player of the century. I've met many of you at conventions, both national and international. Give the gift of gaming. Never surrender. Never.
What? How does... That's not his slogan, right? I don't remember him ever saying that. Give the gift of gaming, never surrender. Surrender what? They're not coming to take our games, brother. Who are we surrendering to? The Chads? Like, I don't understand. I don't even... What kind of war is he fighting? Must have to do with his court case. Oh, true. Never surrender in the face of overwhelming, insurmountable legal evidence against your case. Never give up. Keep pushing. I see. That makes sense. What the fuck could this video possibly be at 2 minutes and 30 seconds long? Is this the hard sell on why you should buy a cameo from Billy Mitchell?
Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. And I can't believe I'm here.
Damn, he's energetic in this one.
And I have to explain to Jedi the problems we have with Neil. And I says, you want to know the last time something wasn't Neil's fault? He says, when? I go,
what is this?
I want to know the last time it wasn't his fault.
Is this like a monologue he wrote for his thespian troupe? I don't understand what the fuck I'm looking at. Or listening to, rather. And looking at, actually. I'm assuming he's trying to portray this as like a video message someone booked from him? But who the fuck would have him just read out Star Wars fanfic? Why would you have Billy Mitchell do that when you could actually just go to a real Star Wars cast member on Cameo?
Okay, we are here at the annual Arcade Olympics. This is Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century.
I actually thought there was going to be a video that goes by without him saying Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. I thought for 1 second he wasn't going to mention that.
We're here.
That's probably the longest he's gone without mentioning it. 8 seconds.
Helmet.
They can even share the cameo? Doesn't that ruin it? It's no longer personalized.
Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. Sir, you remember that. That was 24 years ago on stage in Japan. That you got a special message. You're a talented video game speedrunner.
Oh, speedrunner.
My day, for the respect they show you and the way they've reached out, I'll be watching. Believe me.
Why are you taking so many fucking pauses?
But I'm always watching.
It's verbalizing comma splices, Billy, please. This is not dramatic, it's infuriating. That could have been a 35-second video. But he keeps fucking pausing. Like a malfunctioning text-to-speech. He's got an American axe behind him. That's actually so hard. What the fuck? What is that for? What does that have to do with Donkey Kong? He has 2 axes behind him.
Richard, Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. Speaking to your good friend Joel, brought up a few questions. Can you put up a score?
Is that the Twin Towers on his tie? Oh my god, wait, where are we? In the American HQ? What is happening here?
You ever for today. Happy birthday, my friend. From Billy Mitchell at World Record Headquarters.
Oh, we're in World Record Headquarters. I see. That now it makes sense. Okay, I see. Well, he's looked pretty good. $60, huh? I'm glad everyone seems to be so happy. Nothing but 5 stars. Every single one of them, 5 stars, huh? Interesting. Very interesting. If you give him anything under a 5 stars, you're faced with a lawsuit at your door the next day. Why does he keep claiming to be the ultimate gamer ever? Brother, that's not what he's claiming. Are you not listening? He's the video game player of the century. Not the ultimate gamer. That's a totally different title, which you could have easily gotten if he wanted to. But he was too busy fucking your mom and every other goddamn groupie that was on his meat after he got the Donkey Kong record. So now he settles for just being the video game player of the century. And thank heavens for that, because if he went for the ultimate gamer too, there'd be no women left for the rest of us. So God bless that he held himself back. I'm surprised he stopped at the century. He gave himself the title. Yeah, he could have gone for video game player of the forever. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely other ways he could have done that. The eternal Lord Emperor of Gaming. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why he stopped at Century. Kind of lame, actually. Like you said, in 76 years, there's going to be a new video game player of the century that'll be crowned, and it won't be him. Well, it actually might be him. He'll be huffing his own fucking fart fumes to keep himself alive for the next 300 years. What advice would you give to a 19-year-old dude who wants to find love, but not with dating apps? I don't really have good advice for that, man. I think, first and foremost, you don't need to, like, live your whole life around that goal. You're still extremely young. You don't need to, like, rush it. You can just naturally find someone that you really connect with over time. You're 19. You don't need to fall in love right now and find your soulmate at 19. So I'd say just let things naturally play out organically. Just don't obsess over it. Let it play out, and when you're single and 36, you can accept you're a loser. Oh, that got way too personal. Hey, I'll tell you something really uplifting. Billy Mitchell, I think we can all agree that this man is legitimately he is L incarnate. Like, and I don't mean L from Death Note. I mean, like, legitimately just like a fucking turbo loser. He's married. A man has laid pipe. If Billy Mitchell can do it, you have no excuse. None. I think he's married. Hold on. Oh, or maybe no woman's worthy enough to lock him down like that. I'm really not sure. Yes, he is married. And he has 3 children, so if he can do it, anyone can do it. I wonder if anyone did a roast from Billy Mitchell. God, now I'm too fucking invested in this Billy Mitchell rabbit hole. So this one was apparently a huge hit with the entire team and got them to get the motivation for a project to go live, I guess. Inspire me.
Billy Mitchell, Video Game Player of the Century. We are here on the cusp of UHIT going live. That makes the on-base team the absolute best. From one champion who can easily recognize other champions, UHIT go live.
Alright, I see why that inspired the team so much. From one champion that can recognize other champions. He does have a keen eye for that. That team went right to their computers and fucking flames were coming off of the keyboard. They were going so crazy getting that project ready to go live. Now that Billy Mitchell Senpai acknowledged them. Please buy a cameo from Billy Mitchell for a friend's birthday. Like, conceptually as a joke, it's a silly haha idea, but I'm not spending $48 for Billy Mitchell to say, Billy Mitchell here, Video Game Player of the Century. I hear a special boy's got a special day coming up. I too had a special day. It was 1998. Donkey Kong. And in front of a sold-out Wembley Stadium. I set a world record. What are you doing to celebrate your day? From one champion who can recognize other champions, I hope you have a blessed day. Like, I don't need $48 fucking dollars for that. Don't fall for the Billy charm. It's hard not to sometimes, especially when he's giving you the eyes like this. Yeah, I don't know how you say no to a face like that. But I'll try and stand strong. I'll do my best. Who would be your pick for the real video game player of the century and why? Like, if I had to pick an actual video game player of the century? Right away my head goes to 2 people in particular. Simple and Faker. I legitimately think both of those gamers have done so much to extend, like, professional gaming outside of just their zones. I think it'd have to be them, but I also want to go back even further because there's another name that I think really helped revolutionize the perception of professional gaming, and many of you might have forgot him, unfortunately. His name's Walshy. Walshy released a Halo 2 montage long time ago. This is the original upload too, I think, for YouTube, but I think it predated that. Walshy was a professional Halo 2 player who was doing shit no one had ever seen before. And when MLG was still around, Walshy became somewhat of a household name amongst gamers, and I think he really helped elevate professional gaming, at least in the way people look at it. His accomplishments aren't nearly as impressive as like Faker or Simple, But he was like an early adopter, like a pioneer. What about the Ogre twins? They did a lot for pro-gaming, if not more than Walshy. I wouldn't say they did more than Walshy. I'd say they were more successful than Walshy. But I just really think Walshy kickstarted that whole drive to be a professional gamer. Walshy was there so early, post... Crypto scam! Did I scare you? I should have. Hopefully put the fear of God deep in your soul for that. Crypto scams are the main jump scare that people are falling for time and time again. It's more contagious than the cold at this point. It is happening every other week on the largest possible scale. So, I'm sure I don't need to tell you what that is at this point. The word crypto has now just become synonymous with rug pull in the eyes of most people because you keep getting had. You're getting played like a fiddle time and time again with these meme coins that keep popping up. I just don't know how it keeps happening. Now, admittedly, I do get it in this case. What we're talking about today is one of the biggest rug pulls in history. The president of Argentina, Javier Milei, well, he endorsed a meme coin called Libra, and within hours of his endorsement, he deleted his tweet supporting it, and the coin completely crashed. And now over $100 million has mysteriously vanished. A song and dance we've heard time and time again. Crypto has become synonymous with scam in the eyes of many people because this keeps happening over and over and over again. It's a story more iconic than Dracula. This is a story told more frequently than The Little Engine That Could. And I just want to go over it a little bit. I'm not going to pretend to be super knowledgeable on Argentina and everything going on over there, but what I am knowledgeable on are these fucking crypto scams because they keep happening in almost the exact same ways every single time. And for some reason, in the crypto space exclusively, people have this mentality that it's gambling. It's not. Buster, let me sit you down. I'm going to have an intervention. I'm going to get the fucking paddle out here and try and beat some sense into you. You're not gambling when it comes to something like this. Gambling implies there's a chance of winning. And when it comes to gambling, you're usually going up against the house. Well, when it comes to these shit coins, you're not just going up against the house. You're going up against the house and all of its friends. You will never be faster than the insiders or the snipers. You are the piggy bank they are taking from. You are the reason they make so much money. You will never be the one to capitalize off it. I'm just going to hit you with the cold water. There's some fringe cases where just some average Joe Schmo does get lucky with, that happens. I get it. It will most likely never happen to you. But for some reason, no matter how many times Bikini Bottom beats your ass, it's a lesson that never gets through to you. How many times do you have to teach you this lesson, old man? It doesn't compute. It never dawns on the victims of these rug pulls. You know that expression, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me? Fool me 3 times, won't get fooled again? Well, in crypto, it's a little different. It's fool me once, I got unlucky. Fool me twice, got unlucky again. Fool me 3 times, I got unlucky. Fool me 4 times, can't believe I got unlucky again. Fool me 5 times, I'm out of money, but when I get more, I'm going to put into some more meme coins. They just keep coming back for more. Getting scammed time and time again, thinking that this next one is the one. This is the golden goose. It's not. This is not your Moby Dick. You're never going to actually accomplish this. But I'm already way off track just going over this shit again. What happened in Argentina, the president endorsed this meme coin, it crashed, completely collapsed. He is now facing impeachment for this. It is just a full-blown scam. It's unknown exactly how much he knew about this project before publicly endorsing it, but he bears so much responsibility because without him putting it on the map, tons of people wouldn't have lost tons of money. He is directly to blame for scamming the citizens of his country. Full stop. That's an immutable fact. That's the brass tacks of it. Again, it's unclear exactly how much he knew about this project before the endorsement, but it is his fault so many people bought into the scam. Let's just go ahead and take a look at this tweet. To astute observers, you'll notice that this is the same smell, the same aroma of bullshit that you get for all of these god-awful meme coins, but to people that don't know the space and all of the evils that come with it from time to time, well, from time to time, that's very generous, that come with it so often, they wouldn't know any better because you have your president who is now just publicly glazing this project. Liberal Argentina grows. This private project will be dedicated to encouraging the growth of Argentine economy by funding small Argentinian businesses and startups. The world wants to invest in Argentina. Then he links it. Then he drops the contract. Libra, long live freedom, damn it. Amen. May that freedom live long. And by long, we're speaking relatively. From the eyes of a mosquito, that's the perspective we're dealing with here. Because it wasn't very long, all things considered. The coin was only alive a little bit longer than ejaculate outside the human body. Your sperm can survive 30 to 45 minutes, even an hour at optimal conditions. And this coin, Libra, barely beat that. It made it 3 hours before it completely crashed with over 100 million just being wiped out of it. Going somewhere interesting. And where did it go? Who's to say for sure? However, CoffeeZilla just conducted an interview with a key player, Hayden Davis. I cannot recommend this interview enough. Hayden did not call Saul before agreeing to this interview. The admissions here are shocking. There was definitely no lawyer in his ear. He did not get a legal professional on the horn before agreeing to this. I highly recommend you listen to this interview because it is baffling. Hayden is more unlikable than an ingrown toenail. I'm not going to play you a ton of clips. I really encourage you to watch CoffeeZilla's interview. He did a great job with it. And I love that. I don't know what CoffeeZilla did to get him to just squeal like this. Maybe he injected him with like some kind of truth serum via Discord. But Hayden just admits to so many fucking things that I don't think he recognizes the severity of. I am going to leave you with just one little clip from it where he talks about insiders.
It's a separate conversation. Retail traders.
Unbelievably shitty. I do think that's unbelievably bad, and for everyone, except for the insiders, which is what I always say about meme coins, is it disproportionately benefits insiders.
So I think too, my honest opinion is I don't actually disagree, but I think the vast majority of people betting on meme coins, right, especially at the beginning, and I think there's a separate conversation. Retail traders, that is the game for everyone. And people that get mad are the people that aren't insiders. That is what happens. That's all the bitching on socials is all the people that don't get into the deals. You'll never hear them bitch if they're in the deal. So it's like, what do you do then? You don't do anything. You don't launch the project. You're like, how do you make money then?
Yeah, goofball, you don't launch the project. It's a fucking meme coin that was designed to just exploit people that aren't your insiders, that aren't in on the deal, which is the vast majority of fucking people, you unbelievable stupid buffoon. Yes, Hayden, you don't launch the project. Because there is no project. This was just a scam. He openly admits to all of the insider accusations. Everything that they'd been accused of, Hayden just openly confirms. He even talks about the $100 million. It's a fascinating look at the mind of a scammer, a degenerate scammer. I'm going to drop one more clip here from the interview, just to really sell you on how juicy this is. You need to watch this. This absolute fucking stinky, putrid vermin confirms that he sniped his own coin. And here's what he had to say about it.
The wallet which Dave got refunded by, which is, according to him, your personal funds, was linked to an Avalanche wallet which was funded like a sniper of Libra. So, but if you launch the coin, isn't it unfair for you to snipe the coin?
So I would say no. And I would say that for a couple different reasons. Number one, a lot of the times when, and again, this is it's a much larger conversation, which is what I told you in text. But most of the time when I have different money in different places, obviously. But from the standpoint of sniping, most of the time when we're sniping, we're attempting to avoid other snipers getting in.
My God, he deserves the Medal of Honor and the Purple Heart. Holy shit, even give him the Spelling Bee Championship. This guy is a saint. You see, when they're sniping their own coin, they're doing it from a place of nobility. They're doing it from a place of looking out for the little guy. They're trying to help the rest of us by being so generous to snipe their own coin for their own financial gain. Man, this is eye-opening stuff, Hayden. It really is. It's so interesting. So definitely watch CoffeeZilla's video on it. I don't understand how he is not just immediately thrown in the slammer within minutes of him doing this interview and having it go live. It's crazy to me. That's the beauty of the crypto space, baby. That's the fairy tale magic right there. Long live the freedom to fuck you in the butt and face no repercussions for it. This has been happening time and time again, only accelerating in frequency recently with things like Pump.fun and then tons of celebrities coming out with their own meme coins that are all rugging. Like, it's just so fucking crazy. And I am 100% sure it will continue to happen because people still think that they're going to be the chosen one. They're going to be Goku here, and they're going to have the Super Saiyan wherewithal to pull out at the perfect time. You won't, because you're not an insider. No matter how much you convince yourself you are not an insider on deals like this. Like, Dave Portnoy got insider information on this. He didn't buy, like, before it went live, at least not from what I've seen, though I did see him go on Twitter saying he bought fake Libra, and now he's trying to sell fake Libra. Like, I don't fucking understand at all what's going on there. But you're not Dave Portnoy. You're just a guy. And you saw the president of Argentina make the tweet. Just because it comes from the president doesn't mean he's not going to fuck your face. Like, it's crypto. It's all fair game because there are no consequences for rugging like this. You don't see anyone get in trouble for it, and people have picked up on it, which is why so many celebrities, Hawk Tuah girl even, fucking Z-list celebrities are doing it now. So yeah, it's gonna keep happening. And it's going to keep happening until people finally learn that they are never going to make money by being someone that just puts into this, thinking that they're smarter than the other sheep. They're going to be the ones that are going to be the beneficiary of the rug. You won't be, because you are not the insider. You are not the sniper. You're not in the deal, like Hayden says. It's just so silly. And it's sad. It's fucking sad. Especially in a case like this, where I think this is one of those cases where a lot of people who lost money aren't your normal stupid crypto bros that are just YOLOing all of their cash, hoping for moonshots. I really think there's a lot of people that believed so strongly in the president that they saw this enthusiasm for this project, all this glaze, and thought, okay, I'm in. Only to get absolutely ruined for it. So I didn't really have any interest in seeing The Rock's new movie, Red One. It just looked like a Christmas movie that I'd forget about 5 minutes after watching it. But then I saw an interesting headline that caught my eye. The Rock says Oppenheimer inspired him to film Red One for IMAX. It can be game over. Scratching at the hair on my chinny chin chin, I let out an actual Santa Claus belly laugh of ho 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 reading that, because The Rock has become such a pretentious douchebag. I made a video going over all of his embarrassing shenanigans and like all of the weird lies he keeps telling for the sake of like products and stuff. I feel like he's become less human and more of just like an actual flesh puppet for any product in the world that wants a mouthpiece. He also just plays himself in every single movie that he's in, and he's also in every single movie. The only actor that has been in more films than The Rock is Jack Black. Jack Black has become like the movie industry darling who they shoehorn into every possible film that they even ideate on. Like, I feel like at this point Jack Black is going to be cast for the voice in my head. It's just, between The Rock and Jack Black, they have more movies between the two of them than half the world has in total films produced. It's crazy. But I'm getting sidetracked. Point is, this headline had me so curious how The Rock with a straight face could compare Red One, a Christmas movie about him and Chris Evans punching snowmen, saving Christmas, to Oppenheimer. I feel like these two films couldn't possibly be more opposite. And now the movie has come out. It's not exactly doing extremely well when it comes to the reception here. It's not, going ballistic in the box office or anything. I just saw the movie, so I want to give you my review and tell you if I found the Oppenheimer influence in there. Spoiler alert, I did not. But before getting into like my thoughts on the movie, I want to go over exactly what he was saying in regards to Red One versus Oppenheimer. So it comes from this little sizzler here, where he did like a minute-long breakdown of why you should be seeing Red One in IMAX. I'd play the video, but it has music in it that I'm pretty sure is DMCA, so I'm just going to read the transcript of it. He said, "With Red One, our intention was to make a movie that you can enjoy on the biggest screen possible. Legitimately, the biggest screens possible, well, they're IMAX. I was midway through shooting Red 1. I had an opportunity to go watch Oppenheimer, and I watched it in the IMAX theater where Christopher Nolan watches and screens his movies, him and Emma, his wife. I even asked, let me sit where Chris is sitting. So they said Chris sits here to enjoy the movie. So I sat where Chris sat. I watched Oppenheimer. It was amazing. But I was thinking, holy shit, this thing, Red 1 on this screen with this technology can be game over. I remember texting Jake, and I sent him a picture first of my bare chest, and then I sent him a picture of the screen. We just had a great conversation afterwards about just how cool it's going to be. It's going to be very cool. Wowee, what a story. A thrilling tale indeed. My heart breaks for whatever employees have to interact with The Rock to fulfill these fucking requests. Like, man, just take a seat. Why do you have to sit in the same throne that Christopher Nolan sits in to watch movies, man? Just sit there and watch a film. It just makes me roll my eyes reading something like that. I needed to sit where Chris and his wife sit, of course. I needed to wiggle my butt cheeks into the same ass creases that Christopher Nolan's cheeks graced. It's imperative to my viewing experience of Oppenheimer. And that's when I had my eureka moment. As I was sitting there watching Oppenheimer, great movie by the way, I couldn't stop thinking about my Christmas film, Red 1. When the bomb went off for the first time in Oppenheimer, the bomb in my noodle went off at the same time, and I thought, IMAX, the big screen, watching St. Nicholas, Santa Claus, launch the reindeer on the big screen with me, The Rock, flexing with my polar bear sidekick. That could really be game over. It's just cringe. Bottom line is, it's just embarrassing to read that. And The Rock does this shit all the time. Anyway, though, I just got back from seeing Red 1, so I want to give you my thoughts on it. Because I wasn't going to see it till I read this interview, and I just felt obligated to at least give it a chance if The Rock is loosely comparing it to Oppenheimer when it comes to IMAX experiences. I'll be honest, I went in there expecting this shit to be poop. The reviews were not being kind to it. And again, I wasn't very interested from the trailers. It just felt like a throwaway cash grab. Speaking of cash, this movie had a $250 million budget. Who greenlights this shit? Why? Why? Like, actually, what kind of galaxy gas are you huffing? That's craziness. $250 million for a Christmas movie that really no one has been asking for. It just makes no sense. I feel like there's absolutely some shady dealings going on when it comes to these budgets for something like this in particular, because there's no excuse for it. I think a large part of this money went to The Rock, Chris Evans, J.K. Simmons, Lucy Liu. It has a star-studded cast for no reason. It's a movie that I don't feel any of them even wanted to be a part of at all. Like, it really just feels like they kind of just phoned it in here. Like, there's nothing special, and yet it was $250 million, which means it is one of the larger budget movies that's been made. Like, Pirates of the Caribbean, for example, had less budget than fucking Red 1. It's inexcusable. It is so gross. But at the end of the day, how was the movie? Was it good? No. Was it bad? No. It was just mid. As I expected, it was just a movie that was okay, and I will forget about by tomorrow, because it's just not very good. I'll at least say it was interesting. I haven't seen a Christmas movie this unhinged before. Like, I truly don't know who the audience is. I want to get that out of the way up top. I don't know who this movie is made for. It's a PG-13 movie, but it's like a harder PG-13. Like, they use their fuck in it. Yet, it's supposed to be like a family-friendly Christmas film, I think. At least sometimes it's trying to be. But it like, I think it's too much for, like, toddlers, because Krampus is in here and he's like a demon guy, so they're probably really afraid of him and like all of the demon guys around him. Like, it's a little much for a kid to be sitting through, especially because there is like a lot of strong language like in the film, surprisingly. And yet it's also not good enough to be enticing for an adult audience, because the comedy doesn't work. The comedy is huge misses across the board. The comedy is not hitting. It is shitting big time. And also, the action is super weak. Like, there is some action here, but it's not good. Like, it's one punch, maybe two punches, and that's like an entire fight sequence. So it doesn't really have anything that I think adults will be entertained by either. It has impressive visuals, which, you know, thank God you would hope would be the case with $250 million. But again, there's nothing here that I think appeals to adults or kids. And I also think, like, the demographic in the middle is also not even going to be interested in seeing this at all because it is just like at least it puts on the appearance of a family-friendly Christmas film and not much else. I don't know who this is supposed to appeal to. I don't. And it was pretty clear with the theater's attendance. I was there almost entirely by myself in one of the biggest theaters at the theater I went to. One of the biggest auditoriums. When I was picking out the tickets, there were only, I think it was 6 occupied seats, and I showed up late. So I got there at like 9:10, and the movie had started at 9, and thus I would imagine everyone who was going to see it had already got their tickets and was in there. There was only 6, I think, it was either 6 or 8, filled seats when I was getting ticket. That's crazy. $250 million, and you can't even put asses in the seats with this kind of star-studded cast. You have failed. And I think the age of like Hollywood superstars guaranteeing box office successes is long behind us, which I think is a good thing. But I mean, damn, this was like shocking to me too, because I thought it would probably still do decently with this kind of star power, but it doesn't seem like it will be. So again, I don't know who the audience is. It seems like the audience doesn't exist in the first place. And even if there was an audience there, I feel like they'd still just be disappointed. It'd be a letdown. It's just not a very good movie. I will say it is interesting though, like it is unhinged. So the concept is Chris Evans plays this superstar tracker hacker. He's like a dark web guy who gets hired by, some weirdos to track people down that no one else can find. He gets an anonymous buyer who needs his services to find someone in the North Pole. So he hacks in there and he finds Santa Claus for our bad guys. And Santa Claus gets kidnapped. Now, Santa Claus, he lives in the North Pole with like a giant invisible dome that protects it so you can't just stumble across it. And when you go inside the dome, it's fucking Midgar. Santa Claus lives in Midgar from Final Fantasy, like almost 1-to-1. He's like in Shinra Tower. I was stunned. Like I felt like they had just lifted Final Fantasy VII like remake cutscene in there for Santa Claus's domain. And also in Santa Claus's domain, there's like fucking aliens that live there. Like there's aliens, there's sentient animals like the polar bear enforcer. There's like penguins that work for him as well, and they can all talk and communicate. There's trolls. Trolls live there as well, and like there's like a whole team of troll hackers. They are trolls who are like cybersecurity experts. There's like little goblin things. I was immediately very surprised with the direction this was going. So, I mean, credit where credit is due. I thought that was kind of cool and silly. Like, why the fuck are there aliens living with Santa? And I also did like their technology. They have unfathomable Warhammer 40K level tech at their disposal, which you can see like a little bit of in the trailer. So I thought those two things were cool. But aside from that, there's really not a whole lot else to like. Again, the visuals are cool, but the story sucks. The story's real bad. It's as predictable as you can possibly imagine. It follows exactly what you think it's going to follow from the very beginning of the movie. I feel like everyone who watches this is going to know exactly how it's going to play out, which I guess can be fine if the journey getting there is good, but it's really not. Like, I do like when the snowmen come in, because it's cool, right? And the snowmen have like an ice sword. I wish the fight was better, aside from like one punch and like one jab with the sword, but whatever. The Rock's got Ant-Man technology, so he shrinks and extends, and that's cool. But they don't really do a whole lot with it. Like, the fight scenes are super short. For $250 million, you might as well have just really gone hog wild with the action. Like, that could have helped elevate it, but they didn't really do that. But I do like, I guess, the sense of adventure, because you have the snowman there, and then they visit Krampus, who's doing a slapping competition, which, I mean, that's near and dear to my heart with professional slapping, of course, but that's also highly underutilized. There's only like 2 slaps that get thrown, and that's it. Like, come on. It's just, I feel like everything it wanted to do, it just did extremely lazily. It's all just so flat and soulless. Again, it's not even horrible. It's not even like a terrible movie. It's just such a bland and really misguided one. Definitely not up there with Oppenheimer, I can comfortably say now after having watched it. And, yeah, I don't know what the Rock is smoking, to be honest with you. I can't smell what the Rock is cooking anymore, man. It's sad. But, yeah, Red One is okay, I guess. It's just mid. I don't know why you'd see it, really. Like, I guess maybe if it was on streaming services and you just wanted some background noise for the holidays that's loosely related to Christmas, I guess that could fill that role, but aside from that, get your protractor out, nerd, because I'm ranting Wumbo style right now. I am so tired of the Epstein Files being treated like it's Half-Life 3, where there's all these like leaks being teased all the time and then nothing. Nothing ever happens. Just release the files. It's been years, and it feels like every 6 months there's like this big push, like, they're finally coming, it's on the way, batten down the hatches because you're not ready for this bombshell, and then poof, what? Nothing new. The reason I'm ranting about this is because yesterday I kept reading and kept being told, like, tomorrow's the big day. The Epstein Files are finally fully declassified and all of it's coming out tomorrow. The dam has broken, we're gonna know everyone's names, and we're not ready for it because there's names on there you'd never expect, like fucking Commander Shepard's on there, you know? The Citadel has been compromised. Like, it's like, okay, finally, it's about time, you know? All this red tape, we finally got around it, good, let's release it. Well, now it's tomorrow, and all I have seen, some people have this binder that they're all holding that says Epstein Files Phase 1, and they're doing this. Taking prom photos with it. They're just cheesing on top of the binder and still not releasing it. If what you have there are the Epstein Files, why don't you make like a fart trapped in my butt and release it? Instead, they're just taking like these photo ops, like they're just looking for Instagram updates. Like, what the fuck? It's starting to just feel completely performative. It's feeling like it's just banished to the shadow realm forever. Because I have seen this as a talking point for a while now when people are looking for like approval on things or trying to get into a position of power. I've seen this as a big talking point, like, hey, if you choose me, when I get in there, come hell or high water, I don't care whose feelings get hurt, I'm releasing the Epstein Files. I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna take a power stance, lat spread, and teabag this shit, going right into the department, marching in there, slapping the files out of their hand, and I'm putting it in the American public's hands. Take my word for it. Well, now there's a lot of people that can do that, and it's still not happening. The names are still not being released. The most we ever get is these little tiddlywinks of Epstein file morsels that have been known for years, and they parade it around like it's new info. It's so stupid, and I'm beyond tired of it, because there is no doubt so much redacted information that is still not publicly known that I'm fully confident they have access to, especially judging by these pictures they're all posing with, like, here's the Epstein Files, I've got them right here. Well, how about you open it and let us take a peek inside if we're that close to releasing it? Like, today was supposed to be the day. At least that's everything I kept reading and getting told. So when is it? When will we finally know all of these names and all of this information? Because it has been so long of the same song and dance. Now, as I've been making this video, a new article just dropped that states that after review of the release documents from today, most of the information has been heavily redacted and previously reported. Also, it's called into question if the information was ever even classified in the first place, and it's drawing, of course, heavy criticism because apparently it boils down to being some of Epstein's phone book. And now I just read another article that said it's being pushed to tomorrow because the FBI director is withholding thousands of pages. It's such a mess. Like, I am fully expecting tomorrow to roll around and still nothing to be there. Hopefully I'm wrong about that. We'll see. But based on what I'm reading from the people that did have access to this huge new information, it boils down to mostly redacted shit, as well as things we already knew, and then some of Epstein's phone book. So when are we actually getting the meat and potatoes, the fucking spaghetti and meatballs of all of these Epstein names and all of this absolutely evil shit that they apparently have had access to for so long but still haven't released? It just feels like I'm perpetually reading BuzzFeed slop headlines in regards to this. The first arrest will shock you. The Epstein Files are coming. Okay, that's exciting. When? I'm ready to be shocked. When's that first arrest happening? Why hasn't it happened yet? Like, who is it? Who are you trying to catch? Is it fucking Adam Warlock? Like, why can't we get a handle on them? When is that first arrest happening? Like, if these headlines just keep popping up over and over and over again in regards to the Epstein Files, and then there's still nothing that ever gets released. It's at the point now where I really feel like there might not ever be an arrest that comes from it, and there may never come a point where the Epstein Files ever get fully released. I also read a couple days ago that allegedly the FBI was working to delete some of the files, so it's just such a fucking disaster. It's so infuriating. And I keep hearing time and time again, like, it's coming, it's almost here. It's set your alarm clock. But it's become like the Bloodborne 2 of documents. It just doesn't exist, it feels like. I guess when Jeffrey Epstein mysteriously found a way to kill himself in prison, like, you know, Tony Stark of Suicide, he killed himself with nothing but a box of scraps and toilet paper. Somehow, all of the evidence and everything he had vanished with him. And now it only lives on in headlines occasionally about, like, well, it's coming, maybe. No, it's actually coming this time, and then it never does. But again, hopefully I'm wrong. Maybe tomorrow is the big day with a lot of new information, a lot of new names, and maybe, God willing, some fucking consequences for the people on the Epstein list. Here. My voice is still messed up, so it's going to sound like I'm going through puberty a few times throughout this video, and that's just the way it's gonna be. I'm gonna state something obvious now. Everyone finds different things fun. That's a core component to remember about life. I feel like in the age of Twitter, that's just been lost, where if someone finds something shitty that you enjoy, they take it as like a personal attack on their honor, and they'll fight tooth and nail to prove that they're wrong for not liking what they like. But the reason I mention that is even though everyone finds different things fun or different things enjoyable, there is one unifying pleasure that everyone can agree on. And that's watching Billy Mitchell catch L's. Now I know this isn't the most flattering image, but it's so fitting for today's story. Someone said it best, Billy Mitchell looks cel-shaded and his hair looks like he's perpetually wearing a hoodie. Now, you know him potentially as the King of Kong or the self-proclaimed video game player of the century, but what he actually is the biggest fucking clown of this century. He is Bozo incarnate. He used to be known for video game high scores, but upon further inspection, it's been confirmed pretty much without a shadow of a doubt that he is just a cheater. They're not legitimate achievements that he's obtained. It's all fraudulent. So Billy Mitchell was outed as a cheater, and instead of just fading away into the shadow realm gracefully, he instead started lashing out, and now he's become known for frivolous bullshit lawsuits against anyone who makes fun of him or even really talks somewhat negatively about him. That is his claim to fame now. Just nonsense lawsuits and making a fool of himself publicly. He can't help himself. He's addicted to humiliation. It's pathetic. And I have covered every single one of his losses pretty much because a friend of mine who's an incredible YouTuber named Carl Jobst has been not only involved in lawsuits with Billy Mitchell, but covering every fucking blunder he's ever made and how he continues to beclown himself in front of everybody. I love Carl's content, and I especially love his Billy Mitchell content. Can't recommend it enough. And today, I want to talk about his most recent one. Like I said, everyone has different tastes, but I'm going to tell you, everyone can agree that the ultimate pleasure doesn't come from the first time you try ice cream or when you lose your virginity. The ultimate pleasure is laughing at Billy Mitchell losing. And he just lost again. In fact, I don't think he's ever won a single legal case or anything like that. He tries to bully people with it and it always blows up in his face. He always ends up with more shit on his face than 2 girls, 1 cup. So I'm just going to break down the situation. I'll link Carl's video if you want the in-depth review of it, but I just want to give you the cliff notes here so we can just start pointing and laughing at this guy. He, of course, has like a million active lawsuits, but the one we're focusing on today was one that he had levied against a man named David Race. David Race used to actually be part of Billy Mitchell's team. He was very staunchly supporting Billy Mitchell when all of the cheating allegations came to light. He actually worked very hard to prove that Billy Mitchell was legitimate. He wasn't a cheater, and everyone accusing him of cheating was wrong. However, once he really... That was tragic, listening to that series of voice cracks there, but not much I can do about it right now. But once David really dug into the meat of it, like got into the weeds and investigated Billy Mitchell and all of the allegations, he came to the conclusion that everyone else had, that he was a cheater. So, David Race no longer supports Billy Mitchell or defends him from these allegations. In fact, he openly mocks Billy Mitchell and calls him a cheater now. Now, the lawsuit kind of boiled down to Billy Mitchell was trying to silence David Race because David had an Excalibur tier weapon to use against Billy and his credibility in the legal sense. What happened is, since David and Billy used to be so close, Billy had actually confided a nefarious, evil anime character supervillain plot where he was going to fake a bunch of shit in order to make people look stupid. I can't even begin to explain how stupid his logic was with this whole plan, but Billy Mitchell had called David in order to declassify his top secret scheme here, which basically boiled down to just being extremely fucking petty and doing some shady shit in order to make people feel silly, make them look silly and goofy. It's a horrible, horrible plan, but why it's important is because it showed that Billy was more than willing to lie, which is very bad for his credibility, obviously. So this being used as evidence would be pretty damning. The transcript is here. The audio is in Carl's video if you want to hear it in its entirety. I'm just going to show you the transcript. You can see that David's literally just one-wording him. He's just saying, yeah. He's just like actually holding spacebar through this conversation to skip through the dialogue with Billy as he's divulging this galaxy brain plan. It's so fucking embarrassing from Billy. Now, after this conversation was recorded and Billy became aware of it, he issued a lawsuit against David because it's pretty bad for Billy here. And he was suing him because he had been recorded without his consent. And Billy is in Florida, where it's a two-party consent state, so you would have to have Billy's permission to record this phone call. However, David lives in Ohio, which is a one-party consent state, so David did not need permission to record that phone call. So Billy Mitchell's lawsuit had no legs at all. But it did take 2 years before it got thrown out, but it did get thrown out because Billy Mitchell, he knows nothing except how to lose. So this did get thrown out. It took 2 years, and there was a lot of, like, less than stellar legal work done for David here because this should have been thrown out very quickly. Since David was the one that recorded it in a one-party consent state, he wasn't obligated to play by Florida's rules. That doesn't even make sense. It's not logical whatsoever, which Carl points out as well. So David slam dunked this case. He did win, but it cost him a lot of money. And unfortunately, Billy Mitchell's not done. He is now escalating this case to the fucking Supreme Court of Florida, where I am confident he will lose once again, as he always has. He has actually been born in this world to be a loser, to be laughed at. That is Billy Mitchell's legacy, but I wanted to cover this most recent lawsuit because it's just another fat fucking L for Billy Mitchell in such a silly way. So yeah, that's really about it. I look forward to seeing Billy Mitchell lose more. I'd like to start by addressing all of the individuals on Twitter that have been spamming me today demanding that I give Billy Mitchell an apology. This is my official response to all of you. Oh, almost fell off the chair on the way down. Billy Mitchell does not deserve an apology because Billy Mitchell is not innocent. You are letting him manipulate and lie to you as he has done for his entire career. I don't think he's even able to accidentally tell the truth about anything. If a single truthful statement left the lips of Billy Mitchell, he'd probably be set on fire instantly, smited by the Lord. His whole core being, his soul, is entwined with his lies. And yet somehow, people are letting him get away with it again. For those that don't know, Silly Mitchell here has convinced not only his audience, but also the general Twitter audience that he was somehow victorious in his lawsuit against Twin Galaxies. If you don't know who Billy Mitchell is, he's the self-proclaimed video game player of the century for his high scores, which were fraudulent. He is a cheater. And over the last 5 or 6 years, his legacy has just been as a spittoon for the internet to spit in and laugh at, and just genuinely been the punching bag to everyone's joke because he is so pathetic. He's become less known for his video game antics and more known for his frivolous lawsuits, which he just tosses out of his ass out the wazoo. He sued Cartoon Network because they made fun of him in an episode. He sued YouTubers because they've used a meme that insinuates he cheated. The guy super sucks. He is a turbo fucking loser. But whiny Billy Bitchel here is never satisfied and always has to keep sticking his hand in the cookie jar. So one of the organizations he recently sued was Twin Galaxies, which was the site that used to host his records until they scrubbed them when they learned that they were cheated. They weren't real. He sued them for defamation, and they recently settled, and Billy put out a statement as well as Twin Galaxies, and Billy led everyone to believe that he may be in the clear. His records have been reinstated, thus he's not a cheater. Everyone was wrong about this guy. Somehow so many outlets are running with this as well, from what I can tell, that his records have been reinstated, which is leading everyone to believe that he's not a cheater. He is. Here's a 4-hour video with irrefutable evidence that Billy Mitchell is without a shadow of a doubt a cheater. It's extremely obvious and downright painful how no one even bothered to look into this for even an iota of a second here. Billy Mitchell did not win. He did not prove his innocence in any capacity whatsoever, and his records haven't been reinstated. Billy Mitchell's only W here was by not getting absolutely biblically embarrassed publicly at court and trial. This is the first time one of his lawsuits hasn't just been used as expensive toilet paper. It's the first time one of his lawsuits hasn't just been laughed out of existence. So I guess it's a slight W. It's the best possible scenario Billy Mitchell could have hoped for, because he and his legal team knew they could never prove that he didn't cheat. Because he did, and they know that, and everybody knows that. But they reached this settlement through a couple of different reasons, which we'll get to in a moment, but the settlement doesn't reinstate his records. Carl Jobst just posted a video breaking it down a little bit deeper, so check that out if you want to get into the nitty-gritty. His video title says Billy Mitchell lost this lawsuit, which isn't exactly correct. Nobody won. But since nobody won, Billy Mitchell kind of got the best outcome. He got the good ending for his dead to rights case. Like, it's a load of baloney, and the fact they settled means that Billy Mitchell got the best he could have hoped for. He didn't necessarily lose the lawsuit. Now let's address the reinstated records everyone keeps talking about. What Twin Galaxies agreed to do was make a historical archive for how the site used to be when Billy Mitchell's fraudulent records were still there. They basically just added a Wayback Machine that showed Billy Mitchell's old records on it. That's it. It's not on the main leaderboard. They're not officially endorsing those as real runs. Twin Galaxies, from what I can tell, still maintains that they are fraudulent and he is a cheater, but they agreed in this settlement to at least house them on Twin Galaxies under this archive. That's it. It's just a portal to peek at Billy Mitchell's bullshit through Twin Galaxies' historical archive. It's just Wayback Machine for it. It's not an official reinstatement of his runs or giving them the stamp of approval that they're legitimate. He will never, ever be able to prove he didn't cheat because he did, and he knows that. The number one defense against defamation is the truth, and the truth is Billy Mitchell is a cheater. And if this ever made it to trial, that would come out. So the settlement here is absolutely the best case scenario for him, which sucks. It is really sad that Twin Galaxies settled here. The unfortunate reality is things went wrong on Twin Galaxies' legal side, and things went really wrong on Billy Mitchell's legal side. But at the end of the day, they ended with this settlement because it couldn't continue with the way it was going and the expenses that it was incurring. As tragic as it is, that's the American way. Whoever has the most money will usually win when it comes to these legal matters. It was becoming too expensive, and it reached this settlement, which is the best case for big boy Billy. Even if you just look at his official statement, this is really grinding my gears, nowhere in here does it even suggest that he was cleared of the cheating allegations, because he's a goddamn cheater, and everyone knows it, but for some reason, because Billy Mitchell is saying, like, the records have been reinstated, they're like, oh, he must not be a cheater anymore. And even in the statement, it even makes it very clear that it's part of the official historical database, not the actual leaderboards. It's totally separate. It's not real. They're fake. But people still ran with it. And they're like, Charlie, when are you going to apologize to Billy Mitchell? You know he's innocent now, right? It's like, no, hop off the goof juice. He's not. Now, there's a mention here of Dr. Zaida, and if you go to Twin Galaxy's website, you'll find that name mentioned as well. A supposed super scientist who's willing to risk his entire career in the defense of Billy Mitchell by suggesting it's possible he didn't cheat for those records. And this man is a goober, a straight-up goober. Carl Jobst goes more in depth on his claims. I'm just going to give you some of the cliff notes. One of his unironic suggestions is that, well, it's possible Billy Mitchell forgot to clean the tapes before recording, which caused some artifacting which made it look suspicious. To try and explain away how his runs matched identical to MAME runs. Unmodified runs somehow just artifacted with a not clean tape and looked exactly like the MAME runs multiple times over the course of years. What a weird coinky-dink that is, huh? Like, those are some of his suggestions. It is bafflingly stupid what this guy tries to claim. I highly encourage you to watch that Veritas video going over the entire Billy Mitchell thing. There is no room for just freak coincidences, or maybe there was some kind of malfunction, which is something that Dr. Zaida suggests. There may have been a malfunction. What in tarnation? Why, I ought to give you a swirly in the bathroom for that. He doesn't give him any evidence to it. He just says, could have been a malfunction. What malfunction would cause it to look exactly like MAME? Like, what? How? It is unironically one of those last-ditch Hail Mary responses you give when you have no out and you know your goose is cooked. Like, Charles, whose cocaine is this in your car? I have no idea. I don't know how that got there. Well, why is it in your car? I don't know. Something clearly went awry. Must be some kind of malfunction. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Like, this Dr. Zaida risks his entire reputation to try and defend Billy Mitchell with the worst mumbo-jumbo ever. Nothing substantiated, nothing even sensical. And Twin Galaxies just puts his name on this pile of garbage, saying, you can take the heat for this, but we're going to go through with this settlement and just put up a historical archive of his old record. It's not real. They haven't been reinstated. They just provided an old snapshot from 2014 when those records were there. So you can go look at the old record, but it's not on the main leaderboard at all. His records have not been reinstated. Billy Mitchell has not proved that he didn't cheat. He never will, because he cheated. And that's the simple explanation of it. Billy Mitchell got this settlement because he had more money than the other side. So he was able to squeak this out, which is a very slight win for him, admittedly, which is upsetting, because he doesn't deserve it. Had this gone to trial, I have no doubt his clock would have been cleaned here. Anyone, when faced with the evidence of Billy Mitchell's career, and all of the mistakes he made in handling the case, by the way, would immediately rule against him. And he knew that. So he got super lucky with how all of this unfolded. So I just wanted to clear the record here that Billy Mitchell is not innocent. Everything happening with the Jeffrey Epstein case gets more and more unfathomable by the day. It's like the plot to Moonfall, how it just continuously gets more insane as it goes. We are now looking at the possibility that Ghislaine Maxwell might potentially receive a pardon of some kind. You know, the co-conspirator to Jeffrey Epstein, the most notorious sex trafficker, pedophile in the world, his partner, by the way, the only person to ever face any repercussions for their involvement in Epstein's crimes, is potentially looking at a pardon. Is that not the most sickening thing you could possibly imagine? So what's happening now is this administration has fully kegeled the orb of confusion, and they've completely stopped pretending to give even the slightest fuck about the Epstein Files. They're not even dropping morsels of information regarding that anymore. Instead, they've shifted their focus to Ghislaine Maxwell, whom is somehow drumming up quite a bit of support from chunks of the MAGA team, Squad MAGA. Like, there are people unironically cheering for Ghislaine Maxwell as if she's some kind of fucking hero right now. She is a child sex trafficker. What is happening to the world? But now, since the administration has completely given up on ever releasing the Epstein Files, it seems, they are talking with her and dangling a potential pardon and recently like this limited immunity in her face. Which, if you have your thinking caps on, if your IQ is, above 60, you should be able to recognize how manipulative this is. Why would you not release the Epstein Files? you have them. Well, actually, if you follow the storyline, if you follow the lore from all of the seasons of this anime, first, there were no Epstein Files, there was no blackmail, it was just Epstein, there were no, extensive list of clients that were implicated in his crimes or anything. Then all of a sudden, no, there actually is a list, but it was all made up by the Democrats. It was a Democrat hoax, orchestrated by Obama and crooked Hillary and all of that. And now all of a sudden, we gotta go talk to Ghislaine Maxwell to get that list. As of now, she's allegedly been asked about 100 different names, but I can't get into the spaghetti and the meatballs of it because none of it's being done publicly. All of that is happening behind closed doors for some weird reason. But if those names are people implicated in Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, they need to face justice, and the question needs to be asked, are they even going to be prosecuted at this point? Because it's been years and still nothing is happening. The files are still not coming out, but now for some reason the focus has shifted away from the files to now talking to Ghislaine Maxwell to get a list of people, which I find to be very peculiar. To me, what this seems like is whatever list they have, they can't scrub the names off it that they'd like to, so thus they just, that hot potato is never coming out. So instead, they're going to shift focus to Ghislaine Maxwell, who is someone they can have, absolve those they want absolved. Because if there is a pardon on the table, you bet your sweet Bippy she will motorboat whoever's tits are required there in order to get that. She's not going to implicate people that don't want to be implicated if it could cost her that pardon. It's very clear she will give the names that are going to be the names they want released and omit the ones that they don't want out into the public. It just, to any sensible human being, this should be a huge red flag. You have all of this evidence, all of these Epstein files. You are not releasing them. Instead, now you are going to Ghislaine Maxwell to give names, and you are meeting with her privately. None of this is being done publicly, by the way. They're meeting with her privately.
Are we really about to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell? That's the story we're going to go over today. Look, we know that Bill Clinton knew Ghislaine Maxwell. We know Trump knew her as well. We know he wished her well, but previously this was unthinkable, as she is literally the only person, the only co-conspirator who's ever faced any consequences for the abuse that Epstein did.
Now, right off the bat, I've seen a lot of shift in the focus here to Bill Clinton, about Bill Clinton's involvement with Epstein and all of the children. Yeah, I have no doubt Bill Clinton not only went to the island numerous times, that dude was probably there doing unspeakable crimes so frequently he probably had his own fucking suite built there. Like, I have no doubt about that. Lock him up. And everyone else associated with this. I don't know why there are some people that are, like, using that as a smoking gun, like, look at this hypocrisy. You'll call out, Trump for his handling of this, but what about Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton's going to be in those files. You okay with that? Yes, you Sharpie huffing, paint chip eating goobers. Who the fuck is going to be shedding tears over Bill Clinton being thrown in the slammer? I don't know too many Bill Clinton enthusiasts on this planet. Like, maybe I just don't see it. Like, how many Bill Clinton fans are out there with their Bill Clinton cologne and their Bill Clinton phone and their Bill Clinton crypto coin wearing their Bill Clinton shirt? Like, it doesn't exist. Anyone associated with these crimes needs to be held accountable and thrown in jail, no matter what party they're affiliated with. I don't know why all of a sudden Bill Clinton's being brought up like it's some kind of monkey wrench in all of this.
She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and was charged, among other things, for perjury, aka lying, although she was never ultimately tried for it because they went after the heavier counts. However, Maxwell is appealing her conviction, and her lawyer has been pushing to get this in front of Donald Trump. This is a quote from her lawyer, quote, "I'd be surprised if President Trump knew his lawyers were asking the Supreme Court to let the government break a deal. He's the ultimate deal maker. I'm sure he'd agree that when the United States gives its word, it should keep it." Of course, referring to the non-prosecution agreement that Epstein had with prosecutors back in 2007. This all came to a head today when Trump was asked if he would consider pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, and he wouldn't rule it out.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if
it's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
But you wouldn't rule it out.
I love the way CoffeeZilla covers things. His coverage of this is extraordinary. All of this is such important information. So Ghislaine Maxwell, she did have perjury charges. Shocker. I hope you're sitting down for this, but it turns out a child sex trafficker is also a liar. It turns out they don't always tell the truth. So she does already have a history of lying. So you're now going to her to get these names while dangling a potential pardon in front of her. Yeah, I'm sure we can really trust everything she says in regards to this now. Wake the fuck up, drooling idiots. Obviously, Ghislaine is not going to say names that could jeopardize her chance at that pardon. So if there are names that, the administration doesn't really want out there, Ghislaine's not going to give it to them. She is going to omit those, so that way she can increase her odds of getting that pardon. She's not going to try and anger them by giving all of these names. And she's already made it clear she has no problem with lying in general. So it's a completely untrustworthy person to go and get this list of people, which the administration had already said didn't exist like 2 weeks ago. It's so fascinating how this whole thing is playing out here. Just release the fucking files. Just release the files. That is the way to prove that you are innocent, that you did no wrongdoing. You know what makes you look like you did tons of wrongdoing? Continuously refusing to release the files, trying to downplay the severity of those files, saying that people are bad people if they care about Epstein and everything that happened there. That's what makes you look a lot worse. If you haven't done anything, the files should have been the first thing that he released, which was one of his promises, that he would release those Epstein files, which he still hasn't delivered on, and doesn't seem to have any desire to. It's just absurd, and people are gobbling this shit up. When he's directly asked, if he would, pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, all he says is, I haven't thought about it, but I am allowed to do it. That seems to leave the door wide open to a pardon to a fucking child sex trafficker. That is insane. That is absolute lunacy. He didn't just say no or anything. He didn't even tiptoe around anything even resembling no. He just completely opened the door I can do it. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable.
His deputy attorney general is meeting privately with Maxwell. Of course, everybody was okay with the idea of her testifying in public in front of Congress, but that's not exactly what happened. Instead, what Todd Blanche did was privately meet with her in a meeting that nobody was allowed to see. And he said in a statement, today I met with Ghislaine Maxwell and I'll continue my interview of her tomorrow. The Department of Justice will share additional information about what we learned at the appropriate time. Of course, that's brought to you by the same people who said they'd release additional credible evidence. So we don't exactly know what that means.
Exactly as CoffeeZilla described, Ghislaine Maxwell testifying publicly in front of Congress is so much different than privately being interviewed by the DOJ here. If this was all public, where she was disclosing these names and having these conversations, it would be so different. But it is behind closed doors, and nobody gets access to any information that they discuss. That's a little fishy. That smells a little stinky.
And when Maxwell returned to prison, she returned with a white box of materials, which a lot of people, myself included, found very strange because she left with nothing. We also have to note that Todd Blanche was Trump's personal lawyer, so some people are calling it a conflict of interest. Even though he is no longer the personal lawyer, he is now the deputy attorney general.
Well, now, isn't that the damnedest thing? What a fascinating coinkydink. Trump's personal lawyer, who is now at the DOJ, is the one spearheading these interviews with Maxwell privately. The only person that could potentially omit Trump's name in relation to Jeffrey Epstein if his name is implicated in there? What are the odds of that, huh? And I imagine that box of materials that she returned with was nothing of concern. I'm sure that was it was a box of Labubu, probably. They gave her a bunch of blind boxes so she'd be able to entertain herself by opening some awesome Labubu or something. I bet there was nothing important in that box that she somehow mysteriously returned with.
Now, Ghislaine's lawyer gave some statements on the matter. He claimed that she answered all questions truthfully during her DOJ interview and now says she is seeking a pardon, though she says she hasn't approached Trump about it directly, but that they hope a pardon is in the works.
We haven't spoken to the president or anybody about a pardon just yet. And listen, the president this morning said he had the power to do so. We hope he exercises that power in the right and just way.
I love that statement. She answered all questions truthfully. Yeah, that holds a lot of water. As if the lawyer's going to come out and say, well, actually, she lied about a few things, but overall, she did say, mostly accurate things. Obviously, he's going to say that she answered truthfully. There's no way of knowing if she did or not. It's all fucking private in the first place, but she does have a history of lying. She did have perjury charges that weren't pursued, but they were present. Like, it is crazy to see this unfold, and how he is now saying, like, we hope that he'll do the right thing and use that power to pardon for justice here, and pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, one of the most fucking infamous child sex trafficking co-conspirators of all time. Like, it seems like people are forgetting she herself participated in the trafficking of these children, calling them her slaves and shit. Like, what the fuck is going on here that this is even something that's a possibility? It is so sick and twisted, and it's unfolding right in front of people's faces.
In fact, there are already rumors coming out from some sources at ABC News that Ghislaine Maxwell may have already been granted a limited form of immunity to testify in the first place, presumably only for the new information that she's talking about. But still, it does seem like a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell is very much on the table, very much possible, and it's sick to imagine that the one person who's ever faced any consequences for the most notorious trafficker of all time might get away with it.
It is completely deplorable. And that is what's been happening for years, with everyone involved in the Epstein crimes getting away with it. Except Ghislaine, she did face some punishment, but it looks like there is a chance that it might be overturned here, possibly. And the fact that it's even a possibility is horrifying. That is terrible. Now, as I said earlier, the names she gives, I would love to know if there will ever even be anything that comes from it. Like, the names that she does provide and whatever evidence she also provides, are they even going to act on it? And I don't know the answer to it, because I think there is a very likely scenario where she only provides names, like a curated list of names, where she will give them, and then they might pursue those names, but she leaves out tons of evidence and tons of other names because that would disrupt the possibility of this pardon. I think that is very possible, and hopefully, maybe eventually, we can actually get some justice here. Like, hopefully, there will be a pursuit here of these criminals eventually. Maybe it comes from Ghislaine Maxwell giving those names up. Maybe not. I have no clue. But once again, to tie it all back to the beginning, why not just release the fucking files? Just release the files, and also get names from Ghislaine Maxwell. Have her testify publicly, the right way. Have her give all of this information and this evidence over so the public can know that there was no fishy business going on behind closed doors. Why wouldn't you want that transparency? That's like been the number one buzzword for this administration, is transparency. Yet every step of the way with Jeffrey Epstein, it has been nothing but hidden agendas and like under the table dealings and shit. It's absolute insanity. So yeah, anyway, hello. I just wanted to give you all an actual update on the P. Diddy trial in the midst of this flood of nonsense that's spreading around about it. Those AI videos making garbage claims like a new key witness was called to the stand. It's David Copperfield, who dropped a bombshell about his secret MySpace page that told all. This nonsense is just going insano style, so I wanted to tap in here real quick and give you a brief, real update on something very important that just happened in the trial in regards to Kid Cudi's testimony. Now, so far, there have been quite a few very powerful testimonies that are strengthening the case against him, I would say, and Kid Cudi's is the most recent, and also the one that's had a lot of buzz and a lot of incorrect information about. Now, for those that aren't familiar with the lore here, the reason Kid Cudi would be called here is because he and Cassie had a relationship. And according to Cassie, in her civil suits, when P. Diddy found out about it, he was enraged and took action against Kid Cudi. Also, there are tons and tons of claims that have multiple supporting witnesses about the physical abuse that he inflicted upon Cassie. But in regards to Kid Cudi on the stand, it was focused on what P. Diddy allegedly did to him in retaliation, finding out that he had a relationship with Cassie. So Kid Cudi went up there and started to corroborate pretty much everything. So one thing that he recalls is that he had received a phone call from Sean Combs' former assistant, Capricorn Clark. Now, Sean Combs that's the real name of P. Diddy, aka Puff Daddy, aka Puffy Flavor Camp Headmaster, aka Bubba Baby Oil Big Boy. And this phone call that he received from Capricorn Clark was letting him know P. Diddy was inside of his house, and then Kid Cudi started driving home, called P. Diddy, and said that he sounded calm and responded that he was waiting for him to arrive so they could speak. Kid Cudi also said that Clark sounded very scared, sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Kid Cudi said ultimately no one was inside, but his dog was locked in a bathroom, whereas he normally lets his dog roam around the house freely, and some of the gifts he received from Chanel had also been opened. That's why you're seeing headlines like this pop up, by the way, about P. Diddy breaking into his home and unwrapping his fucking Christmas presents. It's referring to those Chanel gifts. Anyway, apparently after unboxing those gifts, the Grinch was no longer there, but Kid Cudi told the court that he had planned on confronting and fighting P. Diddy for this, but eventually decided against it because he didn't know like how serious it would be, didn't know who P. Diddy was with, so he ultimately called the police and made a report instead. He then also made a mention that his dog's behavior, he claims, changed and became more jittery and on edge all the time. I found this little tidbit kind of interesting, where that statement about the dog is something that was actually kind of contentious here for the defense attorneys, saying that they didn't want Kid Cudi to testify about his dog being traumatized by the experience because he did not want dog lovers on the jury to be swayed. So the judge said Kid Cudi could only talk about the immediate impact on his dog, not any long-term consequences. Now, the big thing, the major thing that a lot of people remember is the claim that P. Diddy blew up Kid Cudi's car. So on that, Kid Cudi does say that he believes P. Diddy was behind the Molotov cocktail attack on his car in January 2012. He said he got a call from his dog sitter that his car was on fire, and at the time by the time he had returned home, law enforcement officers were already on the scene, and he saw a Molotov cocktail and major damage to the vehicle, and then provided a lot of photos of the damage. He also mentioned that after the car incident, the two met at a hotel in 2012 and said that Sean Combs was standing there staring out the window with his hands behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. And then they discussed the relationship he had with Cassie. We discussed pretty much the whole story about how me and Cassie first started to date, to what it was, to how it ended. He said that P. Diddy apologized for all the bullshit and it helped Kid Cudi find some peace with it. And then he also mentions that he remembered Cassie talking about relationship problems all the way back into 2010, and that when they started dating in 2011, Cassie told him that there had been physical abuse in their relationship, but didn't mention sexual abuse at the time. Another quick thing to mention is that Kid Cudi agreed with the defense that he felt he had been played by Cassie in regards to love, like their relationship there. And another thing is, he mentioned that he knew P. Diddy was violent, is what he said. So overall, it was a really big testimony, and a lot of what came from this corroborated the claims from Cassie about a lot of these things. This is obviously a really huge testimony here, but it's far from the only one. A lot of the testimonies that we've been hearing have been very big, at least in my opinion. Even ones like this, which are here just to demonstrate a pattern of P. Diddy's conduct, I think are huge. So, hotel executive Frederick Zamore took this stand in order to talk about the internal notes that hotel staff kept regarding his behavior. So his customer profile had several notes to staff, including one that warned he always spills candle wax on everything and uses excessive amounts of oil. Everyone already knows this fucking freak is the Primarch of dildos and baby oil. I'm sure you've all seen the headlines. This hotel executive comes in here once again to solidify in court this pattern of conduct, like this behavior from him and how common and widespreading it is. Like, there have been a ton of big testimonies, but the reason I want to focus on Kid Cudi's is because his has become very controversial. Online, there was a big debate about him snitching and people calling him a rat. Young Thug had even made a tweet saying, like, damn, he's a rat, which I thought was fake. I thought that was a fake tweet. It was deleted shortly after he made it, but I was really shocked to see the response to Kid Cudi's testimony here. First of all, he was subpoenaed. Second of all, he's a fucking civilian. It's not like he's out there abiding by street code or anything. He is doing exactly what he should here, testifying against a monster. This is P. fucking Diddy. He has been called the Epstein of the music industry. The evidence against this guy and all of his crimes dates back decades of overwhelming evidence and degeneracy to some of the most abhorrent crimes you could think of for a guy like this. Like testifying against P. Diddy is something people should applaud. I'm very surprised so many people had an issue with Kid Cudi coming out here and spilling the beans on Puff Daddy. It's just crazy to me. But I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, because right now there is actually a very big Free Diddy movement. I shit you not. It is as pathetic as it sounds. There's a lot of people that, some of them have been paid. It has been proven that P. Diddy's associates have paid people to try and shill to like support his innocence, but there are some people that are so brain rotted and poisoned mentally that they'll get mad at the people that are bringing this evidence forward. Evidence which, by the way, you yourself can look at. There is video footage that P. Diddy himself has also acknowledged. There is so much documented evidence for his crimes for years that you can easily get access to if you want. And it's just crazy to me that anyone's having a big hoopla and making a big stink about people coming forward, corroborating that and talking about it here. Like, I think that's extremely important. I don't know why anyone would be trying to like vilify people that are doing their best to hold an absolute fucking villain, like an evil piece of shit like P. Diddy, finally hold them accountable to face justice. Now, of course, he is still going through the justice system. He is still going through the legal process, so he hasn't been found guilty or anything yet. But for people to come forward and just say things like Free Diddy, he's done absolutely nothing wrong, Kid Cudi's a piece of shit for snitching, like, that is so unhinged. That lunacy is diabolical, really. So anyway, I wanted to give you like a little update to the P. Diddy trial and where it's at. There has been so much going on with it, but the Kid Cudi... Yeah, I was actually called as a witness to appear in court in the Carl Jobst vs. Billy Mitchell legal case that's been ongoing for quite some time. It's no secret that I don't have much respect for silly Billy Mitchell. In fact, I have more respect for piss stains in a public gas station toilet than I do Mr. Billy Mitchell. I didn't know I was allowed to talk about this until I learned tonight on stream that all of the transcripts for the court are public, and that there are lawyers on YouTube that are talking about the case, as well as sites that are publishing things about it. And they have all of the details. There's a site called Perfect Pac-Man that laid out like the entire day I was there and got every single thing right on the money, including what I was wearing and my hairstyle. I guess I don't need to remain as tight-lipped about this as I thought I did, so I'll talk about it a little bit, but I am still going to play it cautiously here because it is still ongoing and I don't want to jeopardize anything by saying too much, but I'll talk about what's public knowledge here about this whole thing. It's very wacky. Like, the case is super serious, but some of the things that happened while I was a witness in it are so goofy. I'm sure some of you have already seen by now. My fart made it as evidence in this case. Billy Mitchell's team used my ass trumpet in their evidence. So, buckle your seatbelts. It's a bit of a wild ride. They certainly pulled out some weird maneuvers. They were running some plays that I don't think John Madden could have ever drawn up. Like, they had some fascinating tricks up their sleeves that Baba Vanga wouldn't have even dared to predict. Some of it I felt was just entirely unrelated to anything, which we'll get to in a moment. Like, to a level where I half expected them to just start talking about goof juice. Like, Mr. White, is it true that you have your own Gamer Supps flavor? Goof juice. And is it also true, Mr. White, that goof juice is the best beverage that's ever been constructed? And, Mr. White, is it also true that you can purchase goof juice right now at gamersupps.gg/moist? Well, yes, to all the questions. Goof juice is available right now. Like, it just felt like a lot of the questions really didn't pertain to the case, such as my fart. I'm not exaggerating. My fart is literally a piece of evidence here. Okay, so how did people... I don't know how people have this, yeah. Apparently I am allowed to talk about it. I was called in as a witness for Carl Jobst versus Billy Mitchell. And I don't know how people already have this information. There's a video claiming your fart is evidence in the case. How I don't... Is that all public? I don't want to like overstep or anything. I'm told I am allowed to mention that, and I guess it's public knowledge now. Where do you even find that? Yeah. I guess a lot more of it is public than I thought. Just purely out of an abundance of caution, I'll still refrain from going into too much detail about it. But it is not clickbait, actually. Where is that photo from? It's from a video I made talking about Billy Mitchell in the intro. It was after one of Billy Mitchell's lawsuits, and there was like a couple of like brain dead Billy Mitchell fans that like tweeted at me at the time saying that I owe him an apology. Though I think some of them were just being sarcastic, but even still, for the intro, I just played around with it, saying like some people wanted me to apologize, so here's my apology. So I got up and tooted into the mic, and then continued to insult Billy Mitchell. Oh my god, I'm reading this article from Perfect Pac-Man right now. Wait, how did they see me? Okay, here, I'll pull this up real quick. I guess I can talk about it? Disheveled, long hair everywhere, plain white shirt. This was court. Recording and screenshotting was forbidden by court rules, so I couldn't show you any pictures, but dude dressed up sharp for the occasion. Nice suit jacket, washed hair back, and a sexy man bun, sitting in his usual chair. How? He had to have been there, right? Like, he had to. Yeah, so I guess the transcripts really are out there. And yeah. Yeah. They asked me about King of Kong, and I had literally rewatched it the day before I went to trial. They actually have everything. So, when I was cross-examined, they used my videos. I'm going to be honest, I don't really know why they used my videos, I guess to show I didn't like Billy Mitchell, but that was pretty clear with the way I talked about him. Like, I don't think you needed this, but basically what they did for Billy's team is they pulled up a few of my videos, so this one, He's a Cheater, and asked me to confirm that it was produced by me earlier this year. And they played, I think it was 32 seconds, and it was where I was like, okay, so they actually have the quote. Spamming me down Twitter, demanding I give Billy Mitchell an apology. This is my official response to all of you. And it's where I stand on my chair and I fart into the mic, going on to just continue to insult Billy Mitchell. Actual fart evidence. Billy Mitchell's team used fucking flatulence. But yeah, so they used a couple of snippets like that with me making fun of Billy Mitchell. Like, the things I was saying about Billy, I feel like you, as the person defending him, wouldn't really want him to hear, or other people to hear. I was pretty surprised. Oh, and this was, I guess, it's all here. They have all of the evidence, too. So I think the main thing that Billy's team wanted to do with that video was showcase a grapevine effect. So what they did is they pulled 10 comments from the comment section of 2 of my videos covering it, that they were going to use as an example of the grapevine effect, right? And the natural conclusion you draw from that is you have cherry-picked 10 comments, some of which have 0 interaction. Almost all of them really have 0 interaction. 10 comments out of over 10,000 that they submitted as evidence. The third has 1.7. Yeah, I said almost all of them. But like, if you look at the ones they cherry-pick, almost all of them have 0. There's this one that does. But this is also the thing that they're talking about is here. So this having interaction isn't even in regards to what they wanted to prove for Grapevine. It's this having 5. They have no idea how the internet works. They also tried to enter a reaction video uploaded by another channel's evidence. Yeah, it was very clear Billy Mitchell's team wasn't familiar with the internet. They pulled up one of those hundreds of re-upload channels that'll take like stream moments and package it for their own channel for AdSense, and they're like, this is your video, right, Charles? And I was like, no, it's not. You can see it's not. That's not my channel. But they kept insisting, like, but your face is here, it must be yours. But it's not. It's not my video. It's just not. So it became pretty obvious pretty quickly they don't really understand the internet. I was there to talk about his reputation. Billy has had a horrible reputation for... I personally believe Billy's reputation was ruined the day King of Kong came out. He looks like a narcissist. In that documentary, which, as noted here, I literally had rewatched right before my appearance here. In that documentary, he literally looks like one of the biggest narcissists you will ever see. And he looks like a bully. He looks like a bad guy. And his reputation has never changed. But anyway, another thing, I don't see it here. Another thing they did was, in one of the videos I made, I went through his cameo just kind of clowning on it. And Billy's team was like, "Those are all 5-star reviews, aren't they, Charles?" And I was like, yeah, they appear to be 5-star reviews. It is important to note that there is botting issues with these services. Like, I believe most of Billy's 5-star reviews, I think a lot of them are probably shilled. That's my personal belief. I can't prove it or anything, but they're like, "Can't you see there was a lot of people very happy with Billy here?" And I was like, those are 5-star reviews, yeah? Which does, like, that has nothing to do with anything. I think they were trying to, like, grasp at straws. Like, look, people like Billy. People do like Billy. But yeah, all of this played in court, by the way. I want you to make note of it. The fart, and then all of this. This whole... They just let my video rip for a while. Like, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Like, he's the video game player of the century, not the ultimate gamer. That's a totally different title, which you could have easily gotten if you wanted to, but he was too busy fucking your mom and every other goddamn groupie that was on his meat after he got the Donkey Kong record. So now he settles for just being the video game player of the century, and thank heavens for that, because if he went for the Ultimate Gamer 2, there'd be no women left for the rest of us. So God bless that he held himself back. Like, I don't know why they're playing that. What does that do? Like, this is evidence that they submitted. Overall, I really just don't understand what the strategy was with playing those clips. It's clear I don't have respect for Billy. You don't need to put the icing on that cake. The reason I don't have respect for Billy is for the reasons I've mentioned. He is a bully. He is a bad guy. He is a narcissist. He is a cheater. He is a person of poor character and has had a horrible reputation for many, many years, all because of his own behavior and his own actions. I won't go much more in depth, again, just playing it safe here, because I don't want to talk about anything that's not, like, explicitly talked about in the public space there. So I'll refrain from going much more in depth here, but I just had to at least mention this, because now that it's all out there with my fart as evidence in this case, how could I not talk about it a little bit? That is fucking crazy. So anyway, I'm wishing Carl and his team the absolute best here. It's still ongoing as of the moment. Send 5'6" funky Florida man coming at you again with a new infuriating update in the disastrous handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case here. No good news on this front, sports fans. All of us continue to wiggle our cheeks into the front row seats to blatant, evil, degenerate corruption with the most obvious cover-up of all time and unfolding right in front of our fucking faces. Today, I'm sure a lot of you saw, there was an amendment put forth that would try and force the DOJ to release the information they have on Epstein. I'm going to go ahead and immediately tackle the titties on this one up front because some new talking points have hit the influencers' desks. A bunch of these shill android homunculi are going around with the pocket watch out, trying to hypnotize the public into believing that this amendment was trying to push for something that it wasn't. They are claiming that this amendment was trying to have the DOJ release unredacted information and evidence in the Epstein case, meaning all of the victims' names and videos and shit, and basically saying that it was trying to get them to release child porn here, which is so fucking outlandish, it is lunacy. That is a load of barnacles, and yet there are a lot of people that now believe it because they didn't bother to look at it themselves at all. From all available information, as well as from the individual behind the amendment himself, this was basically just trying to get the DOJ to release the Epstein evidence and client list, which, as you might recall, is exactly what Trump promised to do. Not only Trump, but a lot of people in the administration as well, and a lot of people that ran with that as a crucial point, all of them assuring the public that if they get elected, this would be something that they would release, for sure, because it's extremely important. Now, they haven't, and they are actively denying its existence and burying it. And now the new talking point is Trump claiming that, well, the files do exist, contrary to what the DOJ and FBI said about, like, there being no client list and no blackmail. Trump is saying, no, the files exist, but you can't trust them, they're fraudulent because they were written by Obama and crooked Hillary. But in essence, you can kind of boil this amendment down to basically just wanting Trump and the administration to follow through on that promise of releasing what they said they would release. This is the flight logs, this is the client list, that kind of shit. It is not trying to force the DOJ to release unredacted videos and information of the victims. That is obviously not something that anyone is asking be shared with the public. It is disgusting, and it is a crazy deflection that they're trying to pull here. So, anyway, this amendment was put in there, and it was voted on by, first, the House Rules Committee, where it caught the hands in the Thunderdome and got blocked. They took it over their knee and spanked its keister. Also, I am unfamiliar with Virginia Fox here, but she is looking like an ancient artifact here. That is a fossil. Pardon me while I go on a bit of a tangent here. It's a little unrelated to everything, but I'm just so tired of how everyone in power seems to be extraordinarily old. She looks straight out of a sarcophagus. Why is everyone in power here so old? Like, Jesus Christ, she looks like every time she farts, dust comes out. And it's not like exclusive to just like some political people here and there. It's like a ton of them. Fucking Joe Biden was hardly ever lucid. You'd have to wave like an ice cream cone around his nose just to get him alert for conferences. Like, it is crazy how common it is that the people that lead us are so fucking old. Like, Trump is extremely old too. So many of them are, and I am really tired of that being commonplace. Anyway, though, I'll stop ranting about that. The amendment got blocked here. But that didn't mean that it was completely dead in the water. It then went to another vote, which was the whole House voting on it. But spoiler alert, you can probably piece together the breadcrumbs here. Didn't go so well there either.
On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
R.I.P. to that. That got fucking two-pieced here today. It lost 211 to 210. Now, as I understand it, this would have been leading to a debate, at least, on the topic of the Epstein Files. And it still got blocked. Even just the notion of talking deeper about the Epstein Files. Now, I was reading a bit from people that have been very vocal about how important this is to them, yet they came in here and still voted to block it. And from what I've read, they're saying that it was confusing in that this amendment was attached to a larger discussion and vote around cryptocurrency and legislation in regards to cryptocurrency, so some voted no because of that. I also read some of them saying that this wasn't actually a vote about the Epstein thing because it was attached to the Genius Act, which was the cryptocurrency thing. What they were voting no to was the Democrats having the House floor or something to that effect. Ultimately, though, the outcome is the same. There is now not going to be a debate or deeper discussion on the Epstein Files and client list as a result of this amendment or anything. It has been blocked in that regard. So whatever the reason for the no was, the outcome is that is not going to happen, at least not from this amendment, at least not right now. Regardless, the outcome remains the same. The Epstein Files remain in this limbo where for many years they had existed and were very important, and any day now it's coming, and then a week ago DOJ, FBI says it's not real, there's no list, there's no blackmail, Epstein killed himself, and now, a few days after that, the files are real, they do exist, but Obama and crooked Hillary wrote them. So it is just a huge fucking song and dance, and ultimately still getting nowhere here. Our government continues to unapologetically protect pedophiles that were incriminated in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Still, no arrests have been made, and they continue to lie about even the existence of some of this evidence. And they're hoping that eventually you'll just move on from it. If they can continue to downplay it and try and hypnotize you into thinking it's no big deal, maybe eventually you'll swallow the shit they feed you with a big smile on your face and be the compliant, good little drone that they want you to become. And for some people, it is working. Unfortunately, every single day there's more and more people just wanting to bury this and move on from it. But I also think there's a large number of people that can see right through this garbage and see just how corrupt this is.
Just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it. But she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release, yeah.
They think you're a fucking bumbling moron. They think you are stupid. It is unbelievable how little they think of your intelligence to be trying to pull shit like this. Trump continues to try and assure everyone that, well, I guess the files are definitely real now because Trump keeps talking about them, but don't trust them. They are altered. They're fraudulent because they were written by Obama and, the whole crew there, the Democrats. It was all part of this big hoax. Which I'm begging, if you please, just think for a couple of seconds, if that was the case, if these files were all bogus baloney, why wouldn't they have used it as a weapon against Trump and conservatives in general? Why would they engineer this big fraudulent list and then not use it? And also themselves bury it. And pardon me for being a little bold here, but I'd like to plant a little seed in people's noodles. The Democrats have had ample opportunity to also make the Epstein investigation, the files and client list, a priority to release to the public and actually try and hold these criminals accountable. They had years to do this. Why didn't they pursue it when Biden was in office? The only explanation would be that there are powerful people in that party that are also guilty and incriminated in those files. So this has been something that's been a real hot potato that neither political party has really wanted to grip onto. Neither one of them have wanted to actually, dive deeper into the Epstein case. At least not until recently, where it seems like there are some people that are making a push to make it more of a priority. And if something can finally come from that, some justice where these criminals get locked up, that would be fantastic. But as of right now, that's still not happening. It is still in this fucking purgatory, and it is disgusting. This shit is absolutely tragic. And yeah, just another bad... I'm about to bless your 2025 with the best song you're going to hear all year. It didn't come out in 2025, it did come out last year, but it flew under the radar. It was snubbed at the Grammys, and I think it's time we turn our attention to a classic that's up there with some of the greats like Ice JJ Fish. This comes from White Noise, aka Dark Daniel. He's a 41-year-old rapper, fresh on the scene, and I've always said you're never too old to chase your dreams, and I think he's proof of that.
Said they want me on some stripper shit, right? Dark fucking Daniel. Let's go.
I'm blue balling you on the drop because I just gotta come in here and say how much I love the name Dark Daniel. That's like an Xbox Live gamer tag I would have cooked up when I was 11.
Baby, make it drop, put some stank on it. Make that booty pop, put some stank on it. Make that body rock, put some stank on it. Put some stank on it, put some stank on it. Baby, make it drop, put some stank on it. Make that booty pop, put some stank on it. Make that body rock, put some stank on it. Put some stank on it, put some stank on it.
Now, White Noise doesn't really cut the rug. He doesn't bust a move or anything. His dance moves are kind of like all up in here doing this. It looks more like he's swatting mosquitoes. But what he lacks in dancing, he makes up for in writing, because this is genius. Put some stank on it. I don't even know what that means. Especially in the context of the song where he's talking about a booty popping but wants some stank on it. I feel like that'd be revolting. Why would you want butt cheeks jiggling with fucking odorous fumes hitting you as well? Like, that's the last thing you want some stank on. Now, of course, I recognize it's an expression. He doesn't literally mean he wants stinky ass cheeks on him or anything, but I don't understand what the expression could even mean here. Make your booty pop, put some stank on it. Like, to me, when I'd hear that, I would think it'd be like, some extra flair. Like, it's something I'd say when playing Marvel Rivals when I'm telling my tank to dive their backline, like, get after that mantis and put some stank on it. But if someone's like goatsy styling on me, I don't know, like, how else would you put stank on it? You know what I mean? Like, what is it? That's the beauty of it. It's ambiguous. And it's also not catchy. It's the opposite of an earworm, but to such an extreme degree, it is so uncatchy that it loops back around to being catchy.
Climbing up that pole like a pro, you already know. Super on the mic, kryptonite is hose. Twerking for a broken boy, she putting on a show. Titties popping out with her ass like whoa. Freaky with the tongue, she could probably put it in a knot. Baby, I'm a savage, I'm just looking for some top. We can make a movie, baby, make it hot. Let's get it. Titties like a canvas, I got ink blots.
Dark Daniel's a goddamn booby artist. Titties like a canvas, and he's got ink blots. Again, man, what does that exactly mean? Like, you're gonna make Rorschach paintings out of her breasts? I just don't think many traditional artists would be using ink blots on a standard canvas. That wouldn't really be the medium of choice. Though I imagine the lyrics are probably deeper than I'm giving them credit for. Dark Daniel is probably getting into some metaphors for, like, ejaculating on her honkers, perhaps putting his own stank on it, maybe. I don't know why I'm doing such a dive on it. This isn't like a genius lyric breakdown video, but I can't help myself. Anyway, it needs to be said that the woman here is an absolute trooper. She got paid to do a job, and damn it, she's gonna do it to the best of her ability. She's pouring her heart and soul into the ass-shaking performance of a lifetime here for Dark fucking Daniel. Now, it may not be a chart topper. You won't be seeing Stank on it in the Billboard Top 100. It's not your standard, finger-wiggling tune. But it doesn't matter. It seems like they're both having a good time. It also seems like Dark Daniel's fighting the urge to look at her keister while it's gyrating. Now, I think he should have went even harder here. Instead of just hiring a dancer and a cameraman, he should have also hired a choreographer. Fucking hire me. I could definitely think of some really cool dance moves that would light 2025 ablaze, would take the world by storm for Stank on it, Like, brush off your shoulder, side to side, and then some of this. There's definitely so much play space that you had with a song like Stank on it. This shit could have got stanky quick, but instead he wanted to kind of just stay up here, like throwing out his hands like he's making political statements. He's doing gestures like a politician would do, and he has the woman just kind of shaking her ass around, which that's fine. Like, I don't think she needs to be out there doing like a full choreographed dance routine or anything, but I think he should have had some moves. Something that when this song inevitably starts playing at a club, people can start busting it out like Crank That Soulja Boy, So something on that level.
Baby, make it drop, put some stank on it. Make that booty pop, put some stank on it. Make that body rock, put some stank on it. Put some stank on it, put some stank on it. Baby, make it drop, put some stank on it. Make that booty pop, put some stank on it. Make that body rock, put some stank on it. Put some stank on it, put some stank on it. Little mama bad, love the way she throw it back. Rush into the stage just to drop a couple stacks. Everybody cheer when she make her booty clap. Shorty hella thick, rest a drink on that ass. Little mama bad, love the way she throw it back. Rush into the stage just to drop a couple stacks. Everybody cheer when she make her booty clap. Shorty hella thick, rest a drink on that ass.
I think Dark Daniel was starting to run out of bars because verse 2, he had one line and then just repeated it twice, which takes up the majority of verse 2, and then he repeated a line from verse 1 to close it out to bring us back to the chorus. He knew the moneymaker was in the chorus, so he kind of just speed ran the verses. They're not very inspired, unfortunately.
Freaky with the tongue, put it in a knot. Baby, I'm a savage, I'm just looking for some top. We can make a movie, baby, make it hot. Let's get it. Titties like a canvas, I got ink blots. Baby, make it drop, put some stank on it. Make that booty pop, put some stank on it. Make that body rock, put some stank on it. Put some stank on it, put some stank on it. Baby, make it drop, put some stank on it. Make that booty pop, put some stank on it. Make that body rock, put some stank on it. Put some stank on it, put some stank on it. And to think, I used to be such a nice young man. Third leg problems.
A heartbreaking conclusion. God bless Dark Daniel and his third leg problems. So I watched an interview with him. I went kind of deep on the Dark Daniel rabbit hole, I'm not going to lie to you. I watched an interview. So he is 41 years old, and he talks about getting into the rap game a little late and just wanting to chase his dreams, which I think is just kind of a wholesome message. And at the end of the day, he went for it. He said, fuck it, we'll do it live. And he invested in a cameraman to film this, a location, some lights, the lady that's dancing with him, and he said, let's try it. And I respect that, I really do. Also, Dark Daniel's got no fear. He is not afraid to get stanky live in front of an actual crowd.
And it definitely videos at 18K views on YouTube. It definitely stinks. Hey. Some big stuff on that shit. Hey. Let's go. Baby, make it drop, put some stank on it. Make that booty pop, put some stank on it. Make that body rock, put some stank on it. Put the ass like whoa. Do them heels click as you drop it down low. She can be a top or a thought. Titties bouncing up and down. It don't matter if they drops. I'll make that mop drip, don't forget the mop. Creaky with the tongue, she could probably put it in.
That is not an easy thing to do, to get up in front of a bunch of strangers to perform your song in front of them. And he's done it quite a few times. He has a few live performances, and some of them have like crowd shots that it seems like all the people in the bar were having a really good time listening to it. Now, of course, I'm sure there's some people that were like making fun of him for it or whatever, but at the end of the day, everyone was still having fun, and he seems to be like really self-aware. Like, there's a lot of people in the comments that were talking about it being really bad, but from what I saw, he was just kind of like rolling with the punches, just having a good time about it. So he seems to have a nice attitude that, at least from everything I've seen. And like I said, at the end of the day, I'll probably start saying, put some stank on it. And it has been a song that's been stuck.
Hey, we're playing the Guess That Tweeter game, where we're gonna figure out who tweeted some gobbledygook. Was it Aaron? Was it me?
Or anybody else.
Or anybody else on this board.
Still don't get why I'm not on the board.
I came up with a fun name for this game. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
My Aaron impression?
Sure.
Let me hear it.
Oh, God.
Well, damn, man. Thanks for coming to play X marks the damn spot.
It's not even a name of the game.
X marks the spot because Twitter's now X.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't even connect that. I will never register that it's called X.
God.
I still get emails from it for like the skill check Twitter and stuff, and it says X, formerly Twitter still, and I'm like, it's been like 2 years.
They can't even make the transition, and they own the damn company. Also, Twitter, I barely even know her. Let's start the fucking game.
Alright, Aaron's gonna give the rules.
Alrighty, so what's gonna happen here? What's gonna happen is what?
Watching you be confined to a mic is amazing.
Well, I can pick it up. I can walk around.
You can if you want.
Yeah, I think I might. We'll start like this. Alright, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna read off a tweet. You guys are gonna say, you got the list right there. There are multiple, like there could be any amount of me and Charlie's tweets in here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna read off the tweets. You guys are gonna pick who you think it is, pull it off the board, and then show it to me. I'll tell you guys if you're right or wrong. If you're right, you slap that bad boy down. If you're wrong, you put it back on the board so you can pick them again. And then by the end, you can sort through all your pictures, and how many pictures you have is how many points you have. And whoever has the most points wins. But also, after I tell you who the tweet was from, you can guess what the year it was from.
That's not happening.
Yeah,
but
I think you'll probably be able to get some.
We've got some.
Alright.
I think the only people you can't keep the pictures of are Aaron and Charlie, because there can be multiple. Literally all of them can be Aaron or Charlie.
Alrighty, boys, let's get started. Alright, first tweet. If you are reading this, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be asleep. Go to bed, I say.
Oh, I think I know this one.
Alright, I gotta now look at you because I'll be cheating.
This is
That's
Ice-T, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I say it out loud? Because
No, just grab it.
Just grab it,
Just grab it.
and then you can kind of hide it.
For what it's worth, I didn't grab Ice. Okay, you fucked up. What's Ice-T?
I didn't want to copy you.
Show
I
him-
wouldn't
show
have
him.
picked
Show me
Ice-T.
the pictures. Both of y'all are off. It is Shaquille O'Neal.
What?
Yeah.
I thought about picking Shaq.
That is the problem with some of this, is you can't see the spelling, but I also think it's better because the Shaq spelling, I'm not showing you the whole sheet, but
Yeah.
the Shaq spelling gives it away crazy.
Gotcha.
It is capital IF, as though he's talking about the movie Ifs. And then it says, letter U, letter R, reading, no G, this, letter U, SHUD.
So coming
Letter
from
P.
Shaq, this is clearly a joke.
Yeah.
I thought this was somebody being stupid.
Ice-T makes.
He's got deranged
No, that's the
tweets.
thing.
Yeah.
I gotta let you know, Shaq has some also deranged tweets.
Really?
Like,
Shaq's got-
I've
yeah,
never gone to his Twitter account.
It's
I mean,
fucking crazy.
I feel like you probably have seen like my butts. I'm at Mott's Berry Farm, whatever it is, that theme park, and he's like, I'm at Mott's Berry Farm, and my butt's too big for the dang seat.
My senior,
So good.
my senior year quote in high school was from Shaq.
Oh yeah.
What was it?
It was something about.
I'm Superman.
No, he talks about how sexy he is, basically, and I used
was
that
your
as my tweet. Yeah, it was. I'll find it later for you.
All right, second tweet. I can't believe my grandmother's making me take out the garbage. I'm rich. Fuck this. I'm going home. I don't need this shit.
Oh, I know this one.
All right.
Don't look at me.
But you can look at me. 'cause
Oh,
I
we
got it
picked
right.
the same one. I
Oh.
think.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's Luda. Luda.
50 Cent. That's 50.
What? Do you think there's a chance we get 0 points? You should at least know your own tweets.
I think I'll get my tweets.
Yeah.
I was going to do this only if you did. Yeah. I was going to do this only if you get them right. We picked older tweets. Danny went through and found some nuggets of ancient gold. I was only going to do guess of the year if you get it right, but I want you guys to get points. So we're gonna.
Oh yeah, maybe if they both get it wrong, we can try the year as
Do
well.
you want us to whiteboard it?
I think you guys can just like
3, 2, 1, shout it
3, 2,
out.
1, shout it out.
So I remember when 50 Cent pump and dumped a penny stock.
Nice.
So that was back in 2012, I think.
When was Twitter started?
So I will give you that. I think it was 2005, but it
Okay.
didn't blow up to like 2007.
Cool.
Yeah.
I've got a range then.
If I had to guess, I would say this is when 50 was more active on their shit posting. He's more of an Instagram shit poster now. I'm going
point back at you.
2011.
I'm gonna go 09.
You guys split the difference. It's 2010. But you guys deduced the year. Like you guys did pretty fucking
Yeah,
good.
that was good.
This is just our, we're both fine. You put us together, we're unstoppable.
Yeah, we're almost correct on something.
We're almost a full human.
If you guys want, you can go back to the Shaq tweet and we can try it again too.
All right, I'm guessing Shaq tweet. This, what did he say again?
He
My
said if
butt's
you're
too
reading
big.
This, you should be
Oh.
ashamed of yourself. You should be asleep. Go to bed, I say.
2014.
I was gonna say 2014.
We're melding.
Shit.
2009.
Okay.
Hey, like I said, if we were together, we would have gotten that.
That was nice.
Exactly.
All right, next tweet. I'm ready.
Next tweet. All right.
I'm focused.
I'm locked in.
At Babies R Us getting pregnant with savings.
Okay.
Whenever he laughs, it's gonna be a him tweet.
Well, I didn't even need that context clue, to be honest.
Oh God.
I'm looking at the date.
Is that an Aaron tweet?
That was an Aaron tweet.
Yeah, let's go.
That was certified Aaron banger.
Yeah, that was a banger.
Do you want
I
us-
think they get harder to guess from here. You threw in a couple like this.
All right. And we're guessing your
What year
year.
did I tweet this? Was this more recent, or was this when I was in like high school? When I just had the chops already.
It was at Babies R Us getting
At
pregnant.
Babies R Us getting pregnant.
I'm gonna go
That's so fucking good though.
2018.
Nah, this is a 2021 Aaron coming of age. I'm going, yeah.
I lived here. You knew me when I tweeted this. It was 2022.
I was so close.
October 11th.
You're acting like you tweet nonsense all the time. My favorite Aaron tweet story is still, and he denies it.
What?
I watched him at a urinal while peeing,
That was fine.
and a tweet went up. He's peeing, and his tweet pops up.
I had the opposite hand doing it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't think you were holding both
Yeah,
with
I was
one.
controlling the stream, and then I thought of a firework.
I will say I went through Aaron's Twitter, and there was like clearly a date where he crossed the event horizon of current Aaron, because it was like normal, and then just immediately everything else is
I
like
think
exactly.
I caught COVID or something like that. It was probably around there. It was probably like late 2019, 2020 or something like that.
I once ripped an Aaron tweet, and after about 10 seconds, somebody commented on it, "What the fuck, Matt?" and I deleted it.
Well,
never tried it again.
I've taken 2 of Aaron's tweets he didn't want. One of them was
It's
not now
that I
kitten
didn't want
daddy's
that
searching
one,
for
but that was
clues.
such a banger for when you tweeted it. I
Yeah.
was like, you gotta use this.
No, that one was good. And then the other one I took from you was it was when we were in an Uber. And you had one you didn't want, so I said, "Fuck it, I'll use it." And it wasn't the "not now, daddy, kitten's looking for cute." Nope, other way.
Not now, daddy.
I'm sure it's still in the draft. I wonder if it's one of the ones Danny picked for you.
It might be, because that would be quite the curveball. Because it was your tweet in that Uber. You're like, "I don't really want this if you want it."
Now we're just telling tweet stories. Years ago, this was when it was just me and you, and I was driving, we were going to the Lightning game together. Do you remember this? And the whole time you were quiet. On your
Oh
phone
yeah, I
the
was
whole
trying to
ride.
think of a great tweet.
We pull in the parking garage, and he goes, "All right, what do you think about this?" And it was a tweet about like something with piss. That's all I
No,
remember.
it definitely wasn't. That was Was that the Chupacabra's real? I just watched them fuck my grandpa.
No, we should control F on your Twitter for something with piss, because I'm positive it said piss in it. That's the only word I remember. But I was like, is this what you've been doing? You're like, yeah, I've been crafting this. And I was like, bro, it's been 40 minutes.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember what I tweeted though.
It was great. All right,
What's next,
tweet.
Aaron?
All right, we got. Give ASAP Rocky his freedom. We do so much for Sweden, but it doesn't seem to work the other way around. Sweden should focus on its real crime problem. # free Rocky.
Oh God.
I'm hiding my board. This might be the only one.
Sneak me what you picked. Nice.
This is tough. This is tough.
It's the only one I have a leg up on. Maybe we need to turn the boards so we can't see each other.
Are you a big ASAP Rocky fan? How do you know this one so
I'm really
quick?
big into ASAP.
Me too, he's so hot.
You said he's so hot?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really hot.
I think
couldn't pick out a picture.
The
of
only
ASAP
reason I
Rocky.
think you'd know this is because it's got to be him. Is it Trump?
It is indeed Trump.
It's Trump.
Okay, that I had no idea.
You said that like I'm a big Trump fan.
Well, no, like there's no way you'd know what Young Thug, Hulk Hogan.
That's Young Thug?
Yeah.
That's very helpful.
Okay.
That's like the classic Young Thug picture.
I've seen the picture all the time. I just don't know who it is.
So leave that down here, because y'all got it right.
Nice.
Now, do you guys remember what year the ASAP Rocky thing happened? When he got arrested?
This had to be before Trump was president, I would think, right?
Well, think about the context, because he is trying to get him home.
Oh, that's a good
What are
point.
the
Before he
clues
was
back
just
here?
Don't
Yeah,
help
no
him.
help. Aaron's always too helpful.
Yeah.
Well, there's still a 4-year range.
Yeah.
There he does. He's helping again. Helping again.
I'll lock in. I'm just gonna go kind of late. I'm gonna go 18.
I'm going 19.
2019.
Fuck!
Full guess.
Okay, you got one right there.
Okay, that's all right. Well, hey, wait, I got a point too.
Yeah.
For
Yeah, I think she's just doing
Extra
the...
Oh,
extra point because we get the picture.
Yeah.
Can somebody? What is the popsicle stick?
It's because you can't take Aaron or Charlie off the board, so.
Oh. Okay, I get it now. Game's all making sense.
Yeah, it's a thinking man's game. All right, what's next?
Just heard Smash Mouth broke up. Don't talk to me today. I need some time.
I know who tweeted this one, but you can't look at the board.
I think this is a certified Chuck classic.
Darn.
Was it you?
It was
Was
me.
a Charlie tweet.
It was.
Now.
Because I remember reading this one, and I don't know why I would have read any of these tweets if it wasn't one of you two.
When did you tweet that, though? When did they break up?
I think it was.
I'm gonna say
Okay.
You guys both got it right.
Yeah.
2023.
Are you think
Last,
Smash
okay, I'll give you a second chance. Do you think they
No,
have-
don't help,
actually,
don't
you're
help.
Yeah, I should be stuck.
You know Steve of Smash Mouth died in 2023.
Well, that would be a good reason for them to
Good
break
reason
up,
to
That's
right?
that is a good. You're onto something actually. I didn't
Come on,
think that
man. It all makes sense. I fucked up.
I don't know when they broke up. I would say probably 2021.
I was between 22 and 23.
Let's
Damn.
go.
Let's
And then
go.
you said 2023. Taking this bad boy off the stand, off the damn
Oh, he's so free,
Hey, how's it
Mike.
going, guys?
Yeah, that's already nice to
Give us a tight 5.
No. I can't wait to write you guys stand-up comedy, though. And then you have to go perform it.
That'll be. I actually love that video.
I
idea.
got a pop. Oh, we got these.
Yeah.
Game's making sense.
You got it.
All right, next tweet. Next
I
tweet.
feel like Matt keeps coming to in the middle.
Can you guys tell me to the whiskey?
It's all that
video?
ashwagandha.
All right, next tweet. Heard about the glass ceiling. No worries, I'm making some phone calls.
Oh,
Fuck.
wait.
That sounds so
I
familiar.
read this one.
I think I got this. I think. I don't know. Something tells me that this is probably wrong, but it's all I got.
I'm going Aaron.
Oh, that's interesting.
Matt, you got that deep cut.
Pop me.
That just did not sound like
It did
something
have some
Aaron-
Macklemore energy.
It did.
I'm gonna be honest. If I didn't come to that, I thought Aaron did it. Macklemore was my other choice.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. Fuck! That was good.
All right, for the bonus point.
Yep.
All
right, guys. What year?
2022.
No, this has got to be more vintage. This is probably right when Aaron had like the Winter
Brainwash.
Soldier. Yeah. 2019.
He tweeted that while he was here, for sure.
No, it was right before. I was in Michigan. It was
God
2021.
damn.
Right before I moved here.
Why did I read that one then? We were friends before you got here.
You probably saw it and were like, gotta see what this guy's got in the bag.
We need to hire him now.
Meatball of fruit?
What?
Is meatball a fruit? That's the whole tweet.
No, I think you're reading that wrong. You're missing.
I am. It's meatball and fruit.
It's meatball and fruit.
That's why we have more than 2 people up here. We're all fact checking each other.
It's meatball.
I'm surprised one of you doesn't know this one because when I just Googled like weird celebrity tweets, this was number 1 on every single one of them.
Really?
Lists. Yep.
It
How about we just pick at the same time?
Okay.
That-
3, 2, 1.
Oh, you went Luda. I don't think Luda. Would make, I don't think he'd make number 1 on the lists.
Luda and Miley Cyrus. I actually think Miley Cyrus is a really good choice, but it is Post Malone. Friend of the show, Post Malone.
Wait, who's
We're
that
gonna-
in post picture? Is
Yeah, I
that
can't-
Charlie with?
Is that a damn wild Charlie?
Damn, when did he get up there?
I can't believe Post got a picture with Charlie like that.
That wasn't number 1 on the list of like best pictures of Post Malone.
Well, we haven't looked yet.
Yeah, we have to check
That's
that
next
later.
video. Which picture of Post Malone is this?
I really thought that was Miley.
I mean, Miley's got some crazy ones in there. That
Yeah.
was believable.
See,
What
there's a
year
hint.
did he tweet that though?
That's got to be like old.
Yeah, I'm thinking like 2016.
Oh no, I think even older. You have to remember,
Really?
Post Malone was actually in the Minecraft
That's
YouTube
true.
space for a while.
That is very true.
I'm gonna go like 2011.
2018. Let me double check
Whoa.
that.
Oh.
2018. It's on my old sheet of paper. Yeah, 2018.
Wow.
Well,
All right.
Mm-hmm.
He was just feeling himself that night.
yeah.
Do you have the time he tweeted it?
Probably like 3 a.m.
That was my guess.
Can I interest you in another tweet?
Yeah.
This one's personally my favorite on the list.
Oh.
You guys may get it instantly.
It's him.
No homo, we smoking penises.
Oh, I've heard this. Who said it?
No homo, we smoking penises. 4 exclamation points.
Fuck. Who said that? It wasn't Neil deGrasse Tyson. I can know that.
You never know.
No homo, we smoke. All right. Are you ready? You got an answer in your head or no?
Oh, give me one more second of deliberation here.
Fuck, I'm between 2 people and it's hurting me.
There are 3 people I can safely rule out.
What about you?
I don't think I've ever said no.
That's what
homo.
I mean. You can safely rule out yourself.
Oh yeah, and me. I meant aside from me. And I know it's not Aaron because this one was like a big tweet that blew up. I just don't remember who fucking tweeted it.
Fucking random shot. What's the most likes you've ever gotten on a tweet?
Wow. I think Charlie liked one of them, and then it was back when it showed the thing like liked by, and I think I got like 300 or 400 just because Charlie was like people saw
What
it.
is shout out your Twitter? Let people see.
Well, I was gonna say when he's reading the tweets, we're gonna put them on screen,
That's
so
true.
they'll see it. Yeah.
All right.
I know who I'm going with. Fuck it.
Oh, I'm between 3. All right. 3, 2, 1.
You've guessed Luda 3 times.
It's gotta be right at some
Just to
point.
see. That's Young Thug.
I was gonna. God damn it! I was thinking Young Thug too, but I thought
I
maybe.
still don't know who he is.
Fuck.
All right, I was between 3 people, and Young Thug was not one of them.
I should have trusted my
Young
gut.
Thug when no, wait, this is old. I thought this.
I
was
thought you were gonna say, "Wait, it's not Young Thug."
No, one of the Migos I remember got hacked, so we started saying shit like that. And it was like balls in my.
Wait, but what year was it?
Yeah.
2014.
2015.
2011.
Oh,
Very
Jesus.
old.
Who tweeted in
I was gonna say he just randomly tweeted that. I thought he got hacked. He did it just for fun. He did it for the love of the sport.
Sometimes you gotta.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
All right, you guys gotta lock in.
This is tough.
I've got my 3 friends. Yours looks exactly like Plank.
Yeah, it does look like
That's
Plank.
really good.
Where's your Trump picture?
Over here.
Oh, keep it in front of you so we can
Twomp.
see.
Twomp. Alrighty. This one is a series of 3 tweets. We'll start.
I'm gonna preface this by saying these were all tweeted like almost the same exact date 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, that
this is
actually helps me
interesting.
a
That's
lot.
a deep cut. That means it's him.
Okay. The first one, we'll start from the oldest one, and then. Do you want to say we can give them 3 points if they guess any of the, like 1 point for any of the?
Yeah,
years on it?
let's do that.
Another thought to disturb your restful slumber, especially if you're in vain. In a mirror, you can kiss yourself only on the lips. And then the next tweet, for narcissists only, laws of reflection require that if you kiss yourself in a mirror, it'll always be on the lips. And then, just an FYI, in a mirror, you can only kiss yourself on the lips.
I know who this is.
This was 3 years in a
3
row.
years in a row, like.
Yep.
I can give dates, but it's not the year. Like, I can give, like, that.
Yeah.
It was August 28th, then August 30th, and then July 12th.
Fuck, I'm between 2 people.
Well, I know who it is. This has all the hallmarks of.
Yeah, this one is.
Yeah.
I do believe you can get this instant.
All right.
I had that immediately.
3, 2, 1.
Fuck, man. Damn it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I didn't know if it was a mental break or him doing his smart thing.
No, this was back when he was like the intellectual Twitter authority. He was like, well, did you know, like, if you die in a school shooting, it's kind of just like getting hit by a shark. Yeah.
You should tweet that and see what the response is.
Well, no, he did tweet that. Like, when there was a school shooting, and he tweeted, we often have emotional reactions
my God, I forgot about that, yeah.
to something as outrageous as a school shooting, but we don't carry the same energy when it's a shark attack or something like that. And they have similar odds.
It's a really cool stance to take.
What a guy.
Yeah.
The Key and Peele skit from a long time ago where they were playing him cheating on his wife was unreal.
I don't remember that,
Where
but that's cool.
she keeps being like, I saw you with her. And like they make the argument like, I'm not in a vehicle, I'm in a...
Oh, like a sovereign state guy.
Yes, it very
I'm traveling,
sovereign.
I'm not
Exactly.
Yeah. My vessel is moving.
Yeah.
All right, so we're picking 3 years. This is very much like Battleship, where like,
I think I know the year.
Okay.
I'm gonna go... Would you like to go first?
I think you guys should go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like you go back and forth on the years.
Okay.
What about this? Let's both say the first year we think, and then the next two go up.
2016 for me.
I was going to go 2014.
I'm going to give you guys Battleship rules. You're both wrong.
All right.
Oh, I
And
see
on the
what you're
next one,
saying.
I'll tell you if you're too high or too low for the last one.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go next guess. 2018.
I'll go the opposite direction. 2012.
Matt is closer.
Okay. We have one guess left.
So
Between
is
the
this to
two-
hit any of the 3 years?
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
give them any of the 3 years right now.
Between the two of us, surely we
One
can
of us-
get one.
one of us
with
is gonna
6
get this.
guesses.
Remember when Twitter started, and then remember around where Matt was, and I
I'll
think
go
you guys could hit pretty
first.
much all.
Yeah, all right.
I'm gonna go 2009.
I'm going 2010.
I'm 1 for 6 ain't bad. 2010. It was
Hey.
2010, 2011, 2013.
I feel like we worked together to get there. So I'm proud of you. All right, next tweet.
Alrighty. I'm so fucking tired of people saying that wrestling's fake. If it's all fake, then why does it give me a boner?
I think I know who tweeted this one as well.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Yep. That's our friend Charles.
That was me.
But when did you tweet it?
This was probably around that time when I was making tweets in cars when doing nothing. I think that would have been 2019.
I'm going 2022.
2020.
Ah, dang.
We're circling. We're like
Darn.
sharks.
Yeah, you're circling.
Which we don't have an emotional reaction to, like school shootings.
Imagine, you guys are like circling a shark, and the shark's about to like close in on the guy, and except the guy just goes like disappears right before you get him.
That's a great tweet. I forgot I did that one.
That is a really good tweet. That's a banger.
All right. I just taste for the first time a smoothie. May God bless America.
Okay, I think I know who did this. If you want to lock in.
All
right.
Make sure I'm not making stuff clip.
3, 2, 1.
Bang.
Oh shit.
Oh wait, show me who
is
you
it
got.
the Hulkster?
Or is it Ice-T?
Guys,
Or
it was
anybody?
Giannis. He's not from America.
What?
He came to America.
Post Malone's tweet is fruit and meatball, or is meatball and fruit.
This man was.
I thought this was just like a patriotic thing. Like, man,
did
I love
too.
being an American.
Yeah.
I can drink a fucking smoothie.
Also, you guys picked a picture. Giannis looks jacked. He is jacked.
Yeah.
But he looks really good in
There
that
was
picture.
that one summer where he went from like actually a string bean.
Yeah,
he
to
looked
just
like that, and I was
crazy.
like, that's
Giannis, if you're watching, we all think you're attractive. Come on the show.
Yeah.
HR.
What year did he come to America? This one's.
This one's.
What year
I
did he
think.
first get to America?
I'm pretty sure I know. If you're ready.
Yep.
Okay,
2020.
2016. What?
Oh.
What did you say? 2020.
2020. Stop giving hints.
Well, it doesn't help you guys. It's 2014.
It didn't help, but you did give a hint.
He's been in the league since 2014.
Yeah, he just didn't play at all because he was not. Good.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that at all.
Because I remember like he had like I remember his 2016 stats a little bit. Damn. I thought he
What
was
stat
all-
do you remember?
Like when he started getting good and people took notice.
You just remember
When like
the
I remember
feel of the stats.
I just
not
remember
his
when he
rebounds.
started getting
I got
points,
you.
and I assumed that was.
I
his
thought you were going to
rookie
be
year.
like he had 311 rebounds. No. Very
Yeah,
impressive.
over the whole year.
Yeah.
Won a game. All right. Because I thought this interviewer in New Zealand said Juman instead of German, people think I don't know what a German is. And then a link to a Huffington Post article.
What's the Huffington Post article? Is it
doesn't
what
say,
Germans
it's just
are?
like broken link.
I
got it.
You know that?
Nope. But I'm guessing.
Ooh, good guess.
Okay, I'm going to. I'm gonna throw out a. Fuck it, run it. Yeah. All right.
Let me see who you guys picked.
Oh, yours is yeah.
Justin Bieber.
Well,
Remind me of this guy's name.
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe. He's had some Jewish issues, hasn't he? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
I don't
think you're thinking of
think.
Sean Bean. No, not Sean Bean. Sean Penn.
I don't know. There's a lot of people with like Jewish
No.
issues. I don't think Russell Crowe's one of them.
No,
I could be wrong.
I'm sorry, Russell Crowe. I'm thinking Braveheart guy.
Oh,
Mel Gibson. Oh, yeah, there's a couple there.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not crazy, right? Mel Gibson had some issues.
Yeah.
You really enjoyed making them catch another Christ.
I thought you were about to say, I think you're thinking of Shaq because he's up there.
Yeah.
I was like, I was not thinking of Shaq.
Imagine getting crucified like that and then nobody shows up. Everyone's like,
Guys,
I'll
what the
pass.
hell?
I'll pass on that one. What that guy do? Cut his wife? That's it.
That's a tweet.
Yeah. A real nut feels like every bone in your body coming out the head of your dick. Or, I'm done. Fall asleep in 2 minutes. Who tweeted that?
I think I got it.
I know this one if you're ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that's definitely Ice-T.
That's gotta be Ice-T.
But when did he tweet it?
So probably Big Nut. That was definitely like COVID era, 2020.
I was gonna go 2021.
2011.
Fuck, damn, he's been nutting.
He's
for a
ahead of
minute.
his time.
Holy
He's
shit.
just ahead of tweet culture.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
He goes way back.
Bros are real comrades.
That's
Ice-T, if you're watching this, let us know.
Comment
That's
below.
it. Just let us know
Just-
you're watching.
if you are Ice-T, put
Have you had 2011 in like 13 years since? Has it happened twice? Or are you still chasing it?
if you're Ice-T, put nut in the comments.
Oh, that's how we'll find
That's how
him.
we'll
Only he can do it.
Next one. Cowabunga dudettes. I'm so pumped to be on the surfing kick. Who else surfs out there? Gnarly day in the H2O, riding the waves.
Wow, a cowabunga.
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 I think I know.
Oh.
Wait, say the first part again. Cowabunga what?
Dudettes.
All right.
Like Cowabunga dudettes is a huge clue, actually.
Yeah.
Dudettes.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
We're just.
That is a Kim K tweet.
I had a sneaking suspicion, but too late now.
Did you guys both pick Miley?
Miley.
I was thinking you guys may get it just because she's so disconnected from
That's
real
true.
life that she's just throwing out like Ninja Turtle buzzwords.
That's true.
What do the children like? Cowabunga.
Cowabunga's a great word.
That
though.
is. We should bring it. I know for the next month we're all gonna say cowabunga.
When was she slapping that out? Yeah, the bus ride.
This was probably super recent. Let's do 2022.
2021.
You guys gotta think older, I think, on a lot of these. It was 2010.
Yeah. You think Kim K's fucking surfing right now?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like now she's just like, get your ass up and work. And then in 2010, she was like,
Yeah, she was living the high life.
Yeah,
in
she was
2010,
she
you
was
know?
a surfer dudette back then.
That's
Yeah,
connected to
that's on
the
us.
salt of the earth.
That's on me.
That's
yeah.
our
I thought
fault.
it was just like she's so disconnected. She tweeted it.
Yeah,
recently.
I kind of was in the same
So
boat.
that could be it too. All right, next one. You guys have not gotten very many.
No,
This is hard. This is a hard
People
game.
always call me hot, sexy, funny, and smart, but no one calls me what I really am. Dumbass.
That started like it could have been an Aaron tweet, but then it's just it peters out at the end.
That could be like an OG Aaron tweet, like when he first started.
No.
Well, I've had Twitter since 2013, so you guys cook on that. Since my brain was like barely fully formed.
I'm not going for that. I'm not. I won't take that bait.
You're not gonna give in.
I'm not giving in to temptation. The sin won't tempt me with the apple. I know what I'm doing.
All right.
My aura just went by.
3,
Like,
3, 2, 1. I'm doing it.
Oh, you did it.
Oh,
I
and
believe
Matt
it.
is correct.
Whoa! See, at some point he had to start. And he couldn't have been good at it.
No, so there was a time where even if it was kind of shitty, I was
Thanks.
like, I'll throw that one out there.
So when did he rip this one?
Fuck. And I think it's more recent than we think. I'm going for the third time in a row, 2021.
I'm gonna just trust my instinct. I'm going 2015.
2020.
Okay.
On the right
I'm
track.
right there. I'm circling.
That one.
I say I'm right there. The last one I guessed 21. It was 2011.
Yeah, no, you're on the cusp.
I got a lot of. If it weren't for you two, I would not be doing well.
Yeah, these are hard.
This one
These are really
This
hard.
one is nuts. I hope you guys get this one, but I don't know if you will. Because I don't know why anyone would tweet this. The only 420 I really remember was the Columbine massacre, and that really ruined everyone's high. Bad day.
Holy.
I read this one
Is
and
Neil
I
deGrasse
was like,
Tyson still on
I
the
was
board?
like, why would you ever press send on this?
Like it's fire, but that's something you maybe say to friends in private.
Oh my
Not like,
God.
I'm gonna blast this to my audience.
Oh
Fuck.
no.
That could. I'm between two people right now.
Was this Charlie?
Imagine.
I've kind of only got. Yeah, I'm between two as well. I'll just pick one 50-50. You got an idea?
One more time. Read it one more time. I'm gonna look for tone.
Subtle vicissitudes, as you
The
say.
only 420 I really remember was the Columbine massacre, and that really ruined everyone's high.
Yeah, I know who I'm
Bad day.
going. I heard a voice in that one.
Yeah, it's the tone speaking to
Yeah.
me through the words. You ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Damn it! I was thinking Hulk immediately, but then I
Very
changed my mind.
different.
That one was Macklemore.
What?
Was it really Macklemore?
What
Yes.
the fuck?
Holy shit.
Holy shit. Alright, I feel like
Charlie's questioning his life decisions.
That's
now.
crazy.
this has to be pre-solid PR team.
Yeah.
I'm going 2013.
Yeah, I'm going. Well, it'd have to be like really early.
It's gotta be.
When was Thrift Shop?
That was like I was in college. I had just gotten to college, I
I
think.
think that was 13 or 14. That
Yeah,
came
I'm
out.
gonna go earlier. I'm gonna go 2011.
I think Thrift Shop, was 12 or 11.
Where is our data team? You know,
Yeah,
they
where's
never
our
show
analysts?
up anymore.
I'm fucking talking over here. It's 2012. 12.
Oh! I went 13. What did you go?
11.
Oh!
Not again.
Why do we keep doing this?
You guys are like perfectly splitting the difference. I almost
We
want to
really
say
are
that.
almost one single human if you put us together. Oh, I can't believe Macklemore tweeted that and got away with it.
This one's really good.
If it weren't for you meddling kids.
I cannot believe that milk, or I can't. Okay, never mind. I'm fucking this one up. I'm looking at the text now. Can't believe milk is stored in the titties. What a crazy place for milk to hide.
That one's a classic. I've heard that one before.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
That's a Charles classic.
Yeah, I like that one.
I really do like that one. What a crazy place for milk to hide.
You, out of all the tweets, your guys' are the best so far. What happened to this one? Oh, those are eyebrows. I thought it was 4 eyes. Thought it was a Ben 10 monster.
When did I tweet that, though?
Yeah, when did you tweet that?
I'm gonna go. You're gonna be shocked by this. 2021.
No, I definitely think it was earlier. I think that was a 20. Wow. I think that was like a 2019.
I was thinking 21 or more recent.
No, I think it's older.
2021. May of 2021.
Hey,
Nice.
I know my boy.
Yeah, you nailed me. I don't remember tweeting much in 2021, but those years are like a blur now.
They are. We were all tweeting, you know, tweeting
Yeah.
up a storm. Different times.
It was a different time.
Yeah, Macklemore talking about Columbine. I guess
10
that
years
was
before
10
that.
years before that. He walked so we could run.
Alrighty, guys. Min, if a woman says it's hard for her to come, wait, what the fuck? Min, if a woman says it's hard, number 4, her number 2, have an orgasm from penetration, but easier from oral, do you please her or do you please yourself first?
Oh, I know this. I
asking?
I actually do know this.
Min, if a woman says it's hard for her to come to have an orgasm from penetration, but it's easier from oral, do you please her or do you please yourself?
I know this one.
All right.
Let me know when you're locked in, man.
I'm locked.
Go.
Finally, Ludo. No!
It's Luna.
Oh, I did it. I knew.
Charlie's finding him out, and then Matt's just kind of
Fuck!
brain blast getting
Well, I guessed Luda 6 times.
You get him right eventually.
That was my secret. We have gotten all the same ones.
I know, damn it.
Now, when did he tweet that?
It's too easy. It's 2018.
No, it's 2012.
Close, 2009.
Yeah.
With those earlier years, it was all kind of Wild West.
Yeah.
I
It could have been.
like that he
Any of
was
them.
searching for information there.
He was Googling
Like, he
it.
didn't know. He was sitting there about to go in with some... His legs were shaking.
I don't know what to do. Let me ask. I like to think that Neil deGrasse Tyson gave him the correct answer.
He did. You'll
Have you
find
tried
him.
kissing your mirror?
You'll find him in the comments section. Well, women don't actually come. It's a
At least I've never seen it happen in my scientific data collecting.
through the wormhole, or like through no holes.
Or too many holes.
It's true.
Yeah, ask me why. Nipples are where the titties go wrong.
Danny, these are such good teams.
That's a really.
Nipples are where the titties go wrong.
Who could have tweeted that?
I'm between 2 people.
I am too.
And both are in this room. The crazy thing is, I see your cogs turning.
I know.
You know this could be you,
It
but
could
you
be.
don't know if it is.
I'm not positive. I'm not
Tweeted
positive.
so many times.
Nipples are where the titties go wrong. Do you? Let's say this is you. Do you agree with that statement still?
No,
at this
of
point?
course not.
Yeah, I think.
No.
I think the whole titty is important.
Yeah, you can't.
But
leave
it's
out
like,
pieces.
yeah,
What's
you
the
need
worst
all
part of the titty, Matt?
where it ends.
There's not enough. Oh yeah,
Brother, where's the rest?
Alright, I think I know.
Morning, if you're watching this, I'm sorry, I love you.
I think I know where I'm gonna walk in.
All right.
I think it's gonna be a curveball, but
3,
whatever.
2, 1. Show me.
I.
You both. You don't even have to take it off. That's Miley Cyrus.
No!
Damn you!
Why did you go for that?
I thought it was you because the word titties.
I was gonna say it sounded exactly like it came
Yeah,
from your
I don't
mind.
think Aaron's he doesn't type titties out very much.
Yeah. I'd also just never say a titty went wrong.
Yeah,
which is why
there's no
So
negative
true,
there.
so true.
Yeah, you're more of like a milkers or bazongas, bazookas, that kind of thing.
Yep.
I'm going 2017.
I'm going like peak meltdown Miley. I think was 2015.
What did you say?
17.
2014.
Fuck! I am
you are
tickling
always,
it. I'm
yeah, you are.
tickling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
All right, well, we got that wrong. Next one.
This is another one that may be kind of hard. I just sharted myself. That's where you fart and shit yourself on accident.
Wait, that's not even correct because like you don't fart on accident. Like the fart
You
is
shit on
calculated.
accident.
The shit
yeah.
is the
You
accident.
try to fart.
That's what you said. You fart and shit yourself on accident.
Yeah, but that implies both the fart and the shit
Yeah.
was
Oh,
accidental.
yeah, yeah.
Whereas
Did he
only
just
one.
accidentally give us
I
a
think
hint?
she's just, I think she's just using her
You
like.
keep saying
yeah,
she.
stop using pronouns.
You keep saying
Aaron.
she.
Oh, I went woke.
All right. You want to guess?
Yeah, I want to guess.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, but I feel like maybe he just tried to throw us off.
No.
That's on me.
Yeah, Aaron gave that one away.
I would not have got that otherwise.
But they need to get more. They have
I would not
5
have
now.
guessed Chris Jenner at all.
Yeah.
But
Alright.
the other two have already been tweeted.
I know I said the Young Thug homo smoking penis is one.
Wait,
Might be my
we got to
favorite.
guess the year.
Oh, right.
Come
Go
on,
for it.
man.
What time?
When was sharding at its most popular?
I feel like it really hit its peak in 2013.
I'm gonna go 2014.
2013?
Yeah.
Oh, so close. 2012.
Oh, because that's when it was supposed to end that year.
Oh.
So people didn't care anymore. They were sharting themselves all over the place.
Fuck, man, you're-
What did you do? What was the day?
It was December 12th.
Was it 12th? December
think
12th,
12,
2012?
Yeah.
What were you doing? Like, did you do
What-
anything special?
No, I desperately tried to get laid because I was still a virgin and it didn't work
And
out.
did you think the world was going to end?
Yeah, I was
okay.
like, well, just in case. I was
Just
like,
in case
I
you were
failed.
gonna. Yep. I
So I went
remember-
home and I played Halo 4.
Oh. Did it help?
No, it just made me feel even worse. I was like, damn, this didn't work.
We had a big group of just guys in one of the rooms at my house, and we were playing ping pong and stuff, and
Oh,
we
that's
counted it down, and nothing happened. Also, did not get laid.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Yeah, that's
so weird.
that's really weird. Hey, next one.
Yeah. I'm watching the History Channel in the club, and I'm wondering how do these people know what's going on in the sun? Ain't nobody ever been there.
Is this Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Do you sneak in a second one?
No. We didn't use anybody twice except
So
for me
the
and Charlotte.
sun.
All right.
Sun. How do we know what's going on in there?
I know who I'm gonna guess.
Alrighty.
3, 2, 1.
Tarantula.
Yup.
Yep.
Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's got some
Almost.
crazy.
See, that's the thing. I haven't been guessing Durant because I thought you were going to use his biggest tweet.
Is it the Scarlett Johansson?
Yes,
Yeah.
I thought for
Well,
sure.
we tried to pull deeper cuts.
That makes sense. Tell him the ScoJo.
Oh, he's like, I may have to find it, but it's like Scarlett Johansson, I'll drink your bath water, pretty much.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
that was. I thought for sure that's the one we were going to use. So now
That was
I
a
done
big pull
fucked
for
up.
me. That was a big pull for me.
I think
So-
one of my more favorite recents of his is when, what's his name, Kendrick Perkins or whatever was on ESPN. He's like, yeah, Kevin Durant, man, he's got to do more things, man. He's not doing enough. And he was like, yeah, I remember when we were in like the conference finals and you averaged like a big 5 or something like that. But you played hard, big dog. And I was like, damn.
Yeah, Perkins was Big Baby, right?
Yeah.
No,
No.
That was Glenn Davis.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kendrick Perkins he's like everywhere now.
Really?
Yeah, I see his clips all the time on
He just
Twitter.
takes dog shit takes.
Yeah, he was like the topic was Celtics. They're like, they've never swept anyone. And he's like, brother, they just swept the Pacers last night. He's like, well, oh, you're right.
And you're on ESPN to talk about it.
Yeah, but they were supposed to sweep them.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
He was always a weird dude.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're watching, put Perkins in the comments.
Well, when was he in the club watching History Channel?
That was absolutely like, I'm thinking 2017.
Yeah, I was kind of in that same. It's like the between years. I'll go 2018.
I'm gonna give you guys a second chance, I think.
No, just rip it. Just rip it.
2010. You guys-
What? Fuck.
I think it was just very early in his tenure in the NBA, and he was like in the club. Nobody wanted to talk to him.
So he's watching History
Yeah, he's
Channel.
sitting there and, like 3 fucking feet away. He's like,
Wouldn't have guessed that at
I wouldn't
all.
have. I would have never.
Which you could
pegged
tell
that.
because I didn't.
That is a really
I
good
think I
point.
gave that away. Okay.
All right.
Next one. That was a big
That
hit.
was a big one.
That was huge. My wife asked me if it. My wife asked me if today was Friday, and I said no. It's chest and back day. It's chest and back day, brother.
All right. Well, I know.
Yeah.
There goes my wedding ring. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Yep. The brother really gives it away.
Yeah.
I don't
It
think
could have been me. Could have been me.
It could have been.
I was gonna say it's either Hulk Hogan or Aaron for sure.
I don't think Hulk Hogan has ever made a tweet without brother in it.
I don't know that he's ever
That is-
said anything in his life without brother in
He
it.
also signed
He does
every
sign-
single one of his tweets with HH at the end, as if
Really?
you can't tell.
Well, you
who
gotta make
tweeted
sure it was him.
Yeah.
That's so cute. That's
It's
so
like
cute.
you have one singular tweet on your Twitter that's signed Matt.
We should start doing like, I don't know if you guys have seen Clint Eastwood's Twitter. Whenever he posts a picture and he puts fucking like 18 watermarks on it and they look
No.
like dog shit.
Oh,
That's
We'll
awesome.
start doing that for Charlie.
Pretty good idea.
The one with Post Malone with about 18 post watermarks.
What's the site you used to go to, like with all the fight videos?
Lively.
Neopets.
Or Neopets.
What was? I thought one predated Lively.
Oh, World Star Hip Hop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
World
yeah.
Star Hip Hop. We should put
World
that
Star.
watermark on all of your pictures. Just the World Star Hip Hop.
That would actually be kind of cool.
That would be great. All right, go ahead. I'm
For the year Hulk Hogan tweeted that, 2016.
Yeah, Matt. What year?
Oh, I thought you said he's right and then asked
No,
me.
no.
2012.
2016, 2012, 2015.
Oh my
So,
God!
sniffing.
Next time you do one, say your answer in your head
And then go one lower.
down a year.
Yeah.
And that's the time that one will be it. That's like you used to take a test and be like, you'd go back and check your answers, change it, and then the first one was
Was the
right,
right
and
one.
nothing made me want to just go insane more than that.
Yeah. Damn it. All right, next.
Give me 1 second. I gotta. Maps. I love them. Love reading them. Love planning adventures. Love seeing how things relate topographically.
I got this one.
I know this one.
I got this in the bag.
What a fucking insane tweet.
All right, are you ready?
Ready.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Wow. How did you guys both guess Russell Crowe? Like, I know we're getting towards the end.
It's gotta be.
Well, yeah.
It is
nothing
Russell
less.
Crowe.
Yeah, there's no way it's not.
Well, who the
Look at
fuck else would he-
board.
yeah,
Who's
like-
else going? I love topographical maps.
You never know if Shaq's a big, like...
We've already had Shaq.
Yeah, maybe we have multiple.
You told me in the beginning we don't.
I was worried about this. Could have been me.
Yeah, I don't know. Aaron's
That's
not
true.
into topography.
It felt too serious. If it felt jokey, I would have guessed you. But it felt too serious.
We need to
not
seed our Twitters with more serious ones.
Yeah.
Okay, I found the year for it.
Okay.
What year was it tweeted?
Probably super fucking recent. Probably on the set of The Pope's Exorcist, 2022.
I am going to go.
Didn't the Pope
2016.
Exorcist come out last year?
No, it was 2 years ago, wasn't it? That was one of the first.
Filmed 2 years ago.
That was one of the first movies him and I saw together.
Oh, really?
2016.
2013.
Damn.
Yeah, I was.
I love him, Matt. He's old, like older.
Yeah.
So he's got like a 20-year range. He could have been.
That's
Yeah,
true.
it could have been anywhere.
He invented Twitter.
Yeah.
How many do we have left?
Not many. My last tweet used a swear word. I apologize. It'll never happen again. Apology press conference is tomorrow at noon.
Well, I mean, there's only one option.
I mean, or all right. I'm gonna hate myself if I'm wrong for this. All right,
how
you
know
ready?
if I didn't pick someone.
Yeah,
You ready?
I'm ready.
Go
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
for it. And Aaron So when did I tweet that?
Probably 2019.
2021.
And I'll split the difference again. COVID tweet.
God,
This game is frustrating me.
I'm so close every
I've got
time.
popsicle sticks. It makes no sense.
That was the last tweet.
All right, check the scoreboard.
Count your stuff.
All right, I've got 5 popsicle sticks.
How many pictures do you have?
And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8
I
pictures.
think I beat you by 1.
Well, wait, we don't know bonus points yet. What do you have on the
3,
board?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. What do you have?
5 plus whatever I said. I forgot.
Just count real quick.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
And I'm at 14.
Yep. And then bonus points. I need one more bonus
Tell me how
point.
many Charlie has.
Should I just flip the border?
No. Give me suspense.
Okay, Charlie has 2.
Which brings you to 15.
Yeah, so
if
you
I got
need 1.
0, which we know I didn't.
You need 1 or more.
I don't remember how many I got. Lay it on.
Flip it around.
Matt also has 2.
Damn, that was a close shave.
Damn. Somebody wants to eat some fish.
2 days ago it was tomorrow. Yesterday it was today. Now look at us. In the present. Today. And still no Epstein Files. They treat these like Bubble Bass treats pickles on a Krabby Patty. Still no pickles, but it turns out he's just hiding them. They have the files, it seems. And instead of releasing it to the American public, they'd rather just give these binders that say Epstein Files Phase 1 to some influencers, so that way they can pose with it like a prized fish, where they're smiling and laughing about it like they're about to go to homecoming, instead of just releasing that information. It's so fucking weird. They're treating these extremely serious files with child sex traffickers in them as if they had just got like a baseball from their favorite MLB player who threw it into the crowd for them. It's just not being taken seriously. Not only by the people that have the binder, it seems, but by the actual GOP. I was going to mention this yesterday, but I decided to, sit on my swamp ass and just stew. We'll wait to see what they say about it tomorrow, because I thought there was a chance maybe the House Judiciary Twitter account got hacked with this post. Like, surely they'd release a statement today, but no. They're just going to plug their ears and pretend it didn't happen. But I'm sure a lot of you saw yesterday the actual official House Judiciary Twitter account rickrolled the Epstein Files. I shit you not. They posted this tweet, and when you click that link, it takes you to a rickroll. The tweet eventually got deleted, but it was up for hours. It wasn't like a brief thing that some random person scooted into the office and did as a joke. This was something that they posted and kept up for a while. This shit is so outrageous, it has my voice cracking. My vocal folds are left in disbelief like they just watched a David Blaine stunt. Except this isn't like a magic trick or an illusion, this is all very real. They are treating the Epstein Files like some kind of joke. This is one of the most infamous child sex traffickers in American history, and they are treating it as if it's not serious. Pff, what? And now they're just not going to ever address that this happened. They're just going to ignore it. That's craziness. Now, like I said at the beginning, I didn't expect the Epstein Files to be released today because it's been very clear that that's just not coming. And I think we're at the point where even if they do ever release the Epstein Files, there is no faith left, no trust that they won't be tampered with. Like, heavily redacted. They did release some things yesterday, but it was all old information. It wasn't anything new. There was like a couple of like tiny new tidbits, but not really. And at the end of the day, like I said, there's going to be so little trust that this hasn't been heavily fucking flubered with. Made that word up, but it sounds like it could apply. Like, it's a Schmeckeldorfing, it feels like, where the information, it might not even be accurate anymore. Because this has been such an absolute clown show. You can't even trust it. I also just don't even think it's ever going to be released. Period. Like, this has been something that they just keep teasing over and over again, like Beyond Good and Evil 2, and it just, nothing ever comes. It all just fizzles out. And then everyone just forgets about it in like 2 days' time. And I'm so tired of that. They had said the information would be released yesterday, and it was going to be huge. Like, they hyped the shit out of it. This is going to be the Super Bowl of Jeffrey Epstein Files. We finally have the whole kit and caboodle. This is everything, and there's going to be repercussions. People are going to be thrown in jail. People are going to be arrested. Well, that didn't happen yesterday, so they said it's going to be today. It'll be February 28th at 8 a.m. sharp. It's just the fucking pesky FBI director did a little, shady business over here, and, well, we're getting our handle on it, but it's coming 8 a.m. February 28th. Well, still not here. I didn't expect it to actually be released today, but, much like a growth spurt in my 30s, it would have been a nice surprise to finally have them actually release these things. And I feel like in a week, it won't be here. A month, it still won't be released. And eventually people will just forget that it was ever even mentioned, or they might make like an offhanded comment about it like, oh no, we released those. What are you talking about? We stayed true to what we said. We released it. And it's just the information that's already been known for fucking years, with like nothing new added to it. Not what was promised. Not what they said was actually coming, with all the arrests, all the jail time, and all these new names and all this new information about these evil fucking people that participated in this child sex trafficking. That has still not been released, and there's still not been consequences. So, when is that ever going to be released? Is it ever? And if it's not, why do you keep pretending that it is? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And it's infuriating. It just feels like all of it is just not being treated seriously at all. The fucking judiciary just making an actual joke out of it, just mocking the Epstein Files, really just taking the whole thing of child sex trafficking and boiling it down to a fucking rickroll. That is beyond deplorable. And then just saying like, oh, the files are coming. Nah, they didn't. So what? Like, it's just, there are legitimately, like, nothing is taken seriously anymore by anybody or anything, it feels. I fucking hate it. It's got me spitting. I am covering these monitors in saliva. I am just flabbergasted. I feel like I'm in rock bottom right now, like with the amount of spit that I'm doing here. But I can't help it. It is unbelievable. Let's just set aside this instance of the House Judiciary rickroll. Why in tarnation on God's green earth would you want your House Judiciary to be cringe, meme lord, Reddit tier losers making rickrolls in the year 2025 of our Lord on anything, let alone something as serious as the Epstein Files? How is that not embarrassing? How is that not shameful? I'll stop yapping and ranting about it, but it is just mind-boggling that they can do that and then nothing happens. They just get to pretend it never happened. They just don't even have the wherewithal to even mention it again or try and explain what led them to thinking that was a good idea, or explaining why the Epstein Files that they've promised are still not being released. It's so... I am nothing if not knowledgeable on music. And friends, do I have a treat for you today. The whole reason music was invented in the first place, from the time a caveman picked up 2 stones and banged them together rhythmically, has all been leading up to this song that I discovered today. But not only just this song, this artist is a hit-making machine. Her name is Summer Rain.
Summer rain, yes, yeah. Tighten up, 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 tighten up. Please don't judge me until you get to know me, until you've been where I've been, until you've seen what I've seen.
What more could you possibly ask for? A beat like morphine have you feeling euphoric. She's got the voice of an angel with a flow like Dracula, smoking them fucking symbiotes. Summer Rain has mastered music. And this is her breakout single, Tighten Up. I can't believe it doesn't have as many views as Dame Tu Cosita. This is... I can't believe it took me this long to find it.
Don't judge me, people, cause my past is not my future. Give me some time. I promise I'll get better. Give me some time. I promise I'll get wiser. Give me some time. I promise I'll get smarter. Betting against the odds of tomorrow.
That was almost a rhyme. But that's the beauty of this track. It subverts your expectations and challenges your very understanding of music. Summer Rain's coming out here making a statement saying, rap doesn't need to rhyme, and I'll prove it. So she's doing this on purpose to demonstrate her stranglehold on the English language and her complete domination of lyricism as a whole by purposefully avoiding rhymes, even accidental ones. She's teasing us. She could rhyme all of these words if she wanted to, but chooses not to. She does, however, tickle our sack with a couple of slant rhymes, like that one right there, betting against the odds of tomorrow, and it is profound. There is so much depth to these lyrics. You could teach classes at university digesting them and never quite get to the bottom of it, because it's always going to be a debate on what she means. So let's just take that little chunk right there. She's talking about, give me some time. I promise I'll get better, I'll get faster, stronger. Betting against the odds of tomorrow. What the fuck is that? I can't come up with a single explanation for what she even means there. Betting against what odds of tomorrow? That tomorrow's even going to arrive in the first place? We might not see a tomorrow? Armageddon arrives before tomorrow does, and you're betting... I'm a little confused on it, but I think that's what makes it so special.
Give me the benefit of the doubt, people. Y'all should be happy.
If nothing else, the song is very honest. No corporate shills, no overlords pulling the puppet strings and making her dance. It feels like we're reading pages out of her diary here. As for the music video, I don't exactly know what it all means. I don't know what the ass shaking and pole dancing like relates to in the lyrics and the message of the song. But maybe she was just having fun. Like, it seems like she's really enjoying herself, and that's the most important part.
Just said we Teflon, tell them get the fuck on. This is no flex zone. I'm from a place where they still showing shade and still throwing bones. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but I remain strong until the Lord takes me home. Heart filled with so much pain.
I feel like doing the ass jiggling right at the camera, like straight down the pipe, about to go into like the colonoscopy close-up. I feel like that visual didn't fit the lyrics at that time, talking about like the Lord. Feels like that was a bit of a conflict there, but, you know, at the end of the day, I'm not the fucking director.
Countless drama, drama, so many lonely nights, but no more drama. This life is harder than a summer in a sauna. Bet against tomorrow. So much pain and sorrow, but in my mind I see beautiful tomorrows. Tighten up, 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 tighten up. Just
How this didn't chart on the top 100 will remain a mystery to me for eons to come. I think she was snubbed. And I do really mean this. She seems to be having a good time. So I'm happy for her. And I've watched a couple of her other tracks as well as read some of her comments. She seems like a genuinely like positive person overall. So it's really sweet, you know? Yeah, you could say it's not the best song ever made. You could say that for a lot of songs. Also, she has been on the grind. She makes like 5 or 6 songs a month and has for like the last 3 years. When I was scrolling through, I came across this one and my curiosity was piqued. Here's her track on Martin Luther King. Didn't really know what to expect going into it. I was still kind of new to the musical stylings of Summer Rain, but I was pretty blown away.
I see things in my dreams. 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 Yikes, I see things in my dreams. So let me tell you, I'm not gonna be fooled. Let me tell you what I see. I foresee the future. Dreams, 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 dreams. Martin Luther King, Martin Luther King. I see dreams, visions, stay vivid. Hey baby, what you wanna say? I'm living.
That hook right there is superb. It reminds me of Shark Boy and Lava Girl when they're singing the Dreams song, except this is elevated. This is a chef's delight here.
We good, we good. I'm from the hood, don't get it misunderstood. I'm a little white girl that's gonna make it fair for all of us. Let me tell you something, I don't care. All you racist motherfuckers, get out my fucking hair. I don't like y'all. I don't like any of y'all racist motherfuckers. I don't care what color you are. If you're racist, get out my fucking car. Bitch, I don't give a fuck. You talking to the one that's tough. White girl, hot summer, let's talk about her, Summer Walker.
Yeah, that's fucking right, dweeb. If you're racist, get out of Summer Rain's car. You are not welcome in her vehicle, and she's making that very clear with this track. I'm very curious if she writes these down before performing them, or if she's always freestyling it. Because it really feels like in every song I've heard from her, it's mainly freestyling. At least I think it is, because in a couple of the tracks, she leaves in like some lines of gibberish, like actual Adam Sandler gibberish to try and fill space in the beat before coming back in. But why? Why not just write lyrics first to the beats and then perform it? You know what I mean? Imagine if she did start writing songs. It would be over for everyone else in the rap game. We haven't even seen her operating at maximum efficiency yet. So I think Summer Rain's potential is still way up. But yeah, I just wanted to share this a little bit because I've actually had her song Tighten Up stuck in my head now. I've got that and Stank on it stuck in my head over the last like 24 hours, which is how I ended up finding her track is after trash, garbage, rubbish, waste. All words that can accurately describe Warner Bros. Yes, I've thrown many tomatoes at them, I know, but They just keep making it so easy. They're a spitball magnet. And it can really, a large part of it, be traced back to one decision, a patient zero, David Zaslav. Since he took over 4 years ago now, actually, it has just been so bad for that company. All he does really is cancel projects that are pretty close to finished, or just get rid of things that they already have. And I know Warner Bros. Was in a bad spot before. It was in a dark place before David Zaslav came in there with the, knight in shining armor, with radiant sunbeams shining on him, potentially being their savior. But this would be like trying to cure alcoholism with heroin. Now, I have no doubt there are some shareholders that do view him as the cure to the disease of money loss that Warner Bros. Was afflicted with. Through his innovative strategy, his remarkable genius scheme of just getting rid of everything, just cutting everything Warner Bros. Has to squeeze some doubloons on the bottom line for the shareholders, it has worked for them, I suppose, at least based on what I can see. But on the grand scheme of things, his strategy has basically just been, hey, you're excited for that? Well, there's a good chance we're just going to can it right before it comes out. Or, hey, we finished this thing that you were excited for, but we decided not to release it because we're just going to go for a tax break on it instead. It's a fucking terrible strategy if you're anyone that likes content. David Zaslav is the opposite of King Midas. He's fucking King ripe ass, because everything he touches turns to ass instead of gold. He's got the cheese touch, and it has infected every part of this company. They are struck with the orb of confusion and can't break out. They just made the baffling decision to shut down Monolith Productions. You know, the studio behind beloved titles like Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, with a highly anticipated Wonder Woman game still in the pipeline that, from my understanding, was pretty far along in development. They have now just come out and axed that company. Not just Monolith, they also shut down Player First Games as well as Warner Bros. San Diego. But Monolith is the most surprising one because everyone loves those games. And there's a lot of faith in Monolith as a company. So there was a lot of hype around this game that's been in development for a long time, and now will never see the light of day. Much like a lot of other things Warner Bros. Has done. I've already talked about this a lot. There's no reason to regurgitate it, but I will briefly mention them just refusing to release Coyote vs. Acme even though it's completed. I hate this fucking company, man. It's crazy. But in this case, they didn't complete the project yet. It was still actively in development. And now it won't see the light of day unless it leaks somehow. But what this also means is they're burying the Nemesis system in the coffin with Monolith here. The Nemesis system is one of the most innovative systems we've seen in the last decade. It was a really cool feature that was present in Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, and Warner Bros. Patented it, which is why you haven't seen it outside of those two games. And the thought would be that they'd use it in their products because they own the patent, but no. Instead, they crossed their arms and said, it's my toy to not play with. You can't touch it. It's mine to do nothing with. And now that they've killed Monolith, it truly is going to be something that they're going to do nothing with, I imagine. And that patent doesn't expire until 2036. It's so infuriating how dog shit Warner Bros. Is. Like, they're not even doing business, they're doing shitness. Like, I hate to keep bringing up things I've already talked about a lot in regards to this company, but Coyote vs. Acme, they finished that movie. It had like a $70, $80 million budget, I can't quite recall, and instead of releasing it, they just decided to claim a tax loss, which didn't recoup the budget or anything. It barely even made up for half of their total spend on the production in the first place. Great work, David. Big gold star for that one. Let's go ahead and see what he had to say, though, about gaming in general with Warner Bros. So the main goal with the structuring of Warner Bros. Game development studios is that they want to focus on 4 really powerful games, according to the lobotomite himself, David Zaslav. You know, really powerful games like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which lost them 200 million clams, by the way. Rocksteady wasn't on the chopping block. I love Rocksteady for their previous work. I fucking hate Suicide Squad, plus that company doesn't have like the most important people at it from back in the day. I don't know if they'll turn it around, but Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League was one of the worst games of 2024, and yet Monolith, who actually has majority bangers, heaters, and their last 2 games have been super heaters, somehow they're the ones that get axed? Okay, fucking make it make sense, David. Now, what he's actually referring to is Harry Potter, Mortal Kombat, DC, and Game of Thrones. Those are their key franchises, and they don't want to, like, venture out beyond there, even though I think this is super stupid to just marry your whole fucking development studios to just these 4 properties. I have said for a long time, I think the path forward for these studios is that they do a lot of smaller projects that don't cost as much or don't take as long to develop, and instead focus on being creative and unique. So that way there's not as much spend, but there's a lot more potential. Things like a Hi-Fi Rush, for example. Like, there's, I think, significantly more potential in that, as opposed to just making a fucking $200 million Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League loss. But anyway, here's the statement in its entirety. We've had to make some very difficult decisions to structure our development studios and investments around building the best games possible with our key franchises. You've already failed. You haven't made the best games possible in a long, long time. Than Harry Potter, Mortal Kombat, DC, and Game of Thrones. After careful consideration, we are closing 3 of our development studios, Monolith, Player First Games, and Warner Bros. San Diego. This is a strategic change in direction and not a reflection of these teams or the talent that consists within them. The development of Monolith's Wonder Woman video game will not move forward. You know, interestingly enough, Wonder Woman's a DC game, huh? From a beloved developer? Why didn't that make it? I mean, it's part of your key franchise approach. What is this strategic direction here? To only put these properties in the hands of the worst developers? Like, I don't really know. I'm a little confused, to be honest with you. Monolith was extremely talented with a lot of faith in their brand, and you gave them a DC property, which you're saying is your key franchise. So why would you take them off of that in order to instead have Rocksteady work on another super stinker? Like, it's not like Monolith was working on something obscure no one knows, you know, like Dino Custodians, Janitors in Space, Prehistoric Plowing. Like, it's a well-known IP with an extremely well-known developer that people love. It just doesn't make sense. Our hope was to give players and fans the highest quality experience possible for the iconic character, and unfortunately this is no longer possible within our strategic priorities. And I think this is all code for not live service enough. We couldn't nickel and dime our community enough, so we had to let them go. We couldn't find ways of monetizing Wonder Woman to the same inefficient level as Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. This is another tough decision, as we recognize Monolith's storied history of delivering epic fan experiences through amazing games. We greatly admire the passion of the 3 teams and thank every employee for their contributions. As difficult as today is, we remain focused on and excited about getting back to producing high-quality games for our passionate fans and developed by our world-class studios and getting our games business back to profitability and growth in 2025 and beyond. You imbecile. David Zaslav's brain is so fascinating because it really feels like it's been wired incorrectly. Like there were some screws loose and then it got put back together and the neural pathways were all cattywampus. Because it seems he lacks a fundamental understanding of what growth means in gaming here. Typically, you wouldn't want to cut your most talented developer working on a huge IP before it releases. That doesn't seem smart. Now you've just eaten a huge loss for the 8 years of development, and that product will never see the light of day, so you can't even begin to recoup it. It just seems like a stupid decision, especially when your key strategic plan is to focus on one of the IPs that your most talented developer was working on. So now you're going to take that same IP and just give it to a most likely worse developer. How are you growing? You've downsized, sure. You've effectively downsized, and now you'll stop spending money on the salary of all the developers that you just fired, but you didn't grow. You stayed in the same spot, just squeezed a couple extra pennies out by firing so many people, and now you don't even have a game to show for it for all this loss that you've just eaten. Show me where the growth is on that, because I must be missing it. I just think it's a terrible decision, and I hate the David Zaslav strategy to everything of just get rid of everything, and if we're not spending any money, that means we're not losing any money. I hate it. I really don't like it. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit, especially because I love Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, and the fact that we're not going to see anything else from Monolith now, and let's say like pie in the sky, Monolith gets to stay together, someone else takes the entire team intact and they work on something, well, they still can't use the Nemesis system they created because Warner Bros. Owns the patent. You see Brian Johnson posting his son's boner statistics and comparing them with his own boner stats. Yes, actually. I even have that pulled up right here. Matt sent me this last night. So Brian Johnson, the immortal vampire searching for the Fountain of Youth, he posted his penis leaderboard here. Nighttime erection data from my 19-year-old son and me. His duration is 2 minutes longer than mine. Raise children to stand tall, be firm, and be upright. How inspirational. And then we have the Wiener Wikipedia. I mean, I've been saying I think Brian Johnson's work is overall a net positive because he's just this guinea pig for humanity where he tries everything to make himself younger and combat, like, aging and all that, which is cool, and it leads to some really interesting discoveries, such as how he recently had to announce that he stopped doing one of his protocol because it was actually accelerating his aging, the exact opposite of what you want to happen. But then you get some weird shit like this where he's really fixated on cock. So he has videos about, like, how I made my 48-year-old cock into an 18-year-old penis. A dick. I turned my cock into a dick. And I'm usually just kind of, you know, lukewarm on that. You know, that's not vital research, I don't think. And then this came out a couple days ago. Also weird. Does not having high enough stats in your penis mean you'll die quicker? I don't know. I don't really know what it means. Oh, I mean, I know what it means in the context of the genitals, but I don't know what it means in his overall quest for eternal youth. So we have number of erection episodes, 5, which I didn't know you were getting 5 erections per night. I thought it was just like 1 erection sometimes, and if you're really unlucky, you get a nocturnal emission where you wake up with cum on you. I didn't realize that this happens so much. That's gotta be miserable for people that, like, toss and turn in their sleep, right? That'd be painful. That'd be very painful. But very competitive stats. How would you even log this? He might have a special mattress that can measure the amounts of erection per night. I also don't know how you quantify erection quality. Jarvis, activate erection analysis. I see, sir. Very well. 94% quality on all 5 of your erection episodes last night. Extraordinary work, sir. Rookie numbers. True. Not even 100% quality. This feels like I'm checking my credit score, except it's far more important. This is invaluable research. If he gets to 100, does he get to use his alt? Yeah, at 100% he alts. He fertilizes himself. 5 times a night is rookie numbers. I have Bluetooth PPRing and it tells me I have 20. Oh man, we got some real competitive erections in here. How does he keep track of his son's stats? Does he ask him? Yeah, I think his son's pretty involved in his dad's work. Like, you might remember they had that intergenerational plasma exchange where he took his son's plasma and then he gave his plasma to his dad. So they did like this plasma bake swap, basically. Do they sleep in pods, like an MRI machine with the Pinor camera? No, so he's shown his setup. He sleeps in just a normal bed. So I don't really get how it measures his winky episodes. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Vikesh, I couldn't tell you. He eventually eats his son for young proteins. Yeah, like Kronos. Oh man, that'd be nuts. No, I think this is the only stat that he posted. I'll double check. The only nighttime erection stats that he posted. Yep, this is all he posted on it. From out of nowhere, Brian Johnson just drops the boner stats and then nothing else. They didn't follow it up or anything. Oh, actually, interestingly enough, 4 hours ago he posted this. What a throwback. Bobby Althoff. I haven't seen her in a long time. I can already imagine this interview was amazing. Bobby, have you ever heard of nighttime erections? I measure them. In fact, I'm one of the top scorers of nighttime erections with a 94% quality. Over 184-minute duration as well. What are your stats? I mean, I'd measure it if I knew how. I'd get whatever Amazon gadget or Temu device that you need to measure nighttime erections. I'd do it. I'd be very curious to see how active my winky is when I'm sleeping. Especially when I'm having those dreams about playing Marvel Rivals. I bet my cock is going crazy like a joystick. It's made by Atom Health. What is the device to measure this? Oh, here. Atom Health Sensor. It's the world's first erection health tracker. I see. Track, understand, and take control of your erection health. Due to overwhelming demand, the Atom Sensor is currently on a waiting list. How many feet? What? Also, it's like a tiny little pocket pussy, I guess. That can't be comfortable to sleep in. You put it in the cage? Oh, interesting. Wait, yeah. Book Shockwave Therapy. Hold on. I don't know if they're gonna actually show anything bad here. Like if I click Shockwave Therapy, it's just wiener everywhere. It's a low-intensity shockwave treatment for penis and erection rejuvenation. Looks like it's for people that suffer from ED. This might be a real thing. This doesn't seem like any kind of joke or anything. Oh, here we go. Atom Sensor elaborates. The importance of nighttime erections. Healthy adult males typically experience between 3 to 5 erection episodes during sleep, totaling 1.5 to 3 hours. They play a vital role in maintaining penile tissue health by providing oxygen-rich blood flow. Similar to how regular exercise maintains muscle tone, nighttime erections help preserve the elasticity and function of erectile tissues. The erections aren't just important for erectile health, they can also provide valuable insights into your overall well-being, including cardiovascular, metabolic, and hormonal health. Wow! 1.5 to 3 hours a night spent bricked up. I don't believe that. Since the Atom Sensor's flying off the shelves like fidget spinners, I'm gonna have to just make my own. What I might do is I'll just set my phone up on the charger to just film my waist while I'm sleeping, and I'll sleep without the covers on and just track how long I stay hard for. I'll do it analog, the way our forefathers monitored their erectile health at night. I just don't believe that claim. That's so long. Stream it. What a banger stream. That'd go crazy, that'd be ballistic. Are you gonna buy the Atom Sensor? First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just film myself sleeping and see how long I stay hard for. Because that's something I can just do tonight. That'll be very interesting data. What if you sleep face down or away from the camera? Well, I don't sleep face down. I'm not a stomach sleeper. And I usually don't, like, side sleep all that often either. I should be fine. I'll try and stay, like, perfectly neutral on my back, so that way you'll know. There'll be no guesswork. But how are you gonna measure the erection quality? I'll just eyeball it. If it looks like a strong meat stick, I'll say that's a 90% at least. Yeah, no, it's a real tweet. It's not like a joke or anything. It's pretty crazy. Are you wearing undies or going commando? No, I'll be wearing pants. I'm not gonna show you guys the video. I'm not gonna let you guys look at my nighttime erections. It's for me, my own data. And I'll just share the results with you. Not the footage. You can make raw footage members only. True, I guess. You should send your own data to Brian Johnson to compare boners. Yeah, tag me in for the study. I'll send him just a video, an 8-hour video of my wiener going up and down sometime. I'm sure a lot of you know that I've been actively following the P. Diddy case for quite a while now, and now that the trial's ongoing, there's a lot of people getting fed information through TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and just YouTube videos in general. And a lot of it, I'm sorry to say, sports fans, is phony baloney. A lot of what's being spread around is more fake than a 5'4" dude's Tinder profile bio. It's just blatant lies, and a lot of it's just AI slop. The biggest being the P. Diddy Prince bombshell, which is just blown up. So much so that people are emailing me asking why I haven't talked about the stunning revelations in the P. Diddy trial with Prince recording that was played. When such a thing doesn't actually exist, it's not real, and it all stems from AI content factories just making up a bunch of shit. The biggest perpetrator being this channel, What Is My Star Worth? They post like 3 bogus P. Diddy update videos a day, and each video is extremely popular and spread around like the gospel, with people talking about it, citing it, and reposting it on things like TikTok, where this shit, it's getting more views than fucking Despacito did. Like, it is going extremely bonkers with the amount of people that are believing it, even though it's blatantly false. And it takes just 2 seconds of Googling to know that it's false. You don't even have to actively be following the trial. You can look up some of the claims yourself and see that they just don't hold any water at all. And since this is so popular, it's become a bit of a cheat code for infinite views, so a lot of other channels are now trying to bite this asshole to suck some farts out for themselves, get their piece of the pie. So they're making AI-generated content with fucking fanfic about this that is also just outlandish. Things like, a witness was called to the stand. The witness had 4 heads and 15 titties, and it was shocking what they brought to light. Or a necromancer came into the courtroom and brought back to life Humphrey Bogart, who testified against Diddy, the last thing his team expected. It just shattered the whole case. And it's just so crazy. But people are just buying into it. And I know the cope a lot of people have in cases like this, where people say, no one actually believes that, it's all bots. It's not true. Just go on TikTok and look at all of the living, breathing, sentient human beings that are spreading this, opining on it, and presenting it as fact.
The following is for educational and entertainment purposes only. This is the verbatim federal courtroom testimony of the Sean Diddy Combs trial, as reported by Inner City Press.
The opening statement here in this video from ChatGPT is just an outright bold-faced fib. Liars go to hell, and this one is probably the fastest condemnation to hell you could find. The very first thing they say is that this is verbatim as reported by Inner City Press. Brother, you can look at Inner City Press. They even made a statement on this because it's gotten so big. So many people were hounding them, wondering if this is all true. They themselves have said, no, there was no Prince audio played in the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial last week. They slapped that shit down. It is so quick to prove that this is all malarkey. It is actual just horseradish that they pulled out of their ass from the ChatGPT script. It's just craziness that anyone would believe it. In the description, they do try and cover their own ass a little bit, where at the bottom, they themselves even make a mention that it's not real. When you expand it, there's a disclaimer saying the content is fictional and for entertainment purposes only. No official sources confirm the existence of such a recording. That's not written in hieroglyphics. They're not speaking in riddles. They are not being subtle. They are telling you it's not real, but they know people aren't going to check the description here. They are going to just see the video and take it at face value because this video presents it as though it is a real legitimate thing, saying that it comes verbatim from the report. Like, they are trying their best to make it seem legitimate while slyly trying to like cover their own ass legally that, no, we made it clear that it's not real.
He named names. He mentioned specific dates, including a December 2015 party in Beverly Hills. And he described behavior that matched earlier witness testimony almost word for word. But what made this different, what made the courtroom shift from disbelief to alarm, was that Prince was speaking with full knowledge of what he was doing.
This section right here where they talk about the tape that was played from Prince in court about Diddy has got so many people in a frenzy and uproar, so much hoopla around this section about the slam dunk Prince just delivered upon Diddy's case.
If something happens to me, he said, this recording needs to go to the press or the police, either one. As Prince's voice played, Diddy's body language changed entirely. Then Prince said something that broke the room. These aren't just parties. They're traps. The silence was so complete, you could hear Prince breathing between words. In the back row, a woman visibly cried. In the front row, a reporter dropped her pen. Diddy's attorney placed a hand on his client's arm, trying to calm him.
Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Dumbledore asked calmly. That's this whole video in a nutshell. It's written like that. It is just a fucking script that was churned out that is a make-believe story about a Prince tape that played in court, and then all of a sudden, people were crying. You could hear a pin drop. Like, holy shit, it doesn't get any more fake than that. Of all the things that never happened, this never happened the most, and you can confirm it yourself so easily. But people don't do that. And the creators of these videos know that. They bank on it. They hope that people won't bother to do their due diligence in even the slightest way, which is why they push out so many.
Prince continued, explaining that he had warned Diddy about what he saw, that he approached him during an after-party in 2016 and told him the manipulation of young artists and guests had to stop. Prince claimed Diddy laughed and told him, "You might be Prince, but you're not untouchable." That line hit the courtroom like a gunshot.
No, it didn't. I know it didn't, because this didn't happen. It's just telling bedtime stories. It's actually just making this shit up, and it is succeeding. There are so many people that right now believe this and are actively talking about it. It's just so crazy to me. This is going to only continue to be a bigger and bigger issue going forward. It's only going to continue to get more out of control and be harder and harder to discern what's real and what's fake. And I know people have talked about that endlessly, but we're seeing it unfold and evolve in real time right now. It's so fucking scary. I don't even know what you do to stop it. Like, even if you try and tackle it on a platform level where YouTube starts to take down all of these fake AI accounts that spread this shit, you can never get them all because it takes seconds to just make a new one. Which is why you see so many of those like fake America's Got Talent things about like, this alien missing 4 fingers came down to Earth and its dream was to be a country singer. It's a moving performance and it has like 2 million views of like 70-year-olds thinking that it's real or some shit. Like, you can take down those until the cows come home, but there will always be more, like a hydra. It really feels like an unwinnable battle. And there will come a point where it won't be as easy to tell that it's fake. Like, in this case, I think anyone that's been on the internet for any length of time, you'll see this and immediately start to question it and figure out that it's not real. But that's not everybody, clearly. It's a big can of worms here that's... Bill Clinton just confirmed. Well, Bill Clinton, that's been known. There's a decent Mickey Mouse public domain game called Mousacre. Never heard of it. Thanks for resub, Ghost Kid. And good luck, Ember. Hope you're enjoying it. Dan Schneider's probably a given. Muda retweeted it. I know Muda made a post about how he was going through it like an hour or two ago. He said, reading through the Epstein list, that was 4 hours ago, but he doesn't have like a link to it or anything. And he even has like this excerpt from it. He's got this. So something has to be out. Where the fuck is it? Why don't any of the mainstream media outlets just provide it? So he's got this. One such powerful individual that Epstein forced then minor Jane Doe 3 to have sexual relations with was former Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, a close friend of Epstein's and well-known criminal defense attorney. Epstein required Jane Doe 3 to have sexual relations with Dershowitz on numerous occasions while she was a minor, not only in Florida, but... Where is this coming from? Thanks for resub, the membership, Jacob. And Rusu. Thanks for that, Lemon. There was only 40 documents, and they contained already known names. The AP article. I don't remember Alan Dershowitz's name anywhere. So I feel like it maybe has a lot of known names, but maybe some new. I have no clue. Where's the AP article? Okay, how about this? Thanks the resub tummy. And Helicity. And the Prime Mango. Resub A. Membership Jack. And Maushi. Happy 30th birthday. Social media has been rife in recent weeks with posts speculating the documents amounted to a list of rich and powerful men who are Epstein's clients or co-conspirators. There was no such list. The first 40 documents in the court order release largely consisted of already public material revealed through nearly 2 decades of newspaper stories, TV documentaries, interviews, legal cases, and books about the Epstein scandal. Still, the records, including transcripts of interviews with some of Epstein's victims and old police reports, contained reminders that the millionaire surrounded himself with famous and powerful figures, including a few who have also been accused of misconduct. Oh, this is very different. There are mentions of Epstein's past friendship with Bill Clinton, who is not accused of any wrongdoing. What? And of Britain's Prince Andrew, who previously settled the lawsuit accusing him of having sex with a 17-year-old girl who traveled with Epstein. What do you mean? Who was not accused of any wrongdoing? Is it Prime Logan? What was Bill Clinton doing there? The Guardian has it. Seems like the Associated Press had it too, but chat won't stop spamming about the Guardian. Must be sponsored by the Guardian or something. I have no fucking clue. Where does it have it? Thanks, Arisa McMitten. I'm not going to fucking R. Epstein. I'd rather go to an actual source that's not Reddit. Thanks, Prime Lance. Go to the red text at the top. Oh. So not in the... Oh, here we go. So this is the 40-page doc... No, this is not the 40-page document. This is the old one. Right? Isn't it? Fuck, I don't remember. It's been too long. Fuck. It says the date on it. Yeah, January 15th, but I don't... That doesn't help me. Because I don't remember where it's starting from. Oh, you're talking about on the top. I gotcha. Okay, okay. He's a tier 1 tune. So why do they keep referencing 40 pages if this is over 700? It's 943. Yet everything references a 40-page document being unsealed. There's a Prime Cricket in the Resub Luge. It's 40 documents, not pages. Must have misunderstood then. Well, it's no shot I'm reading through 963 pages in one evening. 43 pages in one evening. Let's see if this is real. So here's Bill Clinton. Did you meet Cameron Diaz? No. She's innocent. Did you see Bill Clinton on the island? No. Did you see Bill Clinton in the helicopter? No. Page 926. Identities of individuals likely to have discoverable information relevant to disputed facts alleged with particularity in the pleadings. He's a prime snazzy. Oh, here's Alan Dershowitz. That's the only name I recognize because Mudahar just talked about him. He was the Harvard professor. Mr. Dershowitz has knowledge concerning plaintiffs' false statements to the press and court pleadings and in sworn testimony at issue in the matter. Oh, it's cute, Justin. I appreciate that. Let's do some Natalie. The membership Pelican. Alan Dershowitz was Epstein's lawyer. Oh, really? I see. Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know any of these names. I know 2 names on here, 3 names on here so far. Jimmy Kimmel. No, I don't think so. Not yet. Yeah, I don't recognize any of those names. No Stephen Hawking mentioned here. Oh, wait. Here's an email. You can issue a reward to any of Virginia's friends' acquaintance family that come forward and help prove her allegations are false. The strongest is the Clinton dinner. And the new version in the Virgin Islands that Stephen Hawking what the fuck? Participated, maybe? Why is there a dash there? In an underage orgy. What is this? Huh? So the Stephen Hawking thing isn't just a meme. Chat was wrong about that. I mean, he is mentioned here, assuming he's Stephen Hawking. That's fucking crazy. Here's his name here. Al Gore. Wait, what is this? All photographs or video containing any image of you and the following individuals to the extent you have said... Okay, wait, what section is this? So I'm a little confused on their place in here. So that email said that Stephen Hawking may have participated in an underage orgy. That certainly wasn't in the initial release from what I recall. A couple years ago. Holy shit. And that was an email from Jeffrey Epstein, I think, is the sender? What the fuck? Wait, this is so wild. So Bill Clinton's name comes up a lot here. What is this section? So this is some kind of interview conducted, I'm guessing, with one of the victims, and they were asking about certain names, and Bill Clinton was one. And it seems like, according to them, he wasn't on the island or anything? Is this why a lot of the article, all the articles, I guess, so far are saying Bill Clinton was not accused of any wrongdoing? So here's this. Did Jeffrey ever talk to you about Bill Clinton? He said one time that Clinton likes them young, referring to girls. Do you recall ever taking a trip to Jeffrey Epstein's home in New Mexico? Yes. Do you recall who you went on that trip with? Sarah Kellen was there. Ghislaine was there. That's all I recall. And then Bill Clinton was mentioned again somewhere down here. There. I put money on Sheen and Tiger Woods. I don't know. We'll see. So, did you meet Cameron Diaz? I don't know where that name comes from, but that's a crazy one to throw in there. I guess maybe she was she on the initial list? Have you met Kate Blanchett or Leonardo DiCaprio? Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on, wait. I saw one press report that said you had met Kate Blanchett or Leonardo DiCaprio. I did not meet them, no. When I spoke about them, it was when I was massaging him, and he would get off. He would be on the phone a lot at that time, and one time he said, oh, that was Leonardo, or that was Kate Blanchett, or Bruce Willis, that kind of thing. Huh? Okay, so whoever that was would say that they were on the phone with Leonardo DiCaprio, Kate Blanchett, or Bruce Willis. So basically just name-dropping people. So have you met Kate Blanchett or Leonardo DiCaprio? I have not. Would you remember if you had? I would hope I would remember. Did you meet Cameron Diaz? No. Bill Clinton? No. Did you see Bill Clinton on the island? No. Did you see Bill Clinton in the helicopter flown by Ghislaine? No. Did Ghislaine Maxwell ever tell you that she had flown Bill Clinton in her helicopter? Objection. I don't recall her saying that. Did you ever meet Senator? I don't know what he looks like. I might have. Okay. In a 2011 interview, made no allegations of illegal actions by Bill Clinton. Ms. Maxwell in her deposition raised comments about Bill Clinton, obvious lies, which is referring. Huh. What? Is it Risa Marl? Is Donald Trump on there? Not, I mean, here, let's look. Not that I've seen so far scrubbing through this. Yes, we went to one of Trump's casinos. That's one mention. Jeffrey said, great, we'll call up Trump and we'll go. I don't recall the name of the casino, but we'll go to the casino. Donald Trump, no. Did you ever massage Donald Trump? No. These are 5 gifted members, Simper. And thanks for the membership, Kiwi. Hey, happy belated 25th birthday, Tim. I'm glad to hear you're great at Destiny. And I still remember that gift, Kiwi. It was very sweet. It's much easier to just read the news article. Is there any that break it down concisely? A nice, succinct debriefing on it? There's a Prime Cam. And the Prime Jasper. Someone said Michael Jackson is on it. Did you ever meet anybody famous when you were with Jeffrey? I met Michael Jackson. Oh really, where was that? At his house in Palm Beach. At Jeffrey's house in Palm Beach. Did you massage him? I did not. Anybody else you remember? I know you mentioned David Copperfield earlier. Anybody else? No, I'd remember that. I have played the finals, but only their tech test. I haven't played the full thing. Anyone but MJ. I mean, I guess according to this, maybe he was innocent. I've said this a million times. I feel like there's no way you could be close with Jeffrey Epstein to the point where you're going to his house without knowing about this. Like, without knowing about what he was doing. Because that's such, like, a massive thing. Like, I feel like that's not a secret that you would be able to keep from these people. There's no way. Like, I don't think you'd just hang out with Jeffrey Epstein or take a flight with Jeffrey Epstein without knowing about his actual nefarious shit. A live-action Killer Bean movie. That sounds fire. I still stream on Twitch, Benjamin. I just simul-stream. Bill Gates is on the list. Well, these... Okay. It doesn't seem like this is a list so far. Also, his name's not even mentioned here. So far, this is all of the unsealed documents about, like, this interview with victim. And they start tossing names out to see what information they have about, like, hey, how close were they? Did you ever massage them? This and that. It's not like a comprehensive list of clients or anything. That list came out a while back, but I thought it was like a completely separate list from redacted names, but this is definitely seeming more like what the Associated Press said. There's more info on David Copperfield. He apparently knew. Let's see. He couldn't make the Jeffrey Epstein stuff disappear, I guess. David Copperfield was at a dinner at Epstein's, and there was another girl present who looked young, and Johanna asked what school she went to, and Johanna did not recognize the school name as being a college, and she said it was possible it was a high school-aged girl. Johanna said Copperfield questioned me if I was aware that girls were getting paid to find other girls. Have you met David Copperfield? Yes. This was the second trip that I took to Virgin Island. Do you recall who was present at the time that she made that comment about children? And then says it was their second trip to the Virgin Islands. And then asked if you've met David Copperfield. Did you observe David Copperfield to be a friend of Jeffrey Epstein's? Yes. Did Copperfield ever discuss Jeffrey's involvement with young girls with you? He questioned me if I was aware that girls were getting paid to find other girls. Thanks for the membership, L. That whole Michael Jackson thing was back when Jeffrey was helping him with his financial battle against Sony. Thanks for 5 gift subs, Fox. Is that right? I don't know anything about it. Yeah, Bill Clinton's name comes up quite a bit, but so far from what I've seen there, it's them saying that they've never seen him get like a massage or they've never done anything or witnessed anything. And that article said that he's not being accused of any wrongdoing. And long time, Benjamin. If you like 2D platforms, play Massacre. Maybe I'll check it out. Thanks, Resub Technonics. So where's like a article with a good comprehensive breakdown of it so I don't have to just keep control F'ing through all of the sections? How the fuck is the guiltiest one here Stephen Hawking? Yeah, this one's like, that is actually crazy. So the Stephen Hawking thing, this is a Jeffrey Epstein email apparently, from Jeffrey E. I'm assuming this is his email, gvacation@gmail. You can issue a reward to any of the Virginia's friends acquaintance. There's so many fucking spelling mistakes in here. Family comes forward and helps prove her allegations are false. The strongest is the Clinton dinner and the new version in the Virgin Islands that Stephen Hawking participated in an underage orgy. That's a wild email. The Hawking one is talking about false allegations. That's why it isn't true. Is that what it's talking about? It's so fucking disjointed here. I can't really parse what it's trying to say. Maybe that's what it's saying, that this is one of the false allegations or something. Along with the Clinton dinner. That probably is what it's. New Epstein stuff coming out in January. Oh, thanks for reminding me. Yeah. Mark your calendars. Apparently, I don't know if this is real or not. I didn't look into it, but apparently, the Jeffrey Epstein client list is about to be unsealed, like, publicly. So start placing your bets on who's going to be on it. It's coming out in January. A federal judge in New York has ordered a vast unsealing of court documents in early 2024 that will make public the names of scores of Jeffrey Epstein's associates. That's going to be huge. That's going to be a big fucking day online. It's not even the full list. Yeah, it wasn't the full list had like 1,000 people on it or some shit. It was huge. But still, I'm curious what the 150 here are going to be. I feel like Elon Musk is definitely on that list. Well, he has that famous picture with Ghislaine Maxwell. So, yeah, I think that's already confirmed that he will be on it. Hey, good to see you. Nice wig. Thanks for the resub. Red Thread episode idea. Oh, wait, that's kind of a banger, actually, when you can tell Jackson. That could go hard. Do you think Jonathan Major will be the next Ezra Miller, or is his career over? Oh, no. No. I don't think so. Marvel already dropped him. DC's so desperate they keep Ezra Miller around, but Marvel already dropped Jonathan Majors. So yeah, he's probably fucked. We'll see though, I guess. But I think there's probably not a whole lot to do from there for him. Spoiler alert, nothing real will happen to them. It's like the Panama Papers, nothing happened. Glad you brought up the Panama Papers. While that may not have changed anything in the mainstream consciousness for normal people, the person who presented the Panama Papers got blown up in a fucking car bomb explosion. Which is why you saw people stop talking about it. Let me remember who that was. What was their name? Malta car bomb kills the Panama Papers journalist. What was her name, though? The journalist who led the Panama Papers investigation into corruption in Malta was killed on Monday in a car bomb near her home. Daphne Caruana Galizia. This is why you stopped hearing about the Panama Papers. People fearing for their fucking life. That's actually horrific. Yeah, what's even crazier is that most people don't even know what happened. Did you hear about the first guy to tear his windpipe by holding in his sneezes? No, but luckily I don't do that anymore. Thanks to the Prime Zonk. Hoping he gets a speedy recovery, though. Thanks to Resub Clash. Yeah, we can play a little game here. Let's do 10. Let's see if we can predict 10 people who will be on the Epstein list. No cheating, though, and choosing people who are already there, like Bobby Kotick. I'm imagining the 150 they're revealing in January are going to be new names. Elon is already on it, right? Because of the Ghislaine Maxwell stuff. Wasn't he already on the Jeffrey Epstein initial list? Let me see. Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks would be a pretty surprising one. That's a curveball. We can throw Tom Hanks on there. That's a really good suggestion, Quantum. Can you send that to Jackson on Twitter? Bill Clinton? Okay. Presidents is cheating. We already know Bill Clinton's going to be on there. Like, that is absolutely cheating. You're choosing easy ones. We need wacky ones, so that way it's impressive if we get them right. So I think Elon and Tom Hanks are pretty good. Jared Leto's good. Jared Leto? Well, yeah, no, Jared Leto's like 50 years old. He's a fucking vampire. He just looks really young. Jared Leto. And yeah, we talked about it. Confused. And thanks, Bucks. I want one that no one would ever think of. James Corden, we'll throw it in there just because everyone dislikes James Corden to just give another reason. I see you're already cheating by going Matt Groening. He's literally already on the list. No cheating. It has to be new ones. Jimmy Fallon. Oh, Jimmy Fallon's a good one. Alec Baldwin. Wait, was Alec? I don't remember if Alec Baldwin was one of them on there. Okay, so who do we have? We'll do both. Alec Baldwin, Jimmy Fallon, James Corden. Who else? Elon. Tom Hanks. We have 5. Bill Nye the Science Guy. I like it. That's a wacky one. Bill Nye. If Bill Nye's on the Epstein list, that'd be fucking crazy. Thanks for the membership, Sunstreaker. Oh, and Jared Leto. So we got 7. 3 more. Let's get 3 more bangers. Chris Pratt. That's fire. That's a big one. Let's make the last 2 really wild ones and see if we get it right. Thanks for your sub scout and the membership to Fanny. You people are saying some that are already on the Epstein list. Stop cheating. We need new ones. Work together. Come on. You just keep spouting the same ones like Matt Groening. Donatella Versace. What the fuck? Okay, you're just throwing away one of your votes. No, I'm not putting Versace on there. Joe Rogan, big. Joe Rogan's big. All right, Joe Rogan gets number 9. All right, 10th. Vince McMahon is probably a frequent flyer. That's cheating. I feel like that one's too easy. We need the 10th one to be a crazy one. Thanks to resub C-Cow. Finish with a fucking heater. Thanks to resub Butter. And also, we can refer to the stream for evidence that we did get it right. Tom Brady. I love it. Lock it in. All right, we got our 10. So let's go through it. just so it's nice and concise. It was Jared Leto, Alec Baldwin, Tom Hanks, Elon, Joe Rogan, wait. No, I'm just inundated with names. Chris Pratt, Bill Nye, Tom Brady. Who am I missing? Did I say James Corden already? I don't remember if I said James Corden. James Corden and Jimmy Fallon. I think if I hadn't said James Corden, then that's our 10. Okay, we got him. In January, we'll see if we're right. Mr. Bean. That can be a wild card guess. Write this down. Why? We got a clip of it right here. We can easily refer to it. So January 1st. Wow, what a way to kick off the new year. 2024 is starting with a bang. Hey, welcome to 2024. Here's 150 more pedophiles. Cool. Hey, here's 150 new Epstein clients. Bet Dan Schneider's on the list? Probably, but I think he was in the initial reports, I would guess. Yeah, that's going to be crazy. Thanks for the membership, NG. Santa's naughty list just got an update. What a wild way of talking about 150 child sex traffickers. Yeah, they would definitely be on Santa's naughty list, though. I mean, you're not wrong. Would Valve send them coal in Dota 2? I think Valve would. I do think Valve would probably send them coal in Dota 2 and ban them. If Joe Rogan's on that list, we become number 1. Oh, true. Yeah, if Joe Rogan's on this 150 from the Epstein flight list or whatever, that means Red Thread takes the number 1 spot on Spotify for podcasts. That's so true. Thanks for the resub, Sunray. You think Conor McGregor would be on the list? Probably not, I don't think. I don't think he would. What about Dan Schneider? Yeah, people keep mentioning Dan Schneider. I think he was probably on the initial list that came out, like with Matt Groening and all that, but I'll check for you real quick. But I also think that one's too easy of a guess. Because powerful man, huge from Nickelodeon, he probably would have been on the Epstein client list. Let's see. Your pedophile teacher that you mentioned that one time. What a specific reference. Brother, my pedophile teacher would not have made it to the Epstein client list. He was trying to solicit 13-year-olds from Craigslist or something for sex and then got arrested. He wouldn't have made it to the big leagues of pedophile rings. We need to do a female list now. How many female flyers were there on the Epstein list? I'm very curious, actually. There can't be that many, right? I think Oprah was one of them, though, if I remember correctly. Or maybe not. I need to find that whole list again so I don't just keep going individually for each person I think of. Appreciate that. Thank you, Allison. Ellen was? Oh, was it Ellen that I'm thinking of? Let me see. Or actually here, expanding a bit further. Ellen DeGeneres was close to Epstein and Maxwell, but doesn't appear to have visited the island. Thanks for the 10 gift subs, Ollie. I appreciate the generosity. Thanks to the resub, Fisherman. That's a line, no way she didn't go to the island. Yeah, I can't imagine you could be friends with them and not know what they're doing. That's one of those things that's not an easy secret to keep, I would bet. And yeah, we talked about it earlier, but I haven't watched the whole thing yet. Hold on, give me 1 second. No, I'm back. Look up the exigency. I like the exigency. I'm familiar with it. But no, I did not see that, Josie. When did that happen? Probably a bunch of random billionaires no one's heard of. I think this 150 is going to be very spicy. I don't think it'll just be like random billionaires or anything. Why can't the list be released earlier? Well, it has to go through a whole legal process, so they have to like make